Awesome. Thanks, man. Good morning, everyone. Am I audible? If somebody can say yes, then we could start.
I can hear you, yes.
Can I get a yes?
Yes.
Am I audible? Somebody from the organizer, somebody from the attendee. Can somebody say yes?
Ilyas, I can hear you. This is Sandeep here.
Sandeep, am I audible?
Yes, you are. Yes.
I'm not getting yes from anywhere.
Yes, you're audible. Yes,
Hi, bro. Yes, we are audible.
This is bad.
Anbu, you can hear me, right?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah. Ilyas, if you can hear us, yes, you're audible.
Oh, dear.
Anbu, you might want to call him once.
Yeah.
All right, so very good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for joining Global Azure 2021. It's been a great pleasure to continuously host Global Azure, both virtually now as well as in person in the past years. It gives me a great pleasure to join once again with the community to come together and present the Global Azure, a community event which is all about Azure and various services of Azure and how it helps our community as well as the businesses that we support. Right. Azure has grown in the last 10 years, and I had I have the fortunate to work very closely with Azure technology because I started myself as a .NET developer. I've been observing the growth of Azure and the various services that Microsoft has introduced, and I've been an advocate of Microsoft Azure. On many of the services, web apps and different areas of Azure. And it is very important, right? As a developer, as anybody in the IT ecosystem, it is very important for us to keep ourselves updated, to understand what are the new services that are coming, how are the new technologies that can help us, boost our, whatever we want to deliver for our businesses, right? So it is very important for us to keep abreast of the technology, and events like this, community events like this, blogs that many of the MVPs write or the communities people write will certainly help you to update yourself and the rest of the people. Now, with this, let me welcome Sandeep Alur. I've been closely working with Sandeep Alur for several years. So he is one of the long timer with Microsoft. He's been a Microsoft advocate and Azure advocate for several years, and most recently has taken the job of leading the MCT Microsoft Technology Center. Is now closely working with customers, bringing them to cloud as well as helping them with Azure AI and machine learning and so on. Sandeep, thank you so much for joining with us today and helping our ecosystem to learn more about Microsoft and Microsoft services.
Thanks so much, Ilyas. Pleasure is mine. Thanks for having me.
Right, over to you, Sandeep.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And let me just share my screen and get started. And when you see my screen, if you can confirm, you can see, that will help me. Okay, yes. I think I can see it. Perfect. So, Ilyas, thanks so much. Honestly, it's always a big yes from me whenever there's a community event. I love being part of it because I get to learn. And it's a true coming together of the like-minded individuals under one umbrella, right? So spending time, networking. Of course, networking happens in different contexts in the current times, virtually, but nevertheless, it's interesting time to be developing in the industry. Ton of innovation happening when it comes to Azure. So thanks for the opportunity for me to probably share my perspective today. And I'll spend the next 20-25 minutes or so just to go over some of the key industry tenets and how are we as Microsoft complementing that dominantly, because at the end of the day, innovation is in one track. And of course, that has to align absolutely well with what the industry needs, or rather, at times, and thanks for joining in. And as Ilyas mentioned, I lead this group called Microsoft Technology Center. The best part of my job is I get to talk to one customer every single day, and these customers definitely bring in significant challenge to the table. And it's truly a privilege to be at Microsoft and talking to customers, and ability for us as a company, as a team to drive impact for customers. Yeah, so we'll get started right away. And again, so if you look at the trend line, this is something which I gathered from one of the latest trend articles from Gartner. But all of us can believe this dominantly, right? If you look at the current trend line, yes, we talk about everything revolves around people, right? All of us currently are connected to this medium, virtual world, and what matters is the focus on me as an individual? Answer is yes. Second, of course, is location independence, irrespective of where. And we always spoke about anytime, anywhere, any device, right? I mean, honestly, that construct, design thinking, is being felt by each one of us in the current times, right? I mean, in the past, we kind of said many times in many forums, but last 12 months have been truly disruptive, and location independence is central to anything that happens from here on in the tech industry. Of course, resilient delivery, right? For a business, for them to stay agile, for them to probably become composable, right? End of the day, in the technology world, we use a term called composite architectures. Now, can a business be constructed by composing key services that they offer the outside world and be resilient? Because resilience is critical, because when something happens like what happened in the last 12 months, you should be able to kind of slice and dice, mix and match, and move forward. I think that's probably is a dire need, and this sets the precedence in terms of as a platform provider, how do we complement these three tenets in the industry? Of course, all of us understand this part, right? So customer needs are changing every single day, and for customers who probably felt they can go on a specific track for a longer time without adopting technology. For them, I think they're on the back foot, and today, more than ever, there's a need for technology to be infused in those organizations. And again, we must have heard a lot of, I would say, statements being made in the industry. Our CEO Satyanarayana said this a while back, saying 2 years of digital transformation happened in 2 years, two months rather, right? That's a reality. And no industry is left behind here. Every single industry, as you see here, from automotive, telecommunication, there is a dire need being felt by, I would say, leaders, where technology probably is the only bridge that is required for business to thrive in the modern world. Now, I talk to each of these customers, and end of the day, what they expect, what they look forward to is an experience, right? Look at it this way. Today, if you're listening to me on various channels, if you join in on let's say LinkedIn, YouTube, etc., for you, what matters is the experience of how this content is getting developed. For me, as a presenter, what matters to me is the aids I have at my disposal, where I can experience the platform and deliver talk to at an optimum level. Rather, if somebody is in a manufacturing industry, healthcare, for them, what matters is on the day-to-day work, how are they staying productive, and what matters there is experience, right? So with that, let's talk about the first key, I would say, trend line in the industry, which is total experience, right? As Microsoft, we've kind of spoken about this for a long time. We call it digital feedback loop. But again, if you look at the Gartner's strategic trends 2021, they use a term called total experience. It is absolutely coming together of the customer, employee, and pretty much, doesn't matter whether you're an individual contributor or a team leader or a leader or a customer, employee, consumer. What matters end of the day is the user experience, right? You might use any technology of your choice, any platform of your choice, but what gets rendered to the consumer endpoints, we can use the term called endpoints, is an experience, right? So that way, more than ever in the current times, the focus by every single one of us as developers in the industry is to look at how can we offer that superior personalized experiences across the board. Now, the second trend line, I would say, which is again a term you might have heard, Internet of Behavior, right? IoT, largely we see infusion of that in the current times, but what happens after that? IoT leads to explosion of data. They're the data producers, right? I mean, today we talk about intelligent insights, but where does data get produced, right? In addition to all the signals in enterprise, IoT is dominantly going to create massive corpus of data in the industry. Now, when that happens, we capture data, but meaningfully, when we look at insights, you have to apply it back to the human actors, right? In terms of making sure that the behavioral change. I'll give you a simple example. I walked into office a month back. As I walked into the lobby of my office in Microsoft, I saw few new gadgets, right? There is a camera trying to do thermal sensing. As I walk through a specific zone, it looks like I'm wearing mask, right? So now all those data insights have been captured, and eventually the signals that are being generated from these devices will be used to change behavior of individuals as they navigate through real estate, as an example, right? So this is a very important tenet, I must admit, because we talk about insights, and IoT complementing that will be is a great move from there on. Now, as Microsoft, I'm sure each of you must have caught up with a recent Ignite conference, Spring Edition, right, where our CEO Satya spoke about the cloud for the next decade, and these are the 5 kind of pillars he laid out in terms of if one has to thrive in the modern computing world. Eventually, these are the 4 or 5 things that comes as a foundation, right? I mean, end of today, we talk about our view, which is intelligent cloud, intelligent edge. That's been something we've been speaking for a long time. But eventually, when it comes to intelligent edge, I think that's probably we realize the need for it. And when we talk about decentralized computing, right? I mean, it's no more a centralized approach towards problem solving, right? I mean, we have to look at how can we get compute closer to where data is getting generated. Simple example, healthcare industry. We talk about in the current times maintaining social distancing in the lobby areas and wherever there are more people. Now, can we look at sending the data to the cloud and make inference? Absolutely not practical. Can we look at compute environment closer to data and see if we can make inferences? Yes. That's where the power of intelligent edge comes in the picture. And of course, we talk about ambient intelligence, which actually complements the edge philosophy dominantly. Of course. So in here, the need of the hour is, yes, ability for us to complement the need for creators, be it students, developers, any leaders, business users, doesn't matter, but how can I complement their need and empower them with productive tools and technologies, right? Now, of course, when we look at all this as industry, right, we look at, I need a head start as, let's say, manufacturing company, or let's look at a simple boutique shop, which sells, let's say, which sell, let's say, clothes, right? I mean, they may not be online today. And how can we provide a launch pad for specific industries for them to get up and running, right? That's where a shift that happened in the way we are thinking as a company. I always felt that innovations aligned to industries will happen gradually over a period of time, but fortunately, considering how the industry is evolving and the needs are changing every single day, that led to, as Microsoft announcing industry clouds. I think this is probably path-breaking in my perspective, right? I mean, we talk about, as a business, I need a launch pad. It can't get better than this, right? These are the 5 clouds. Of course, all of you must know healthcare and retail were around some time back, but what gets added to that list is financial services, manufacturing, and non-profits, right? This is as I said, all the plumbing work required by any business to get up and running. It's been done, I would say, by this industry clouds. And what is complementary to all these things would be ISV solutions, which sits around the peripheral, I would say, trail, which you can plug and play, right? We talk about establishing discipline in an enterprise at the core, and establishing also flexibility at the edge. And it can't be a better example for us to talk about how industry clouds complement that philosophy of discipline at the core and flexibility at the edge, right? By the way, all of this is powered by Microsoft Cloud, which basically is a classic manifestation of each of these blocks that you see. Of course, Azure is the foundation. There is architectural coherence across the board. There is data model which is common across the board. That way, you don't feel that they're independent blocks. They all are together. And at the end of the day, if you're a developer, if you're an architect, the bigger challenge you face today is, how do I establish bridges between systems? How do I ensure systems communicate seamlessly? How do they interoperate across the board without any proprietary I would say, communication protocols or message protocols. That's where Microsoft Cloud, which basically is this visual, is a classic manifestation of how there is coherence in architecture, data model, and integration techniques to build solutions which matter most for consumers, customers, and employees, and thrive in the modern world. Let's look at a few innovations, by the way. As I said, Ignite conference happened last month, and a ton of new innovations happened. And as you see right here, in fact, this is the fourth generation of evolution we're seeing, right? First was, of course, mainframe. Second was PCs. Third was mobile phone. And fourth, we call it as mixed reality. Mixed reality, in fact, I'm sure you can relate to the statement of mine, which is, right, when pandemic happened. We're still in the midst of pandemic, but each of us felt that wish I could have a glimpse of what's happening at my office, at my manufacturing plant, at the hospital, at the retail store, using any device, for example, virtual reality, augmented reality, mixed reality, right? Yes, these are becoming a necessity. It's not a luxury anymore. People felt this is cool. This cool tech, and let's experience it. No, it's no more. It's no more that quotient exists for sure, but it is a necessity for us to embrace these technologies and see how we can stay productive every single day. Now, on that trail, yes, Microsoft Mesh was announced, and of course, Mesh Developer Kit, the SDK, was also announced, which probably is in private preview. You should sign up for that. But otherwise, if you want to build those experiences, if you want to talk about how do I bring in location independence, how can I be omnipresent, right? I mean, I can be anywhere I want on a given day, and having an ability for me to have an interaction with anybody on the globe is truly an experience. And that's where, if you look at it, here can be anywhere is such an apt statement, right? So Mesh is one, I would say, great announcement that happened. And in fact, the second one, right, we talk about data. See, all of us, if you look at Azure, you look at, if you're a full stack developer, I mean, more than ever, I would say, your front end is completely democratized. You don't have to spend too much time in the front end because there is low code environments being built. You talk about middleware. Yes, there is significant focus given to make sure that you complement the API economy. But foundation is data, right? If you look at analytics, we talk about advanced analytics. Synapse, which again is a path-breaking innovation from Microsoft. It brings in structured world, unstructured world together. I think Synapse Pathway was announced, wherein you can build pipelines and you can also automate data movement from other popular data warehousing technologies, data warehousing platforms, right? I mean, this is something that's significant. In fact, if you ask me, the true power of Synapse is, of course, Synapse sits on any data repository, but in the current times, looking at how enterprises are looking at constructing a single version of truth, yes, data lake becomes a foundation. Synapse becomes a analytics layer, and of course, with the power of CRM and custom insights coming to the picture and Power BI visualization, yes, if you're looking at as a retail in the industry, manufacturing, banking, finance, insurance, if you're looking at constructing customer 360, Synapse and custom insights beautifully complement that philosophy. That's where, if you ask me, as I said earlier, I talk to a lot of customers every single day, and the bigger challenge they have is, while I have multiple data signals coming into my enterprise, how do I meaningfully construct a single version of truth and have one perspective of a persona or a customer, right? These technologies absolutely complement that. But let's look at, when I said customer needs are changing, yes, absolutely. Look at the stats here. 90% enterprises have adopted IoT in 2020. I mean, this is great news because, see, for artificial intelligence to be reality, we need data which represents the worldview. It's a hard problem to solve, to represent the worldview in unison, but closer to reality is what we want, and more data is better, right? So that's where AI will definitely be more meaningful for organizations and relevant if they have more data. And that is absolutely one step forward. And of course, we're looking at intelligent edge adoption is absolutely magnifying in the current times, and we're moving from connected world, which we said earlier in terms of cloud connectivity for data processing, etc., to intelligent edge, that means ability for us to make intelligent inferences at the edge with the compute environment. Classic example is if you have a camera and a camera has a compute environment, can I deploy a machine learning model onto the camera? And if the camera, whatever the vision that the camera gets, eventually inference happens right there, right? And eventually moving towards autonomy. That means without human interventions, ability for us to pretty much take decisions, intelligent decisions, and make meaningful impact on the ground. I mean, that's the evolution we're seeing. And for starters, if you should look up Project Bonsai. Project Bonsai is our autonomous system platform. And that's something which for people who investing their time and energy in the field of AI, it's powered by reinforcement learning, deep reinforcement learning. So take a look at that. Otherwise, edge adoption is absolutely up there. And on that trail, as Microsoft, we announced Azure Percept, right? We talk about securing IoT devices. We talk about, if you look at Azure Sphere, which is our homegrown microcontroller unit. We always said that it is secure from silicon to the cloud. That philosophy is extended to any edge OEM that we're working with today. So we start with ASUS, by the way, and you get hardware and developer kits from ASUS, which will help you build intelligent edge solutions. Of course, powered by Azure Percept Studio. Percept Studio completely democratizes the way you look at connecting your edge infrastructure to the cloud, ability for you to manage them, and also making sure that you can deploy machine learning models onto the edge with least intervention when it comes to utilities and tools. So Percept Studio, again, it sits on top of IoT Hub, if you look at it from Azure standpoint, but Percept is a big step forward in ensuring we democratize the space as well, in addition to everything that's happening in the technology world. Now, again, we always said that, yes, when it comes to innovate anywhere with Azure, to offer anytime, anywhere, any device computing. So there are multiple building blocks, by the way, right? So Azure Arc is something which was announced. I'm not sure how many of you are aware of Arc. Today, if you look at compute environment, it is not restricted to it is not restricted within the firewall of a company. It is omnipresent, honestly, right? It can be in my house, it can be in other cloud, it can be an edge device. All the stuff comprises, or they eventually become an enterprise asset. Now, how do we stay in control? Can I get a single pane of glass where I get to monitor all the devices irrespective of where they reside today? On-premise, public cloud, other cloud environment, doesn't matter, right? So modernized productivity is something which probably is the foundation. That's what is powered by my M365. But from Azure standpoint, yes, Arc and stack from a location-independent compute environment standpoint, and Arc to manage that environment. Of course, IoT and AI is something which we just spoke. But again, coming back to, yes, we spoke about these 5 key tenets, which is decentralized computing, ambient intelligence, which is, again, complementary to Microsoft's worldview, which is intelligent cloud, intelligent edge, but ability for us to complement and empower creators, data producers, communities across the board on the very I would say very trail of impacting their lives with more economic opportunities. And what is central to all of this, right? End of the day, if you're a developer or if you're a business or enterprise, what matters today is you becoming a technology company. The tech intensity, what we call it in the Microsoft parlance, that's something has to be central for your success, right? We hear time and again that every company on this planet is a technology company. That is true, right? No, look at any firm for that matter. You know, today, if you're talking about across the country in India, we talk about I would say Swiggy being one of the aggregator where you can order anything anywhere and it gets delivered, right? Or you want to hand off something to be delivered somewhere else, they do pick up and drop as well. But that means every single I would say business entity participating in this ecosystem, they are recipient of this technology. They're the beneficiary of the technology that way, significant way, right? So tech intensity is something that each of us have to demonstrate, and that probably will complement the overall Uber theme of tech intensity at an enterprise level. But as I said earlier, while we're talking about so much of technology, it's all goodness, right? It's all technology. It's all fantastic innovations being done all over the board. Again, I say this, we've heard this many times. Looking at the number of building blocks that we have on Azure, be it web, be it mobile, be it integration, be it AI, B2BI, databases, IoT, machine learning. I mean, the list is never ending. I think AI itself is a massive stream itself. Integration, people who probably have spent significant time building APIs, right? API economy more than ever is required today, because if you look at the two personas emerging, right? Citizen developer, citizen data scientist. And for a citizen developer, right? I mean, it's a handshake between citizen developer and a business user. I mean, citizen developer and a professional developer, right? That means professional developers will focus on building services, be it a microservices-based architecture or exposing services in API. And eventually, the citizen developers are the beneficiaries of these APIs. That means API economy, doesn't matter the retail, banking, manufacturing, doesn't matter, but API economy is a foundation in a technology community today. And as developers, if you're looking at building solutions for tomorrow, today and tomorrow, I would say, what matters most is total experience, right? This is again, as I said earlier, everything that happens today with location independence, right, with people centricity and resilient businesses, right? So all of that, the foundation of that would be total experience, and it's better demonstrated with tech intensity complementing the dire need when it comes to looking at technology, experiencing technology, and eventually building something meaningful for the businesses, right? So with that, I'll take a pause here. I said 25 minutes. Yes, I've taken 25 minutes just to pass on this message to each one of you. I know this is a couple of days of conference, and I'm sure each of you will spend your significant time in this conference and get together, network, and get to hear some of the great talks from other friends of mine in the community. So once again, Ilyas, Unborn team, thank you so much for inviting me. This is something which I look forward to every single year, because what you guys are doing is very, very meaningful, because not only you're enriching lives of other techies, but you're bringing together people so that we get to interact, network, and understand what's happening outside the world. If it was an in-person event, it was easy for us to relate to, hey, you know what, this is event is, let's go check what's happening, get a pulse. But in the current times, out of sight, out of mind is the reality. So thanks for doing this event. Thanks for inviting me. Once again, good luck to each one of you, and back to you, Ilyas.
Thank you so much, Sandeep. It's always amazing to see the innovations, the continuous innovation that's coming from Microsoft. Honestly, it is very hard for any developer, anyone in the planet to keep up with the amazing work that's coming up. But it is very relevant, right? So every one item that you talked about in the slide is something that is relatable, especially where I work for. The IoT and edge, it's the same thing that we talk about in the business strategies and in the decision making process, right? So there are not many questions, but I think there's one question from Ammar asking about how you see COVID 2021 transforming technology. I think you addressed that, but would you like to take a moment and go? And would you like to answer once again, or would you like to cover anything different?
Sure. So, in fact, this question, I think all of us have reflected on this many times, but I spoke about three things, right? Number one, location independence, right? I mean, and again, people centricity. So, COVID-19, when it comes to transforming the industry significantly, what probably is being given prominence is for location independence, right? And again, revolving around people. So I would encourage you to look up this Gartner article on technology trends 2021. That article aptly brings together how technology will shape the future. We all are in the midst of what is perceived to be a new normal. I'm saying perceived to be new normal because the new normal is still getting constructed. It's not done yet, right? So I would say look up that article. Probably that's a classic example of technology for tomorrow and how industry will change for tomorrow.
Thank you so much, Sandeep. All right, I don't see any more question, but on behalf of the entire organizing committee, I'd like to thank you once again for being present here and addressing our audience at the Global Azure event. Thank you so much, Sandeep. Have a great day ahead for you.
Thanks so much, Julius. Thanks for having me. Bye-bye.
Right, next up we have Wriju. So he is recently addicted to Docker and containers ever since he started learning Kubernetes and certified against CKAD, and he has become the new tutor for her kid. And he has got a lot of appreciation and comments and feedback from LinkedIn family. And he's one of the long timer at Microsoft. I think he has equally seen how Microsoft has gone through the transformation that is currently today, right? Right. So with that, let me welcome Wriju to present .NET apps on AKS.
Yeah, thanks, Elias. Am I audible? Do you hear me? Hello. Am I audible? Do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. A very good morning on a Friday morning. I hope you are all healthy and doing well. So this is a tough time. So I pray for humanity that
Yes,
we
Wriju.
must.
Yeah. Very much. Yeah. Yes, you are. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I pray for everyone. Stay healthy, right? Stay happy. It is tough time, so we need to stay together, right? Even if it is virtually, we need to stay together. So we have done it for last 1 year, and we'll be doing it till the time this is resolved, right? So coming back to the technology, right? So today we're going to talk about various different things on Azure. So what I picked is something not completely related to Azure, but something which is cloud native and also works in Azure. So that gives a lot of a sense around what Microsoft is really thinking towards the whole ecosystem, right? So if you have observed over a period of time how we evolved and adopted a lot of open source technologies and then brought them into as a first class service within Azure, and that's what I'm going to talk about. So I'm going to talk about various different cloud native presence within our Azure landscape. And then I will definitely build an application as an application developer. That's what I do every day, right? So build an application and then show you the journey of moving it to that cloud native world in Azure space. But however, whatever I'm doing is it can be done in any other platform as well, because it is independent of the provider, right? So that's what I have taken. So I have taken ASP.NET Core Web Application, which is again something which you can run in any platform, develop anywhere, and run and build and test anywhere you want to, right? So let's see a step by step. But before that, briefly, I work as a cloud solution architect in Microsoft, and this is my Twitter handle. So if you want to reach out to me, you can always reach out to me through the Twitter. I've been posting videos around Kubernetes because right now my current project and work evolves around working against that technology. So I did a lot of work recent time on that space. So I kind of thought of putting them together into a series of videos. I keep posting them in Twitter. So if you follow me, you will get to know that post happens every day. right? So that's the kind of thing. So let me jump into that. But before that, I just wanted to show you the steps I'm going to take, right? So I'm going to show you the development environment which I'm using, right? How to set up that. And then I will create a simple ASP.NET Core application and containerize that, and then push it to either Docker Hub or Azure Container Registry, which can be a private registry as well. And then I will host that container in Azure Container Instance. And I'll explain all of these technologies when I go into each of the steps. And then finally, we'll deploy it in Azure Kubernetes services, right? So that's the step I'm going to take. And before you join this session, I just wanted to show this slide that the first one is the code and scripts. So I kind of have documented everything and posted in GitHub. So if you want to try out what I'm trying out, because I will be skipping some of the steps like setting up the development environment, installing the runtime, installing the Azure Kubernetes services, because they take some time. And this session is only for about 1 hour. So I will skip those steps, but you can just refer this URL and get the script, run it on your own, and then do the same stuff. I even have videos around each of the steps. So what is the experience when you do that in the environment? So that videos are posted in this URL. So you can also view them directly from the GitHub page, which is the representation of the same GitHub repo on top. The second one is the GitHub page. One of the good things about the GitHub page is that I can embed the YouTube video, so you can see them in the page itself, not to click on the link and then go into some other page, right? So you can have the embedded experience in the GitHub page. So that's when you have a 4-step video, which I have already recorded and then kind of posted so that you can experience the same thing. So that's the resource you might need if you are interested to really jump into that. So I do not have much slide, and this slide is also available in the GitHub repo. So you'll be able to see that thing over there. Now I will jump into the demo screen where I'm gonna basically show you everything, everything mostly in the command window. Now before I go over here, I would like to show you the Azure portal where I'm working right now. So our resource group called RGGA 2021. That's the name of the resource group. And I've got few things already created, all right? The first set, which you get to see, right, from here to up to the third last one, are mainly for a virtual machine which I'm using. And that virtual machine is my development environment, right? Imagine today I'm using a laptop, which is a corporate laptop, and which does not allow me to install anything and everything. So I create a virtual machine in the cloud and then install the tools and runtimes I might need for my experiment or my work, right? So that's when I have created a Linux Ubuntu virtual machine, and then I have installed all the runtimes. So when you create a Ubuntu virtual machine in Azure, you basically get a full-fledged Ubuntu server, right? And then you can go ahead and install those runtimes. I have installed .NET Core, I have installed Azure CLI, I have installed kubectl. So 3 things mainly. But you can install many more things. And Ubuntu comes with Git component by default. So you don't need the Git. So I also need Git because I have been pushing it to the GitHub. Now that's the environment it looks like. And what I also have is my Visual Studio, right? So if I go ahead and then close this folder. So this is the Visual Studio code, right? That's a freely available tool to everybody. So you can just go ahead and download this 60 MB, 60. It's the smallest IDE you can ever think from Microsoft, right? And then you can actually use it for many different purposes. And what I am trying to do is that I'm trying to connect this Visual Studio code to my virtual machine, which is in the cloud. That's the beauty here. Now, before I do that, I want to show you what is there inside that virtual machine. So if I connect it, right? So what I have done here is that I have taken this, let's say, IP address from my virtual machine. So I created this virtual machine with a public IP address. So I've taken this IP address, and then I did SSH. So let me do that again. Okay, so if I go over here and I say SSH and whatever the username you have mentioned, and then the IP address, it actually lets you into that virtual machine. So that's what I have done. So let me log in. And once your password is kind of correct, you are inside that virtual machine, and you can see that it talks about what is that, the version, etc. So it's the virtual machine I'm going to use, right? And just to show you that it has got all the components. So if I go into Git, so Git CLI is installed. If I say .NET, the .NET CLI is also installed. So you can see that .NET CLI, even if you can see what are the SDKs available. So if you say list SDKs, and you get to see the SDK 3.1. I explicitly installed 3.1 mainly because the 5 is yet to be adopted by many of the actual development, right? So there, I have seen so far, that's my experience, that 5 is not yet adopted heavily. Most of the development happens around 3.1. That's why I kept myself in 3.1. Otherwise, I'm an N+1 kind of person who always go after the beta technologies, right? So just for the sake of interest, I kept it in 3.1, but you can always use this demo in 5.0 as well. So I kept in the GitHub portal where I kind of kept the repository. I would like to also show you that experience. So that's the GitHub portal I was referring to, right? So this is the repository, and then you see that I have got scripts. So all the things. So how do you create the virtual machine in Azure? Right? If you look into that script, and let me just increase the font size. If you look into that, I started with like, what is the password? How do you define the virtual machine password? And then what is the kind of like, how do you create a virtual machine, which is a cost-effective virtual machine? And after you create the virtual machine and log into that virtual machine, how do you install those tools and runtimes? So I have used Snap. Snap is one of the ways by which you can install a lot of software and runtime. For example, if you install Azure kubectl, you need to put that in path. You need to copy the folder in bin directory. All those activities, pre and post activities, will be done by the Snap. So Snap is a beautiful way to really install things in Linux world. I like that personally, but you can always use apt, right? That's the default Ubuntu installer. So then I have Docker also, right? So Docker CE, because I'll be building the Docker images from my development machine. So that's what I have all the scripts. So you can just copy paste and it will work exactly. I have tested it many times and it works. Right? So that's a kind of thing I have given. So I kind of created the variable. And if you go back into this and see, for example, the main page, if you happen to see over here, at this is a PPD slide, so you can always copy the slide. I also have YAML, which I'll be using a little later. You have the sample code, which is nothing but the default sample. That's what I have in my source code available. Now, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to start building an application. Let's do that. So how that experience looks like. So I'm inside my dev machine. I have the .NET Core, and let's say I make a directory for today. That is April 16. Okay, and then I say cd. So I just created a folder called April 16, and that's where I'm inside. To create an ASP.NET application, you say .NET new, and if you want to create an MVC application, you say MVC, and then give a name. Now I say sample web. And what I'm also trying to do is that I'm not trying to configure a lot of complex stuff. So I remove the HTTPS thing. So I'll say no HTTPS. If you do that, then it will be only running on port 80, because once you create the HTTPS kind of thing, it becomes a bit more additional tasks, which I wanted to avoid in the demo. So now my application is ready. Now it creates a folder called sample web inside that. So let me go into that. I go into that sample web. and you have all the files created over here. So you can see them over here. And just to check whether this is fine, you say .NET build. It'll restore and it'll run the build. That's just for checking purpose. I'm doing it. So my application code is ready. Imagine that you have got this code and now you need to containerize that. Now containerize that, you can do things in many different ways. Now, one of the things I can do is that I can have my Docker file and then have it here. Docker file is also available in my GitHub repo. So if you see that, if you go into the scripts folder, and then you have Docker file for 3.1 and 5.0. So I have got Docker file for both. So you can actually copy the content of the Docker file and create a Docker file over here. So you can take this content and just need to make sure that you provide the right folder, the project name, right? If you created a project called sample, you need to change this to sample DLL. Whatever the generated DLL looks like, that's the name you should be providing in the DLL. That's the only change you need to make if you don't put the name called sample web, right? So you copy the content of the Docker file, or you can generate the Docker file. So nobody today writes the Docker file from scratch. So they pick up the Docker file and then keep modifying it. We have a Visual Studio Code extension available called Docker extension. And if you use that extension, you can also generate the Docker file for any application. So let's try to do that. So if I say that I want to do a remote SSH, that means I want to connect to a virtual machine which is not here locally, right? So I say that I add a new SSH host, and that is SSH, and then whatever the IP address is. So let me copy the IP address and then paste it over here. And then it asks me where do I need to add, and I added it. It asked me to connect. Now notice here I am running Windows 10 machine while I'm showing you this presentation. I'm connecting to Ubuntu virtual machine, which is anywhere, right? Right now it is in Azure, but it could be anywhere. And if that allows my SSH connection from my local laptop, I should be able to connect my Visual Studio Code as well, right? So I'll say continue, and then it would ask me the password. Enter the password. I get inside the virtual machine, and if my everything, whatever I provided is right, you'll be able to see an SSH at the bottom of the screen, right? You can see that it shows the IP address. That means I'm now connected. Now, one of the things I wanted to also show you is that if I go into the terminal and say new terminal, you basically get the same terminal like an SSH terminal once you log in. So you can see the name of the machine, right? Just to show you that, if I say ls, you'll be able to see the April 16 folder here, right? It says cd April 16. You get inside that, you sample web, and everything looks exactly the same. So it is the same machine I'm connected to. Now what I can do, I can say open folder. If I do the open folder, what happens? I can just navigate to the local folder, go to the sample web, and say OK. Now this opens the .NET Core, ASP.NET Core application in my Visual Studio Code. That's what a developer wants, right? So let me also pass the password. If you use SSH key, this experience doesn't happen. But sometimes in the Visual Studio Code with password, because of the security reason, it might ask you again and again to enter the password. So you are inside. You can see that it can now navigate to all the files within that, right? I do not have a Docker file here. What I can do, I can just manually create a Docker file and then paste the content over here, right? That's also one way of doing it. Or else what you can do, you can use the extension feature of the Visual Studio Code. If you do that, you see that I have got few extensions. Now, this is a machine where I have not used it. So let me check the Docker extension is installed or not. So it is. It seems like it is installed, right? I also need to check if I have the C# extension installed, because this is what I'm doing. So C# is also installed. So you can see that I have got my necessary component installed. Now, to add a Docker file, the first thing you need to do is that you need to add a task, right? What is the build task it would look like? That's what you need to tell the Visual Studio Code or your application repository. So Control-Shift-P is how you invoke the command palette. Now, task, run, build task. If you bring in that task, it will ask you a few questions, right? So there is no task. So yes, fine. Let's just have a file. And what is this? .NET Core, right? So it is, you need to tell what is the build task you are trying to build. And it basically produces a JSON file for you, which you can otherwise manually write as well, right? So it's done. Now, second thing I'm going to do is that I'm going to say Docker, add Docker files to workspace. Now, if you do that, it asks you a few steps. It asks you what kind of application is that. You can see that you can basically work on any kind of application like Go, Python, Ruby, etc. So right now it is .NET Core, right? And then what is the operating system you want to target? Linux. And then what do you want to do? Say 80, right? You do that. And I say yes, it will produce the file, right? And I would like to show you how the outcome of the file looks like. So let us just wait for the whole process to finish. If everything looks fine, then it will produce the file. If it doesn't, then you just go ahead and replace it. Now you can either use this one, right? Or you can just use the Docker file, which I have provided in my thing. This is a simple one, right? You can see there are only a few lines, but they mostly look the same, right? So you can just say that, let me remove this and copy. So you can see that it is kind of like a simple one. I just wanted to keep it simple because we're not going into the Docker file kind of session, but that's what we can use, right? So it basically takes the base image for .NET Core, builds a work directory, takes the project folder, restore the .NET, publish, that means it produces the DLL and then all necessary supporting files, take that image. Each of the line is step. So you have got a few lines, right? So 13 minus 3, I think around 10 lines. So there'll be 10 steps. So you can see that it basically builds that whole thing. So Docker file is available. Now, once you have the Docker file in your project folder, that where your CS proj is, you can simply run some command. Let us see how that command looks like. Now, let's use the Visual Studio Code to really run something, right? Or you can go into here because we can now increase the font size. So let's use this folder. If you say ls, you'll find the Docker file available, right? So this is the Docker file. And just to see if that is the Docker file we are talking about, you can just see the Docker file. This is how it looks like. You can see that Docker file having only 13 lines. That's absolutely fine at this point in time. So if I say quit, exit, now this is the Docker file. Now the important part, building the container, right? We have the source code, we have the Docker file. Now let's build a container. To build a container, you need to make sure you have the Docker running. So we have the Docker CLI. And if we say Docker PS, it should produce this kind of output. So let me run it again. If you say Docker PS, it should produce something. If you say Docker images, it should produce something like this. So you basically have the right, let's say, kind of thing available, right? So you can see that I've got few things already available. Now, ideally, in your environment, if you do it for the first time, you might not have those images, right? So you can actually delete them and then start from scratch. So let me do a Docker RMI. So imagine that, let's run these images. And then if I say Docker RMI, it allows me to delete the images one by one by using image ID or the repository name. And then it is iterative task. So I can run something like loop, right? So let's say Docker images minus Q and then --4. So if there is any dependencies, it'll ignore that and it'll clear up all the Docker images. Just wanted to do that because you will have a different experience if you already have the base images available versus if you do not have any images. So right now, I do not have any images. That's why I kind of cleaned everything, right? Now let's run the Docker build. So if you say Docker build, okay, and this has the simplest Docker build command. What it essentially tells that you have got a Docker file within this folder because you're not explicitly mentioning the Docker file called Docker file, and then you have the CS proj. If you have those two things available, what it will do, it'll start downloading the base image and then compile your source code, put that source code into that base image, and then make a container image and keep it available in your local image repository in the local machine. Now you can see there are a lot of download happening, right? So the largest one is 124 MB, right? So you definitely need a good internet speed if you're doing it. So that's why it's always recommended that you should be downloading the base image beforehand so that you can just compile. So if you, let's say, compile it one more time, it'll not download the base image, right? Because base image is already available. And I'll show you the Docker images folder, how it looks like. So let me quickly, while it is doing this, let me quickly go here and I say Docker images, the same machine, but two different things. You can see that it downloaded the base image and it is doing something with my own image. So because I have not mentioned anything, so there is none. So we'll take care of that part a little later. So you still have few steps left. I told you that each line is a step. So you can see 8 out of 10, 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10, and then it is successfully built. That means now my Docker image is kind of created, right? Very fine. Now if I say Docker images, you get 2 images, right? 4 of them because you have got SDK and ASP.NET. These are all base images, and something happened over here. I don't know what exactly they are because I did not identify them properly. Now to identify them properly, you can also use something like -t. And I say Wriju test. That's the name of the image, right? Now, if you do that, what happens, you can see that it is quite faster because it does not do the downloading of the base image, etc. It does create that. So you can see that it now tags my image as latest and then gives the name called Wriju test. Now, what happens when you have this kind of thing, right? And you basically build the Docker image already, right? You can try running that and to check locally if that application is working fine or not, right? So what I have done, I have built an image. That image is locally available, and then I want to, let's say, see if I can run that image. So to do that, let me remember that Wriju/test latest. Okay. So to do that, you can do something like this. So you can say Docker run, and then I just open the interactive terminal so that I want to see when you run an ASP.NET application, right? It shows you something in the command prompt. So I want to see that. So if you say run IT, and then I use something called RM. And with RM, it means that it will not keep any unused container in your local machine. So if you, let's say, a container is exited, then it will have a footprint. If you use RM, it will be deleted automatically. Otherwise, you have to go back and manually delete them. As I deleted the images, like that, you have the container, you have to manually delete them as well if you keep working on container, and sometime it will eat all your machine space, which I use RM for the temporary, because I'm using it for temporary purpose, just to check if my Docker container is working. So I have got a port 500 mapped to port 80, right? And I say I name it as sample underscore web. So you can give a name or you can skip it. So these are all optional parameters. So what I'm trying to do is that I'm trying to run at the container, and then the container name, that is you test from my local machine, and I say latest. I do that, and if everything's fine, you can see that it shows you the prompt. It is exactly when you run the ASP.NET code in your local machine, right? You say .NET run, you get to see the same prompt. This ensures that my application is running. I can also do a port mapping and then open it in my local browser and then see the application. That can also be done, right? That is possible. I'm not going into that one because we are not doing a lot of ASP.NET specific activity, but this essentially ensures my app Docker is kind of running, right? So the container which I have created is perfectly fine. Now let's see how we can move it to a registry, right? That's the next step. So let me close this out and then clear this up. Now, what I wanted to show you over here is few things. In the browser, if I say docker.io, that's a Docker hub. If I log in, you can log in also. It's a free for everybody. So you can even go here and create a repository by yourself. You have an you can have one private repository, and rest all will be public if you go with a free account. You can also create a new, let's say, image. So let's say I want to create something called April repository, April 16. Okay, if I do that, this is demo on April 16. Okay, and then you can see that I am allowed to only have one private, which I already have created. And then if you say create, and that's gonna go ahead and create that. Now what happens, your image should look like this. Now that's the main key aspect here, right? So whatever the name of your thing is, like in the Docker, whatever the username you provide, it creates the repository. And then the repository is April 16. You can version it v1, v2, v3. So let's do that over here. So you remember that I kind of added something called a tag, right? So instead of this, which is a local, very local to it, I can say v1, and that basically creates a new image. And you see here, Docker images. Let me run it on top. Docker images shows me that April 16, right? Now this is the image which I'm going to use, right? And you can see that it's v1. And you know that the sample web is the default, whatever it is. I don't know how it looks like, but it is v1. So let's use this, right? And then move it to, let's say, in Docker Hub. And to move it to Docker Hub, right, first thing you need is a Docker login. From your CLI or wherever you are working on, you need to give the login credential. And Docker login can have URL of your server, username, right? And then password. And if you do that, it basically keeps the kind of cache in your local this thing. So if you say Docker login, just Docker login, don't remember the whole thing. And then you can see that it is now connected. It says it is connected, right? Which means that I have done the connection already. So it did not prompt me. But if you have not done it, it will prompt you to enter the username. By default, it goes into Docker Hub. Okay, always goes into Docker Hub. And then it provides you, asks you for the username. So you give the username and a password and you are in. If you want to log into another registry, right, which supports Docker runtime, you can give the URL as part of the Docker login command. So you have to say that Docker login URL. That's what I'm going to do when I work with Azure Container Registry, right? So that's where you will be giving the URL, right? So we are fine at this point in time. Now, what I need is that I need Docker push. If I do that, and then I give the image name which I have created, this v1, you need to make sure that you also provide the tag. It pushes the image into my Docker Hub, right? You can see that something is happening. Now, what happened here over a period of time is that this ensures that it is kind of done. I go back to my Docker Hub, and then right now you can see that it is tags and scans are empty. If I refresh this page, it would show you tags and things, scans will have some information about v1. Now, the v1 is being pushed. Now you can see that this is what happened, right? And this is how it looks like. And you can check all the thing, blah, blah, blah. So you basically have all the information about this repository. Now we are kind of ready. Now we can also use this, right, to do a Docker pull, right? And then build a Docker container just like I ran the Docker run command. So if you are running a Docker run command again, instead of using the local image thing, you can give this name and it will be pulling from the Docker Hub. If you run this now at your machine, if you're trying it out, you can even use this, right? And it will run exactly the same way. So let me show you the Docker run command, how it might look like if you use this, right? So if you use this now, instead of this latest, you just need to change the name of the image, v1, and that's all. Now, if I do run this, it will not download because I am using the local image, and that local image is being pushed. So Docker is very effective in terms of using bandwidth. So if it finds the similar layers available already locally, it doesn't bring the layer from outside, even if the image names are different, right? So that's the beauty of Docker. It is very, very efficient, very, very bandwidth efficient, right? So you can see that if you run this command, right? I just want to, let's say, copy the content, if I can copy it, and let's say keep it somewhere. For you, if you want to run it, it will work. Today, it will work exactly the way it works for me. So now using this sample, this URL, right? What I can do, I can run this in another registry. I can push it to another registry or run it. Or I can use this to populate, let's say, a container in some other container platform. Now, to run a container, you need to run them in a very enterprise way. That means make sure the servers on top of which containers are running up, the network is up, the power backup is available, there is no downtime and all these things. So it's a headache. Anytime you have got a live server working, it's a headache. Now, if you want to go as a service and run them like a container service, forget about Kubernetes, but just a simple container, hosting a simple container, you won't need to really know about the container runtime and configure them. You can use a service in Azure called Azure Container Instance. So let's see how that looks like. If you go into this resource group, now let me also use some UI aspect of it, right? I can also do it quickly using Azure CLI, right? So if I say container instance, yeah, if I create a container instance, now what happens? It hosts container for me, but I don't need to really worry about the infrastructure. Now the name of the container, I can say April 16 web. Okay, that's the name of the container, and wherever it is, that's fine. And then image is something like this. Why it is not allowing me to do that? Let me just check that. Yeah, DNS name. So you can give a DNS name to ensure that you are publicly accessible. So you can say Contoso 324, and then it becomes a public endpoint. And then if you have, let's say, a port mapping, for me, it was 500, 5080, and all those kind of port mapping you can do. You can say next, and then it basically tags and does everything, right? So that's the experience working from URL. I'm not very comfortable working on that kind of thing. So let me just remove it and show you a script which is already there in the GitHub. So if you go to the GitHub page and you go to the ACI script, which has got only 2 lines, you can actually use that ACI to copy the content. So let me do that. And let me copy that. Now what happens here, I'm going to create ACI, give a name, right? So I just gave some 2, 3, 4. Okay. And then I just need to make sure that your DNS is unique. Now what I need a small change is the name of the image, right? So the name of the image is not this one. The name of the image is something else, which I kind of copied. This is the name of the image. So let me paste it. Now you can see that what I'm trying to do is that I'm trying to build a container with some name, and then inside a resource group, give an image for a port 80, DNS name is this. Should be fine. Okay. If I run it, it's basically going to take a few minutes and then spin up ACI instance within that same thing, right? sorry, we are inside. We will be doing it from outside. Okay, so this is Azure CLI instance. Container instance. Okay, so let me just handwrite that. Ports 80, and then I say DNS-name level is conto so 2345. Will it accept? Should. And what I'm essentially trying to do, what I have done locally, is I have tried to run it locally and then it worked. I essentially want to run it outside so that you have a public IP address and then public URL so that you can view it in the browser and see actual application working. That's the whole purpose here, right? So it will take few moments, and once it is done, so it accepted my request, so it means it will work. Now, if the moment it is done, you will be able to see a new component called WGACI, whatever name I have given. That ACI, that Azure Container Instance, is available. And if you click on that, it will show you the URL because I have given a DNS, right, prefix, right? And then it will create a DNS, and then that DNS will be the URL for your application, because that's how the application will work, that ASP.NET application. So you can see that it is running. While it is running, right, we will not spend a lot of time waiting for here. I will come back once it is done. We want to go to another view. So what I'm going to do is that now I have an image ready. It is in the registry, and I can push it to my AKS. If I, let's say, think from that perspective, and I can, let's say, try to build an Azure Kubernetes cluster, it will take some time. So what I have done is that I have already created the Kubernetes cluster. And again, the script is available. How do you create the Kubernetes cluster? Fairly simple, a very simple script, one single liner, and it will create the cluster. So this is a 2-node cluster. And once this cluster is created, if you go into the connect, it gives you the command how to connect. So first thing you need to do is that you need to bring that Kubernetes config into your local machine. So let me show you that if I am right now. And what I am using is an alias. So if I say alias kcubectl, it basically allows me to type k, and that identifies as kubectl. So I don't have to type a whole lot of letters. So I can say k get nodes just to check if it is connected. That means it is connected. Now k get k config view will show you what is the config we have. So there are a lot of configs I have got. You can see that I have connected to many. Right now, I am connected to the AKS cluster in Azure, so which is WGAKS2, right? That's the default context. Current context is the default context. You can see that current context is the default context, and it gives me the server details and the certificates, etc. And you can see that that's why I'm able to read the nodes, right? Right now, we do not have anything. So if I say k get all, it shows nothing because I do not have any Kubernetes object at this point in time. Now, what I wanted to do is that I wanted to start with, let's say, a basic Kubernetes deployment. So what I am going to do, essentially, I'm going to create a deployment from an image, which is a standard image, right? Later on, bring in my own image. So if I do that, k get k create, that means I'm going to create a kubectl create a deployment. I prefer deployment over pod because deployment is auto-managed. So it manages the pod by default. So if the pod goes down, deployment will ensure the pod is up and running. So it's easy. I don't have to really worry or break my head too much on the pod. So deployment, I create a deployment, give a name, and then say image. And I can use Nginx if I do that. Okay, and then I say replicas equal to 2. So there'll be 2 copies of my deployment created. That should be fine. Image. is created, done. Now you can see that the deployment is created. It's fast. So k get deploy. I will get to see the deployment. We have to. So it's available, which means it's running. If I say k get pod, you will see all the pods running. So they are auto-generated by deployment, right? So if you kill one pod, it will be automatically one will be available for you. So that's how the experience looks like. Now, let me do a side-by-side thing, because then you will be able to actually see what is happening over here. Now, if I just, let's say, refresh this. Okay, so I wanted to open the Kubernetes dashboard, because then I will be able to visually see what exactly is happening. So let me copy this and let me go over here. It is done. So I'll come back a little later. So let me run this. And it's gonna show up the Kubernetes dashboard in my local browser. Okay, that comes from Kubernetes. And that shows it asked me for a login. So let me provide the config file, which you basically download when you get the credentials. And it shows you the visual representation of what is happening in your Kubernetes cluster, right? That's easy for me to explain and then refer to. Now, what I have done is that I have created a new deployment called web. This is what it is. And then I have got two instances of that deployment. Hence, there are two pods. So I don't have to do a k get all the time, right? kubectl get. And then I do not have a service. Now, this is running locally. You can go to local and then interact with it. But if you have to, let's say, interact with it from a public endpoint perspective, how do you do that? You need a service. And to create a service, you say k create SVC. That's a short form of the service. And then against the deployment called web, okay? And then I use another information over here while I create the service is that I want to say, what is the kind of, let's say, port I want to open, right? So that's what I need to say. So I need to say port equals to 80, okay? And then there are a couple of types of services. One is cluster IP, node port. They are only for local thing, right? So if you have a API to API interaction internally within Kubernetes, you use those services. But if you have to expose the IP address outside and then use it, generally the web interfaces or the public facing APIs, you need this load balancer. It is only available in the cloud world, right? So if you use on-premises one, you don't find the load balancer. So I have to create a service called like that. Why there is a problem? Deploy, create SVC. Sorry. We don't create SVC. We say expose. Okay. So now this is going to create a service basically. Now this, if you see here in my dashboard below, you will find a service getting created. This is the second service which got created. First, it was Kubernetes, the default one, and it has got a public IP address. You notice here, and to know the public IP address. So if you say k get SVC, it basically shows you the public IP address here as well. So if you copy this public IP address and try to run it, and then I just open it in a smaller window because not much to show in this portal at this point in time. If you notice here, once this is warmed up, right, and then ready, it'll start serving the landing page of Nginx, right? So the Nginx landing page will be visible to you, right? So you can see that welcome to Nginx from the IP address. If you can use the same IP address at your side, and you will get to see the same thing. So I'm not hiding anything. It's not magic here. It's happening live. So you can have the IP address typed in your browser, and you'll be able to see that. Now, next thing I'm going to do is that I'm going to replace this Nginx image with my image, right? So let's do that. So this is the name of the image, right? Remember? we pushed it to the GitHub, right? So we can use this image, and I say that Kubernetes allows you to edit an existing thing. So I can say K edit deploy web. If you do that, it opens in an editor. So depending on whichever platform you are using, editor pops up. So the thing I need to change is image. So if you see at the bottom of my screen, right, so the Nginx image is kind of highlighted. That's what I searched. And if I say I, it basically allows me to do this. And then I can provide this image reference, which basically is pointing to my own ASP.NET application, if everything is fine. Okay, there's always if but. It is edited. Now you can see that it immediately reflects in the dashboard, and it started recreating the pod. I don't have to do that. Deployment will take care, because they saw a change and they recreated the pod. Once both the pods are up and running, right, you will be able to browse to this IP address, and it should ideally be showing my page. Now, if I refresh this, it will see my ASP.NET, which I created. Now, you haven't seen this ASP.NET so far because I have never opened it in browser. But just to have that same experience, if you go back into, let's say, here, and then I say I want to go to the index, and let's say welcome, let's say Azure Global, Azure 2021 India. If I change this, simple change, save it, go under this, okay, and then I do a Docker build, which I did it earlier, right? And then I, not here, let me delete this. And then I change it to V2. Okay, that's a version 2. So which means that I'm building this image with a new tag, with the new latest changes, right? So the V2 is I have given, and the V2 is kind of now deployed. And then I go into, let's say, this one, where I push this. So now to push this, I can use the same command. And what I can do over here, I can say push. If you happen to push that new image, you can see that the layer already exists, says that the base image is everything, only the change will go. So it's only delta, small thing. So that's gone, already up. Now, if I come back to my view where I was showing you the Kubernetes dashboard, I edit again. I edit the deployment. I change the image. And then I go into the end of it and make it a V2. Okay, that's the thing I do. And then I come out, and the deployment is accepted. You see the pods are recreated, right? You can see the replacement. It's a rolling update happening, right? They have already the old pod, 3 pods. Now there'll be always 2 pods, because once this third pod is ready, one of the pods will delete it. So they don't delete the older one immediately, because by default, the deployment is a rolling update. If you choose the in-place update, then it will replace everything, right? So it's the strategy you take based on what is the need. If it is a breaking change and you don't want people to use those previous versions, you go ahead with the in-place update. But rolling update is something which is accepted, right? So you can see that it is kind of now being replaced. Now you can see that under images, it still holds Nginx, right? There is one pod which is holding Nginx, and it will be replaced. Once this kind of is done, it will be replaced, right? So you can just now go to the same page where the welcome was showing and refresh it, same IP address, nothing changes. It changes the context, right? You can see that the title has been changed to whatever I made that change, right? So it is now reflecting. Now, this is not a DevOps thing. So we only have 6 minutes left. So what I wanted to do is that I wanted to really talk briefly about the DevOps. So what I have done for you guys is that I created a GitHub action. Now, if you notice here, in this, I've got some code written already, right? So which is a GitHub action. And that's a step-by-step kind of thing where it shows me what I am trying to do. So what I'm basically trying to do is that trying to make some changes, push it to the repository, making those changes back into the system, and then doing all those stuff. So the moment I make any changes to my source code in a Git kind of scenario, and then do a check-in, it triggers, because it takes like my push, right? Whenever I push, if I have a pull request kind of environment, I can always have a pull request, merge request to the master if those kind of events I'm tracking, and I can do all the activity which I've done manually by typing individual command can be automated in a GitHub action kind of scenario. And I have documented that in my page. So you can go to the main page, you find a GitHub/workflows, and you'll find the whole YAML available, which can actually do the whole stuff I'm doing, right? So it basically pushes into a registry. So you can change the registry. So I'm using secrets. So how do you use the secret? In user mode, right, when you are logged in, you get to see the secret. So you basically have the secrets here, and you can just replace the secret with your own values, right? Give the same name and then replace them with your own values. You will be fine, and you can run the same command, right? You won't be able to use my secrets because they are in my GitHub repo, but they're not visible. That's what GitHub suggests. Also, you should not be providing any sensitive information just like a plain text, because it's visible to everybody. You should be providing through secrets. So secrets is only available to me. When I log in, I get to see them. Now, it is basically deploying it also to AKS. You can see that it is taking the images from a registry and then creating the deployment using the deployment YAML file, which is available in the YAML folder. So this can be automated. I have tested it. You can see that I have run it for multiple times just to test it, and it got successfully deployed. Now, if I go into the one of the latest run, right, this is a historical run. It uses the Docker Ubuntu machine, which is the runner, we call it, right? So Docker has a hosted runner. So it gets into the runner. It goes to checks out the code and builds the Docker image. You can see that whole command is getting documented, right? So it's getting documented, all the steps and everything you can see that getting documented. And then finally, it will basically be deploying it to the AKS cluster, which is in my Azure. And it's the outcome of that AKS cluster deployment. Once the deployment is over, it'll show you all the output. So this is exactly what is happening. So every time you do either a check-in or you do, let's say, a pull request, you can trigger this process, and this will do the same stuff which I have done. So that's the journey of moving an ASP.NET Core application. It could be Node, it could be Go, it could be anything, to a Docker container, putting into a public registry, either a Docker Hub or Azure Container Registry, and then using that public registry to build and run pods, which internally runs container within Azure Kubernetes service or any Kubernetes service. So if you have on-premises Kubernetes, you can also run the same Kubernetes command which I ran to basically deploy the thing, and then you will have this public website running from Kubernetes service, and then you can see the IP address, right? It's a public IP address, and it's accessible to everybody. So with this, I want to end here and then pause if you have any question. We have 2 more minutes. I would like to pause here.
Right. That's great, Wriju. Thank you so much for presenting this topic for our audience today. And let's see if there's any questions. So looks like there's one. When you use Azure VM as your deployment machine, is that cost effective when you compare setting up the dev environment in the local laptop itself?
Yeah, so I briefly mentioned about it. So it is in terms of like when you use enterprise kind of machines, right? Machines given by your company, managed by the IT of your company. A lot of firewall rules might be there. For example, you cannot do SSH to a public IP address. and all those things will stop you, prevent you from doing a lot of development activity. If that is the case, right, and if you face challenges, you basically go ahead and create a VM in Azure, which is basically an open VM, and you are the local administrator of that VM, and you do not have any restriction unless you explicitly provide that restriction to yourself. You go ahead with that. And then if you, let's say, keep doing different kind of activities, so for example, a Go development, Python development, something like that, multiple kind of development environment, having separate VMs would make sense. Otherwise, it sometimes be conflicting, right, at times, which might end up taking a lot of time fixing those issues.
That's right. Okay, so we are on time. Thanks, Wriju, once again. It's amazing to see the entire, right from Docker to Kubernetes and container registry and so on. I think this will greatly help our audience. All right, next up we have next session from Sarvesh Goel, where he would be presenting about designing enterprise scale cloud platform in Azure. Sarvesh Goel works as an enterprise architect at Shell. So he's been very closely connected with the community. Thanks, Sarvesh. Thank you so much for joining us, and the stage is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Elias, and thank you, Wriju, for this wonderful session on Kubernetes as well as on the DevOps. And I'm really going to look at your GitHub page to see what you have done. With this, let me share my screen, and let me know when when you can see it.
I think it's coming up.
Yeah. So just
we see it now. Yes.
All right. Can you guys see it?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
All right. Let me then move forward. So, hello everyone. My name is Sarvesh Goel, and as you mentioned by Elias, I work as a segment architect within Shell. And on this wonderful day, I'm actually going to share some of my experiences that might help you in actually designing the enterprise scale cloud platform, specifically on Microsoft Azure. Right now, what we have in terms of the agenda for you, which is actually quite simple. We are first going to set the context, which means what are our cloud needs, right, in terms of traditional IT, and also our current cloud needs. What are the key principles that we need to that we need to focus on, and what should be our key considerations when we design the Azure cloud for the whole of the enterprise, right? And then towards the end, let's try to deep dive into a couple of examples, and I will try to give at least 10 minutes to the Q&A, so that any questions that you may have, I will try to answer towards a end of the session. About myself, I'm Sarvesh. I have over 20 years of experience in solving the business problems using IT. But the last 6 years, that is in Shell, and prior to Shell, I was working for Mindtree Consulting. My last 6 years of my experience have been focused on building the enterprise platforms, and that's the experience that I'm going to share with you now. I'm also a public speaker, mainly in the Microsoft conferences, such as Gap. I have got my own personal blog. The link of it, you can see it, on the screen, and then I can be contacted on my LinkedIn, page as well, right? That's a link that you see over there. Now, let's see the context, right? So now what happens is, when we say that, hey, look, I use cloud for my apps, and these are traditional IT needs, and I want you guys to go slightly back in time. Let's say in about 2015 or 2016, if you ask some of those folks in the business that, hey, look, we are going to move your applications on cloud. The general or typical thinking was to build a build a 2 or 3 tier architecture on the cloud, which is your which is your web layer or application layer, as well as your sort of data layer. And in some cases, there were deployments around the typical data ETL, and also build the data actually sort of in warehouses, right? Slightly going forward, people started thinking about software defined networking. So when you had asked someone a question that what is cloud, right, maybe in back in 2015, or maybe even before, they all would say cloud is nothing but software defined compute, software defined storage, software defined sort of networking, right? Sort of nothing else, right? So the previously, if you have to build a server, you would actually go to your data center, get a actual physical box, uh, you know have it installed within your sort of data center boundaries, right? And then and only then you can install your Windows, your Windows server, and then install applications. But with cloud, that thing changed a lot, right? Now you can actually go to the Azure portal, or way back in 2015, deploy a virtual machine, right? Deploy a virtual network, deploy storage, and then you can deploy your applications. So I think that was all. There was also a need to have this sort of centralized identity, and people started deploying the Microsoft Active sort of directory on the cloud to support their virtual machine workloads, right? So in case if you have applications that actually run on LDAP, or maybe run on Kerberos, we saw businesses. I've actually done it myself. We started deploying the Active sort of directories on the cloud, right? Now we don't see that need, you know sort of an anymore, right? Previously, there were some PaaS services that were actually quite common, such as the Azure Web App, or maybe the sort of SQL PaaS. But traditionally, that was our cloud needs, right? But now but now that we are in 2020 or 2021, what has changed, right? There are whole lot of new sort of dimensions that have got added to the cloud, right? So now, most of the enterprises do not talk about single cloud, right? So no one wants to lock themselves to a single cloud supplier. So sort of in this case Azure, the most of the enterprises have actually multi-cloud platforms, which is their applications running on Azure, AWS, and sometimes also on the Google Cloud. uh, the companies or the enterprises also wants to grow into the unknown sort of territories as well, such as if you actually acquire a company, or with your sort of partner network, or even with your customer base. So let's take an example, sort of a Netflix, right? So if actually Netflix wants to stream their videos or their movies or their shows onto a completely new country or a new geo, all they have to do is they have to just sort of go to the Azure platform, deploy their application workload with a single click, and then boom, right? They are good. They actually don't have to set up a new physical data centers anymore. Same way, if actually Netflix wants to, let's say, sort of shut down some of their sort of regions, all of it can now be done with just a single click, right? Now, there are much more advanced capabilities that are actually required by the large, or maybe the mid-size enterprises, such as AI, blockchain, big data, machine learning, the cyber security, IoT, for example, things like sort of robotic processes, automation. There are things, the current trend is about the VR, which is the virtual virtual reality, things like digital twins, and also the 3D printing, right? And then things about data science. These are the capabilities that our enterprises needs today, on top of the standard virtual machine based workloads, or maybe a standard web app or a SQL database based workloads, right? Now the growing partner needs are also becoming quite important. Now the software development do not happen just by a single team, right? Sometimes the customers that you work for, or sometimes the customer that you work with, they also want to co-build uh, the applications with you, which means their software developers as well as your developers would be working on the same piece of code. That's also a requirement today. Customization based on the customer needs, and also deploying multi tenant apps also makes our cloud sort of deployments quite complex. The next key point is to develop a single identity platform for all of our platforms, as well as for the apps that we host, which means your one token. So I think okay, the kind of requirement is that you need to sign in only once, and once you log in, then your token needs to be accepted by all the applications that you access sort of within the enterprise. No one now likes to log into actually sort of a multiple applications, yeah, with the same sort of login ID and password, right? Or maybe with a different ID and password. So the single account actually becomes a need. Security and governance is actually quite a key, because we all need to safeguard the applications that we run and also the data that we host, right? Because one security incident can actually impact the company's image, as well as it can also have the sort of monetary sort of impact on the also on the enterprises. And the last one is the exponential data growth, right? Now, I think today when we talk about all of these examples that I've mentioned in point 3, which is IoT and big data and machine learning, data science, artificial intelligence, blockchain, whatnot, right? All of these applications have actually made the data grow within the enterprises, sort of a multiple folds, right? And that actually demands that the compute layer as well as the storage layer needs to scale to the new sort of demands that we have, right? So this is what that has changed over the last 4 or 5 years, in, within the uh, you know industry, right? And then we also want to explain that, hey, look, the techie jargons that I think some of the folks in IT might use don't help actually with the business, right? So the businesses today won't care if you tell them that, hey, look, I run your application workload on actually Kubernetes, or I'm actually giving you Azure sort of data lake storage or whatever, right? No one cares about it, right? I think what people care about is that how actually secure their applications are we able to deliver the business values. And just by using a techie jargon such as, hey, look, I now host my application on containers or maybe on sort of Kubernetes, do not actually help solve the business problems, right? And what those business problems are, that is something that we are going to unfold uh, in this sort of a session as well. But the point over here is that it probably does not help if you just take the same old code and just sort of move the same very code from, let's say, virtual machine to Azure web app, from Azure web app to a container, and from containers to Kubernetes. That is actually not solving the business problems. They're just using some sort of techie deployments within the sort of within the enterprises, but it's not actually solving the business problems, right? Now, let's deep dive into the enterprise sort of design guidance and some of the foundation principles that we want. These are the 5 principles that probably that we always focus on. The first one is being the security. For us, the security is the key, right? So we need to secure our applications from all the security threats that we get from the internet, which means deployment of firewalls, doing an appropriate logging, deploying the patterns to secure our accounts, to secure our applications, as well as to secure our sort of network, and take the actions proactively, rather than taking the actions so sort of reactively. So the security is the key. The next comes is the quality, which means the platform and the applications that we want to give to our enterprise meets all the enterprise needs and meets the quality, which means it actually does the job that it's supposed to do, right? So if we are actually deploying, let's say, actually sort of Kubernetes cluster, the Kubernetes cluster gives us the right level of performance. It's able to actually host the multiple applications. It has all the it has got all the sort of bells and whistles in it, so that it actually delivers the business value that we want, right? The third one is the performance, wherein the application users as well as the application itself do not face application latency, and then it should not impact any of the performance. as well, right? Sort of a user experience is also important, which means the experience that we want to give to our software developers, the experience that we want to give to our application users, the data engineers, data scientists, uh, self-service business users, for example, right? Their experiences also needs to be factored in, which means when they want to, let's say, get access to the data, the applications and the tooling and the sort of capabilities that they want to use to get access to the data, for example, or to the enterprise services, then their experience is seamless yet secured, right? So if they log in with their account, their identity needs to flow all the way up to all the applications and data so that they can get access to the data, right? But if we actually give them the sort of user experience wherein they have to log in multiple times, they have to actually go through between multiple screens and multiple uh, multiple ways of sort of doing the same things, I don't think it's actually going to create a very good sort of a user experience. And the last one is a cost, right? So we also need to keep cost as sort of a minimum as possible, or the cost should be able to deliver the value that it justifies, right? So we cannot really have an expensive solution which is actually not delivering the value that is required. So I think cost is also a key, uh, you know the key factor. Moving on, so this is are the key considerations, right? So after the principles, we now have the key considerations that we must focus on while deploying the enterprise cloud. Now what you see at the bottom of the screen is, let me just hide this. So what you see at the bottom of the screen is the sort of foundation capabilities, which means you need to build your security layer in terms of Azure Security Center, in terms of building the activity logs, deploying the firewalls, for instance. We are going to see those items as well, in the slide back. So we need to lay down our foundation capabilities, which are nothing but identity, networking, monitoring, and security, which is going to be shared uh, across all the application workloads. Some of the large enterprises have a dedicated Azure accounts or a dedicated Azure subscriptions to host their sort of business applications. Plus they also have some of those sort of special services or the domain sort of subscriptions. Those could be used to deploy your enterprise Kubernetes. It can be used to deploy your enterprise data lake, and also the non-Azure services such as your Kubeflow or MLflow when it comes to the sort of data science workloads. But all the business application and hosting services such as Azure Machine Learning or your web app or the SQL database or the Cosmos databases, for example, they all would sit in the business application hosting subscriptions. And on top, we need to build a multiple shared sort of key capabilities such as Devon Labs, DevOps tools like GitHub and Azure DevOps, and also the application integration layer, right? So if you want to move your data using APIs, or maybe using a different set of services in terms of data access or data sort of virtualization, all of them would sit under a shared set of capabilities, right? Now this is a typical enterprise cloud sort of a landscape. And what we need to consider, so we need to ensure the connectivity that it exists. We need to ensure the identity patterns have been deployed, and the access management for the platform, for the application, as well as for the data is actually maintained quite well. And I'm going to explain all of this all of these key considerations in the next slide, right? The other three are software engineering, logging and auditing, as well as supportability is the key. We cannot have a complex platform which takes a long time uh, to actually support it, right? So if you have a support ticket, the support team should not take, let's say, a couple of days to solve a simple problem. Rather, we need to build a platform that can be supported by the application teams themselves. And I'm also going to explain that as well, right, in terms of thoughts. So when we talk about the connectivity, right? Now if you see here on the screen, we have the foundation Azure. We have got, let's say, a bunch of PaaS services, as well as the virtual machines. We have got the Kubernetes layer. We have got few PaaS services such as sort of data lake, some of the non-Azure services, right? Now how do we ensure the connectivity exists, right? So we can leverage tools such as Azure private links. Azure private links is a service from Azure that connects your PaaS services to the virtual network, which means your virtual network, which means your virtual machines can now connect to the PaaS services not over the internet, but they can actually connect those PaaS services via the Azure managed backbone, right? And this keeps your connection quite secure. VNet peering, which is within the region, or also global VNet peering, is something that we use as well extensively. The Azure firewalls. So Azure has a new service which is called Azure Firewall, but each of those virtual machines or the PaaS services also have got these firewalls configured, or has got firewalls option, wherein you can actually configure what services can actually come in, and then connect to the Azure PaaS services, right? Then we can also use the network security groups with tags. Tags is nothing but the application tags, so you can use tags like load balancer or the Power BI, etc. Now the services only from those tags will then be allowed, and Azure also has got a new feature called as allow Azure services to connect to the PaaS services. That will ensure that it's only the Azure services that can actually connect to it, and then you don't have to actually configure a specific IP addresses and so on. This is quite basic, but connectivity is actually quite important, because if you have got your containerized workloads running, if you have got, let's say, multiple containers, so Kubernetes is going to deploy your multiple Docker nodes, and those Docker nodes are going to have your multiple pods and containers, right? Now each of those pods and containers are going to have the different IP addresses. How do we ensure that those IP addresses are able to get to your SQL PaaS service, right? So I think that is why, if you can establish a connectivity between your Kubernetes services with things such as private links, and if you have to do it just once, and once that is done, then the Kubernetes can then securely connect to the Azure PaaS services, right? And these are the common problems that our businesses generally face, right? So the connectivity is actually quite important. Express route can also be deployed. So if you have the on-premise network, the on-premise network can then be extended onto the cloud via the express route, and then you can leverage the private links as well as the private endpoints to connect securely from your on-premise network up to the cloud, leveraging the express route, which means your traffic is now not going over the internet. The traffic is all within your control network. Moving on, identity is again quite key. So when we actually design the enterprise cloud, we need to design identities for the platform itself, which is, let's say, identity required to log into the Azure portal, manage some of your virtual machines, the configurations, the Azure policies and management groups, as an example. Identities for your application itself, right? So once you have your .NET application, right, so do you want to use SAML or OAuth or OpenID for your B2C customers, for example? And all of these identity providers can actually be different, right? So if you want to have your identity provider for Azure, it is definitely the Azure AD, right? But your application can can be either connected to the AAD, right, which is the Azure AD, or an application can be onboarded onto a different identity providers. It could be Okta, or it could be the Ping identity that has been acquired also by the Microsoft, right? But the Ping identity can also federate to the Azure AD, right? So which means you now have a single account to log into to log into your platform as well as to your application. The customer identities, which means if you have a customer leveraging their accounts of Hotmail or Gmail or whatever, right? Those customer identities for your applications can be different providers, such as certain Generain can be used to onboard your application onto these providers. But then when we actually need to design, we actually need to understand that how would the applications access the platform services, right? And we also need to, for that we can use these managed identities, which is also a new service from Microsoft. You can also use the SPNs, the identities, which is user identities. It needs to use the MFA, which is the multi-factor auth. We also need to ensure that the users log in from the trusted devices, which means you just can't go to any PC or maybe any machine, log into your Azure portal, and then and that token is now valid for, I don't know, 100 days or 180 days, something like that, right? So we also need to ensure that the users that your staff logs in from the trusted locations, as well as on the trusted devices, right? So what we use is the certificates that can be used to actually those can be installed on the devices, and the login is only supported from those devices. There are tools from Microsoft such as the conditional access, wherein the policies can be defined as to who can access what, and then from where. And also the privileged identity management, it can be used to then grant a time-bound access to your software developer or the support teams or the application support teams, to your platform services such as the Azure portal, the virtual machines, the PaaS services, and so on. The application controls would anyway sort of needs to be there in place, such as the timeout, for example. And the applications can also be onboarded, like I said, onto the Azure AD, which means all of these policies that you have configured, such as conditional access or the trusted devices and locations, would then also apply to those. Next, we are going to talk about the access management, which is ensure that the right people have right access to the platform at the right time, right? So how do we ensure that? We can leverage something called as Azure AD Access Reviews. So Azure AD Access Reviews is a feature that can be run on the Azure AD group. Okay, a step back. So when we have the Azure services are generally granted permissions based on the Azure AD groups, right? It would be a bad security practice if we add the accounts directly onto your Azure services directly, right? All the permissions needs to be managed only via the Azure AD groups. And within the Azure AD groups, when you have the members, you can now set up a policy on the Azure AD groups to do the access reviews, which means person who owns the Azure AD groups, it could be someone from your support team or the security teams, or even the or you know or even your business. They can actually get this or 2 months or 6 months. The setting can be configured, and it's actually going to sort of notify the access sort of review that, hey, look, these are the bunch of people who have access to the certain Azure services, leveraging certain Azure AD groups. Now, do you still want to grant them access? Right now, once the access reviews are done, people who actually need not be part of groups can then also be removed, right, as part of the access reviews feature. This will ensure that the right people have right access to the data, right? Entitlement management is also one of the new feature, so that is from Azure, wherein the multiple groups can be combined to then actually define a role. So you can actually define a role such as security reader, or let's say a data scientist, or maybe I don't know, HR or finance or something like that, right? Now those roles can have sort of multiple groups, and those multiple groups can then be assigned to, let's say, multiple services, applications, or even data. And then the moment you add someone to the role, the person automatically gets access to all the to get access to all the Azure platform services as well as data, right? Next to that, we can leverage the PIM, which is the privileged identity management. This is a service that actually grants a time bound access to a specific team or a person uh, on the Azure services, or even and even access to your data for his for example. So if you have a data lake, for instance, you can then configure data lake access via the Azure AD groups, and those accesses can then be configured, can then be controlled via the PIM, which is a time bound access. Like, you can say that the access is granted only for an hour, or maybe only for sort of a couple of hours, for example, right? Moving on, the software engineering, right? So which is quite key. We need to create the culture within the enterprise, wherein any configuration, any deployment, any setting happens only via the code, right? So which means create a culture of deploy and destroy as many times you want, right? So if you have the culture of doing your dev environment, the test environment, the acceptance environment, as well as the prod, the entire cycle, which is to configure your compute nodes, also to configure your data nodes, everything needs to happen only via the code. There should be no or very least configurations that needs to happen that needs to happen manually. Otherwise, all deployment needs to happen via the code, right? Which means encourage deployment using code, use code scanning tools, software testing tools, for example. And tools like Terraform could be of great help, simply because if you want to, let's say, develop a skill to deploy your workloads across, I don't know, some multiple clouds, which is Azure, AWS, Google, etc. Terraform could be one tool that you can use. While on Azure, you can also use the ARM templates, or you could also use the PowerShell, or also the APIs, that can be used to configure some of the services. Uh, The next one is on the logging and auditing, which I think is actually quite important, because sort of preventive controls over the sort of reactive controls tools are actually most important. There's no point in actually telling your business that, hey, look, this particular application was attacked 1,000 times, I don't know, in the last 24 hours, and we may potentially have some data leaks, right? The businesses are actually not going to like this statement. What we can tell them that, hey, look, we have all the sort of preventive controls in place, wherein any possible attack, whether it's a sort of DDoS attack or any sort of attack, uh, can actually be contained, before that attack actually goes and hits the data, right? So what you can leverage tools such as sort of Azure sort of Security Center. The Azure Security Center is actually a very great tool. It has got all the sort of built-in policies that can be configured to alert, and sometimes to configure the services as well, in a very secure way, right? So Azure Security Center is going to flag if your SQL databases have not configured with, let's say, firewalls, encryption, the access management, or if you have got, let's say, sort of multiple owners configured on your Azure account. The Security Center is actually going to flag it, right? You can also use the Azure policies. Event grids can also be used. So how you can use event grids? So if you have an event or an activity log, it can be captured via the event grids, such as, so let me share an example. If you have a business who has actually deployed a SQL server, for instance, and if the business has forgotten to, let's say, turn on the firewall, or to turn on the TD encryption, for instance, those can be configured. Those unsecured deployments can be fixed, either leveraging the Azure policies. But if those policies, let's say, do not support some of the configurations that you need, then you can also configure the event grids, wherein it's going to catch all the deployments, and then you can actually trigger an Azure function, and the Azure function is actually going to go to that resource, validate whether the sort of deployment itself is secure or not, and then it can actually take an action, for instance. Or if you have a virtual machine, and if you need that virtual machine to be deployed with, let's say, a certain applications, could be the tools that are coming from your cyber defense team, then the event grids, or even the virtual machines extensions, can be used to actually deploy such you know such extensions, right? Activity logs, as well as the log analytics, can be used to create control plane that is actually required, right? But I've not mentioned on this slide is, there's also need to configure the firewall as well as the WAF, right? So Azure has got this web application firewalls. It is not recommended that we publish our applications directly 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 to the internet, right? The application needs to be safeguarded via some sort of firewall, or by some sort of the web application firewalls, so that any attack can then also be contained, right? And then if you can limit the number of IPs that can actually connect to your that can actually connect to your services, and also limit the number of accounts, that's also going to secure services. And those identity patterns that I've explained are also going to help over here, right? The next one is the supportability, wherein we need to create boundaries, and there's no need to create these sort of dependencies on our support teams, right? So what we do is we can actually create a very safe boundary, and we can tell our businesses that, hey, look, this is your boundaries that you can actually work in, that you can operate in. You can do whatever you like, but then you are not going to go beyond this boundary, right? So for instance, you can whitelist a bunch of the Azure services, let's say Azure ML service or PaaS services or virtual machine workloads, right, and so on. And then we can say, hey, look, the businesses can actually deploy the services that they want. They can configure the services they want. You are anyway going to keep them secure, leveraging the Azure policies, the management groups, the Azure Security Center, for instance. And within those boundaries, businesses can actually do whatever they want, right? You can also create the RBAC roles, or even custom roles, to actually give businesses the permissions that are required. Now, some of the items which are from the sort of platform perspective needs to be managed by the IT, and those platform component can also be exposed, can also be published via the APIs, so that businesses can actually write all the code for them to manage their platform, to also manage the infrastructure as well as the application workloads, right? So I think today our businesses are not demanding that, hey, look, well, today they should do not want someone to deploy a virtual machine for them, or even deploy a SQL server, or maybe an Azure ML service, or whatever, right? They want the platform to actually support such deployments, right? And that is why we need to create boundaries, and we should not create dependencies. And the life of the you know the life of the support the support team should also have the sufficient tools for them to support the entire the entire business landscape. And that can be done by actually automating everything, right? As I mentioned in the software engineering patterns, that everything has to be code driven, and not configured manually, right? Now, these are the key considerations. Now we see what we have, right? So let's actually deep dive into an example. As I said, now we actually saw multiple examples, right? Sort of previously, right? Like, you may have the very key advanced features such as artificial intelligence, digital twins, 3D printing, big data, and so on. So let's deep dive onto the data, big data, or maybe different data domain services. Now, over here, if you see here, the entire life cycle of your data domain services is to get data from your source systems, right? Which is yours, could be SaaS services, could be your applications, could be your I don't know, your CRM, or sort of finance applications, right? Once data gets onto the cloud, it needs to be stored, it needs to be transformed. We need to deploy certain access as well as governance tools on them. Then we also need to create the sort of visualization layer for them, just by actually building a layer for modeling and so on. This will be supported by the sort of foundation services that I've explained in terms of engineering, security, identity, and so on. And there'll be multiples of business use cases, such as applications, such as the data marts, data hubs, data warehouses, data science applications, reporting tools that want to actually connect to your data, right? Now, what are the challenges that we may face, right? The contributing factors that makes a design good or bad are flow of data, flow of identity, flow of, as well as the connectivity with security and governance embedded, right? Now, if we have not thought of how will my identity work across all of these different layers that we have, that we have not touched upon, in terms of storage, transformation, access and governance, reporting, identity integrations, the data hubs and so on. If I'm not able to connect between these multiple layers, and if I'm not able to get access to my data at a right time, right, with the right level of security as well as governance, the businesses are not going to like it, right? So we need to I think the effort is needed, so that the business dependency on IT is actually minimum, right? So instead of them waiting for weeks and months to get access to the data, it should all be in minutes, right? So there's few things known as sort of birthrights. For example, like if you're a data scientist, or if you're a security architect, or if you're a security engineer or a cyber defense engineer, by having those birthrights, the people, the person should have the right access to the data, as well as to build your self-service BI tool, such as reporting. Like someone wants to generate a report as to what percentage of sales was done in the month of March and April, and if all of that data has been ingested onto your data lakes, right? It should be fairly easy for a salesperson to actually go to your data and then able to generate that data. I mean, sort of generate the report, right? But that would be impossible if we have not thought of if I've not thought of things like building a right patterns for the identity, right patterns for the connectivity, as well as security, right? We also cannot publish all of our data to the internet, right? So that is why we need to have a right patterns embedded into our designs as well, right? So that the business applications, when they onboard, and those business use cases are just examples, right? Could be artificial intelligence or data science, Q flow, ML flow, data virtualization, data access management, or I don't know, even let me just look at my notes. So even with maybe blockchain or IoT or whatever, right? Once these foundation services are laid out quite well, the businesses will be able to they will be able to configure their services and also get value, get value from the data, right? There's one more example that I want to also deep dive, right? Let's say we have got our the same example that we had, that we had seen on the sort of previous slide. Assuming if that was done on, let's say that was done on these sort of multiple clouds, right? So you have a same set of tools for data ingestion, storage, the data transformation done on both Azure as well as the AWS cloud, because the company was actually focused on Azure, but there were some business acquisitions, and those business acquisitions run their application workloads on the A, AWS cloud, right? Now, how do we then deliver the business value, right, to our businesses, right? So in this case, we are going to have our compute services, ingestion services, data storage running across multiple clouds. What we need to do is we need to build a set of shared services along with these sort of foundation services, such as data catalog, visualization, virtualization, integration, software development, identity, and security patterns. So let me give an example. If you develop your applications on Azure and AWS, and if you onboard them onto a common identity provider, such as it could be Azure AD, or it could be Okta, or even the sort of even sort of ping identity, right? From the sort of businesses perspective, it won't change their experience, right? To actual businesses, it won't matter whether the application is actually hosted on Azure, or maybe different cloud, AWS cloud, because their identity or their token is now able to access the applications as well as data running on multiple clouds, right? Connectivity, again, the same thing, right? You could configure firewalls, you can configure WAF, you can configure, well, you cannot configure the private links between the two, but you can actually deploy local firewalls, let's say even a Palo Alto or anything, and you can actually get connected both these cloud platforms, right? Now, if your data needs to flow across the cloud for the various compute needs, then the data can also flow, right? Or sometimes for your light workloads, data can actually sit on the AWS cloud, and your compute services can even sit on Azure, right? If your data compute needs are actually quite low in terms of volume. But if the volume is high, then you may want to move compute to the data, or maybe move your sort of data to the compute, right? But I think those are the foundation services that we need to yeah, I think that we need to think on. And I think this was my last slide. We can wait for the Q&A. And what I wanted to explain on this slide is not exactly what you need to do within your application landscape, but I just wanted to, I don't know, I just wanted to put that seed in your in the brain, that hey, look, when the enterprise cloud services are to be designed, these are the various considerations and factors that actually must be considered. uh, you know uh, before we start onboarding the more complex applications or the services onto the cloud, because if we do not lay the foundation right, then making changes to it later could be quite expensive, right? So with this, I will stop here, and I will wait for any sort of Q&A or any any queries that you may have.
All right. Thank you so much for that, Sarvesh. I think this is a whole lot for people to grab. Let's see if there's any question that's coming from audience today. I don't see much questions here. But
So
there was a question. Got Sarvesh?
No, that's fine. Go ahead, Elias.
Yeah, so there's a question, a very generic question about the content that has been being presented here. Yes, the content of the speakers will be on GitHub. For example, Wriju left this link on the chat. Likewise, we will collect all the content and PPTs or code samples. All of them will be published in the AZConf Dev GitHub repository. All right, so this question about few architecture examples.
Okay.
Sarvesh, do you have anything readily available?
Architecture examples on building these foundation services, for instance?
With shared services on AWS and Azure, also on-site. Okay, so I think the question is more about a hybrid architecture across different cloud providers, Azure plus on-premise.
Yes. So I think so I think I probably try to. Okay, so I think let me explain it again, right? So what happens is, if we talk about the foundation services, right? Now, when we talk about Azure or the AWS cloud, they basically offers us bunch of virtual machines, the PaaS services, right, and also containerized workloads, right? Now all of these services needs to be local to the cloud, right? So for example, if you use the Azure, you are going to use the Azure Data Lake Store or maybe the storage account. But when you are on AWS, you're going to use the S3 buckets, right? If you're on Azure, you're going to use web app or maybe the Azure functions, while on AWS, you're going to use Beanstalk and Lambda and so on and so forth. So I think those services won't change, right? But what we can change is the experience that we want to give to our businesses, right? Like our businesses won't care if you run your code on Lambda, Lambda or Beanstalk or functions or containers or whatever, right? All they want to see the business value, that they should be able to access the data. The application is actually performing well. The application is secured, and they are able to get access to the data, right? Now, all of it can be done if you onboard the applications running on let's say web app or containers onto a common identity provider, sort of for these apps. So that actually takes care of one such pattern. The data needs to sit within the local cloud. Now for your compute needs, the data can be data can be local to the compute layer, which is if you have your storage in Azure, your compute also can be on Azure. But if your compute needs are quite low, which means you only want to generate a very low amount of data processing, then it doesn't matter whether the compute sits across different clouds, right? And all you need to care about is the connectivity. For instance, your software engineering tools, which is your GitHub, Azure DevOps, Jenkins, Circle CI, for your code scanning solutions, all of it can be common across Azure as well as the for the AWS cloud. For the connectivity, you can leverage the same patterns, which means you can deploy firewalls. You can use WAF. You can use sort of WAF, for instance. What else? Yeah. So I think if we take care of these items, I think the multi-cloud deployments are actually not very complex, right? Because I think we should not be looking at tools. We should be looking at capabilities that we want to offer to the businesses, right? And tools are only help the capabilities that the business wants to access, right? If that makes sense, right? So business wants to, let's say, ingest whole tons tons and tons of data, right, onto the cloud, right? Let's say gigabytes of data and petabytes of data. They won't care if the underlying storage is Azure Data Lake Storage Generation 2 or if it is S3 buckets, right? All they care about is that are they able to access the data in a right way. And what's the job of IT is to ensure that the data itself is secured, right, in terms of access and governance, the identity patterns, the encryption patterns. We have got logging and auditing configured on this cloud. I see a question chat, Elias, which is, Sarvesh, how do we integrate applications spread across web apps, VM containers, and serverless on Azure? Right. So
go ahead.
Can I take this? Okay. So when we talk about the application integration, it is mainly about the APIs, right? So if you have got, let's say, if you have got one large application that has got multiple small sort of components, and one component is actually built on web apps. Now, the one component is deployed on a virtual machine, a third component is deployed on a container or maybe on a serverless, right? Now, if all of this needs to integrate, all of them can actually integrate leveraging the APIs. And those APIs can be managed by the Azure's APIM tool, right? So that could be one way, or they all can actually connect to a common data storage, right? Or you could also use service bus as well, or service queues, the service bus to actually exchange, exchange the information that you need. But even for that, the identity plays a key role. So all of these web apps and your containerized images can then be onboarded as an Azure AD application. And once they are onboarded onto Azure AD, it will be seamless for you to log in, to these APIs and also to exchange the data between them.
Looks like there's a new question. Can you suggest some learning links for design architecture on Azure Cloud?
Yeah, that's a good question, right? So I would actually recommend, and that's what I do as well. I join. I go to the sort of LinkedIn sort of a learning, and LinkedIn Learning has got bunch of tools, bunch of sort of learning videos that you can use, and those are from the basic to moderate as well as to advanced. There are also multiple blogs that you can search on the internet and then get access to the design architecture. Azure itself, the Microsoft itself has got the Azure architecture page, wherein the architecture patterns for let's say common patterns such as big data, artificial intelligence, machine learning, all of them are also documented on the Azure on the architecture page. What I'm going to do, Elias, I can maybe share that link with you, or maybe on this chat window, after my session ends, and I think that can be used. Yeah. So I think Elias has already pasted a link.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so there are a lot more questions that's coming from Shobha and Indumati about how can we get more insights about Azure AWS security architecture and implementation. Are there any certification credentials provided? Sarvesh, can you address that?
Yes. So I think there are definitely sort of certifications from both Azure as well as the AWS for you to get actually sort of certified and to get well versed with the tools and within a sort of capabilities that these cloud vendors offer, right? So I think there are definitely sort of certifications on them. There are also certifications on DevOps, right? DevOps as well as software engineering patterns. There are also certifications on managing securely your entire Kubernetes layer as well, right? Because sort of according to me, the EAS, PaaS, and containers are the three key sort of foundations that I think one must secure. And once we secure the key foundations, which is in terms of the virtual machines, the PaaS services, and containers, then we think about securing our data, right? Data access management, and so on. And for all of it, there are actually the certifications that are provided, right? And now, are there any security architecture implementation? I think the link that has been shared by Elias also talks about the security architecture patterns as well, within those links. But the security should not be seen as linked to the pattern. The security should be seen as whole, right? So if you if you actually lay down the foundation really well for security, then the underlying applications are also going to also sort of leverage it quite well, right? Because like I said, right, we need to create boundaries for these applications to operate in, right? And those boundaries are nothing but your security boundary, your boundaries for identity and connectivity and access management.
Right. Great questions and explanations, Sarvesh. I don't think there's any more questions as such, but yeah. So on the documentation front, I guess the documentation team of Microsoft is doing a fantastic job of coming up with very elaborate content with a lot of references, examples. You would find a lot of getting started guide and getting started material on all the topics, right from security, application monitoring, auditing, almost all the topics that Sarvesh touched upon. So a good place to start is the documentation. And of course, a lot of training and video materials available on LinkedIn, as well as LinkedIn Learning and Pluralsight, Udemy. There are a lot of MOCC options these days. It's just that we need to have that thirst to pick up and learn and play with it, right? So rather than just going with the theory, try hands-on, right? So that's when you go deep into a particular subject. You find the errors. It is not that you will get everything green in the first go. So you're gonna have errors, a trial, and then you learn, refer the documentation, go to Stack Overflow, find an answer, and get your learning better, right? Okay, so one last question. Could you please brief micro design of connectivity with database and data sources?
Micro design connectivity with databases and data sources, right? Okay, so your data sources can be in multiple shapes and forms, right? So your data can be batch data, your data can be streaming data, your data can be structured, unstructured, file systems, databases of multiple types, the time series data, the rows and columns, so on and so forth. So I think data sources can be any, right? There are actually a huge possibilities of your data sources. And then once you want to get your data to the cloud, you would obviously need to have connectivity. The pattern that I would recommend is to use the if the data sources your on-premise offices or your on-premise locations, then I would recommend, let's say, the AWS Direct Connect or maybe the Azure Express Route to connect the on-premise to the cloud, so that data movement can then happen sort of securely. Or you could also leverage the on-premise data gateways that can actually connect to your data sources, leveraging the Azure data factories, for instance, and then data can actually get to the cloud, right? You also have your data sources such as your SaaS services, and also the IoT applications, right? And for the IoT services, you could either leverage the Azure native PaaS services in terms of IoT hubs, or you could also leverage the cloud native technologies such as Kafka, for instance, which can actually work. And so Kafka as a pattern can actually work across multiple clouds. While if you have your IoT needs running across multiple clouds, then you have to work across, let's say, multiple tools, and those tools will then make will also drive the code change, right? So if you actually do not want to have that pattern, then you can also use Kafka. And for your IoT's sources, you can also use the IoT gateways, so that all of your unsecured IoT sensors can then be safeguarded with a common IoT gateway, and then IoT gateway can then actually push all the data to the cloud over the internet, or over over the internet, right? Now, so you can leverage Azure Data Factory for your batch data, for example, but for streaming data, you could again use the event hubs or maybe a third-party services. Databricks can also be used on. There are actually plenty of services that you can use for your streaming data. I hope that probably answers the question.
Of course, I do. I guess that answers the question that's coming from Rajendra. All right, so we are, I think, very close to 12. We just got 2 minutes. If there's any more questions we could answer. Let's stay there. Okay, please brief about migration from cloud and on-premise to cloud. Okay, this is a lengthy. I mean, this is a short question, but the answer could be lengthy. So, Sarvesh, would you like to answer this?
Yeah, so I will actually keep it short. I know the answer can be lengthy, but I'll try to keep it short because we only have a minute left. When we talk about migration, let's not think about doing the lift and shift of your, let's say, your on-premise applications onto the cloud as is. I think that was one of the joke that I also shared in my presentation. Try to refactor your application leveraging the most sort of modern tools and capabilities you have. Right now you may have multiple tools. You can actually convert your virtual machines to the VHDs, and those can be those can actually get to the cloud. Or you can also take your code base, if actually everything is a software engineering based driven, like DevOps driven, then all you have to do is deploy your virtual machines on cloud, and then actually do your code push. And for data, you can always configure a data sync tools. Azure Data Factory also kind of supports it. But I think migrations would actually the migration patterns would actually vary depending on your certain use cases. So I will keep my answer to that for now.
Okay, so I think that can help the question. All right, so we are on time now. Thank you so much, Sarvesh. It was great hosting you. I think the audience really benefited out of your content. All right, next up we have Sangam Rath. Sangam Rath is going to present on cloud and hybrid workload production using Azure Defender. So this is another great topic around Azure security. Welcome, Sangam.
Hello, Elias. Thank you, and I hope I'm good to go ahead and start sharing the screen, right?
Please go ahead.
All right. All right. So welcome, everyone. Good afternoon, and appreciate your time attending this session on cloud and hybrid workload protection using Azure Defender. In this session, we will look into Azure Defender capabilities and especially focus on the new hybrid multi-cloud support that Azure Defender brings in. I will also be demonstrating at least one or maybe two hybrid scenarios. So hopefully I can make up some time for that. My name is Sangram. I am an independent cloud architect and also a technology advisor for a couple of startups. And I mostly work with enterprises, SMEs, and obviously startups, making cloud and other emerging technologies work for them. I have been multi-cloud certified since 2013 and have been doing Azure training since 2013. During these years, I've also had the opportunity to publish a book and be involved in a few of these webinars and conferences and workshops. So I hope you will have some of my experience and expertise to take away at the end of this session. Before we get into Azure Security Center and more so focus on Azure Defender, let's talk a bit about threat. Organizations are able to innovate and launch faster today due to the capabilities that cloud provides. However, this faster pace means rapidly changing environments, infrastructure, devices, users, etc. Right? This obviously makes businesses agile and achieve them or help them achieve faster time to market. However, this also brings in various challenges. One of them being security, which is what we are focusing on. Security Operations Centers, or SOCs as we call them, typically have their hands full trying to ensure these rapidly changing technology landscapes are monitored, protected, remediated, they follow best practices, they meet compliance and governance requirements, right? And many more. And one of the challenges around this is to have a unified visibility across all your infrastructure, all your resources, all your users, devices. And given today's multi-cloud adoption, hybrid, being one of the, popular trends, this becomes a big challenge to kind of have an overall visibility across everything that you own, that an organization owns. With security threats getting increasingly sophisticated, right? Attackers are able to target a wider attack surface area. They are able to implement very smart evasive maneuvers, right? All of this result in the SOCs being overwhelmed. To add to this complexity, we now have DevOps and GitOps, which is again, being widely adopted, and hence, security becomes one of the important, areas that any organization want to properly address. You obviously cannot resolve or fix security once and for all, but you want to ensure that you have a very comprehensive and unified view of everything that your organization owns across all clouds, across on-prem, across everything that you use for your business. So to help you with this, Microsoft's integration-based unified threat protection suite is what is available. It consists of the Azure Sentinel. We do have a session on this, so do watch out for that. Azure Sentinel is the cloud-native CM tool, or security information and event management tool. And Microsoft Defender is the XDR, or extended detection and response tool. So these two together provide you the Microsoft Threat Protection Suite. Now, Microsoft Defender is made up of Microsoft 365 Defender, which is for your email, documents, identity, applications, endpoint, etc. And Azure Defender, which also provides XDR capabilities, but this is for infrastructure, multi-cloud platforms, IoT, databases, containers, etc. Right? So we will focus on the Azure Defender capabilities. So I just wanted to quickly kind of show you where we are in terms of, in the overall threat management suite. I want to show you that this is where we are going to focus on. This is what we're going to talk about. But then there is a comprehensive unified solution called the Threat Protection Suite, which includes Sentinel and Defender. Defender is, again, into two different parts, 365 Defender and Azure Defender. There's a lot of confusion around this because Microsoft products have gone through a lot of revamp. And one of the common questions that I get often is, where does Azure Defender sit in all of this? And this is the latest snapshot of where the whole Azure Defender fits into the threat protection solution. Right, so with this introduction, let's quickly take a look at Azure Security Center, which integrates with Azure Defender to provide you the cloud and hybrid workload protection platform. Azure Security Center is a unified security management system, obviously. So focus is on the word unified. And it provides two broad capabilities or solutions. One is cloud security posture management, where you continuously monitor and improve the security posture of your environment, right? Now, if you combine Azure Defender to it, that's where the second part comes in, which is the cloud workload protection, or cloud workload threat protection, if you want to call it. This requires Azure Defender, which is a paid solution, and you've got a 30-day trial available if you want to try it out. And this is what provides you threat protection for your machines, whether they are on-prem or on other cloud platforms. Some other notable capabilities of Azure Security Center include automated responses that I want to highlight here to recommendations and threats. So you're able to create automated remediation workflows, which leverage ARM templates and logic apps, right? And you are able to kind of write workflows that will be executed when there is a potential threat. The cloud workload protection platform is backed by Microsoft's threat protection capabilities. And this includes signals from trillions of devices, customized threat intelligence, capability to provide you prioritized alerts according to your specific environment, right? So you can ignore the chatter. All of this capability is heavily driven by machine learning and artificial intelligence. So you get to focus on alerts and incidents that matter to you. And we prioritize them so that you, on your dashboard, you see which ones need to be addressed first. Not to mention, not to forget to mention, I should say, is the 3,500 plus security team and all other areas that Microsoft is invested in terms of security. All of that backend knowledge, all of that experience that Microsoft has gained over the years, they all are provided to you through these security solutions. So you leverage that, and there is a team that is constantly looking at newer threats. They're updating the database. So your protection is up to date. You don't have to invest in ensuring that the backend is up to date. Security Center has two modes. One that's called as Azure Defender Off. The other one is the Azure Defender On. The Azure Defender Off is nothing but the Azure Security Center free tier, which provides continuous monitoring and reporting of the security posture of Azure resources only. It does not support hybrid. It provides recommendations to improve the posture, and they're based on a concept called Azure policies. You may have heard about them. Azure Security Benchmark is the policy initiative, which is the default one that gets applied to your subscription when you enable or when you launch Azure Security Center for the first time. This benchmark or this policy initiative, which is a collection of policies, is Microsoft authored Azure specific set of guidelines for security and compliance. They are also based on the best practices of some of the common compliance frameworks. We also have more regulatory standards and compliance frameworks available, which you can use, but then that again requires that you have access to Azure Defender subscription. To help you implement the recommendations, we also include steps. So steps are also included in the recommendations. They will help you implement. So if you don't know how to implement a security remediation, that's not a problem. We give you a step-by-step process. Sometimes we also give you quick fix buttons that you can click to quickly implement a security recommendation. Also part of the free tier is your Azure Secure Score, which is the foundation for the security posture management. Let's quickly take a look at this from the dashboard. So this is what your security center looks like. And this is the secure score that I was talking about. Right, so you can complete some of the recommendations based on the subscription, in question, and improve your security score. Right, so you can see there are quite a few recommendations here, and some of these recommendations, for example, let's say we pick one of this. These are called recommendations. They're based on policies. And the policies are something that you can obviously customize. But again, for custom policies and a lot of the added advanced capabilities, you will require the Azure Defender license. But we give you the remediation steps. Okay, there is also a quick fix logic that you can implement. So it's very easy for anyone to implement these recommendations, even if they don't know what needs to be done. They are guided to implement these recommendations. All right, so that's a quick about what you have when you do not have Azure Defender enabled. And this is where you can quickly go and select your subscription under pricing and settings and turn on Azure Defender. This obviously is a chargeable solution. And depending on what Azure Defender supports, there's a separate pricing for every resource that you protect using Azure Defender. And this is your pricing. This is a way to quickly turn off Azure Defender for some of those resources that you don't want to enable Defender for, right? So here, this is where you would, make the changes and subscribe to the Azure Defender plan. We'll come back to this when I want to show you more. All right, so that's a bit about Azure Security Center. Now, Azure Defender, which is part of the Microsoft Threat Protection Suite, is what provides you the cloud workload protection platform. And like I was saying earlier, it is backed by Microsoft's threat protection capabilities, right? Enabling Azure Defender provides you with a lot of additional capabilities like hybrid support, which is what I want to focus on. Right, so to implement hybrid support, you will most likely be using something called as an Azure Arc. This is a solution that provides a consistent, simplified management platform for multi-cloud and on-prem scenarios. And this is used when you have to protect servers and databases. Okay, Azure Defender combined with Azure Arc also supports Kubernetes installations. Okay, so we'll get there. I'll quickly show you some of the things that you can do, but just keep in mind that Azure Arc is the recommended approach when it comes to protecting hybrid workloads. Apart from this, as I was mentioning, you can create custom policies and initiatives. You can select certain regulatory standards that apply to your business. You can be subscribed to alerts and incidents. I'll talk a bit more about it later on, but that's an important one. Every time there is a security threat, you are alerted, there is an alert created, and you have various drill down options available to understand more about the alert and take action. We are also able to correlate alerts into incidents. So we'll talk more about it in the subsequent slides. Right, vulnerability scanning. This is available for virtual machines and containers. So we are able to provide you vulnerability scanning for container images. However, this is only for Azure Container Registry as of now. And this uses a solution called Qualys. That's the one that is popularly used when it comes to vulnerability scanning. We also provide you vulnerability scanning for SQL databases. Azure SQL databases. Apart from this, you've got Azure native threat protection for Azure Resource Manager, which is in preview, Azure DNS, which is also in preview, right? You've got protection solutions for network layer, which we'll talk about, right? Adaptive network hardening. We also have protection for Azure Key Vault, where you are able to be notified when there is, let's say, for example, some sort of access to key vault artifacts like encryption keys or certificates secrets, database connection strings or something like that from a different source or from an IP address that is in the block list and so on, right? So I'll talk more about it. But we do have Azure PAS protection as part of Azure Defender as well. And as I was mentioning earlier, obviously we have the automated incident response capability where you are able to define workflows that can be executed when there is a security incident. So these are some of the high-level capabilities that you have with Azure Defender. Apart from this, we also have features like just-in-time access to virtual machines, which I'll talk a bit about. Adaptive application control, right? network maps, file integrity monitoring. We'll talk a bit more about this in the coming slides. But this is a complete list of features that you get on enabling Azure Defender. Okay, so Azure Defender is your cloud protection platform, comes with a ton of capabilities and more getting added as and when the next releases come in. I get this question a lot. It's expensive. Having implemented this for a few clients, I understand this can get expensive. But believe me, when I tell you that investment is worth, given today's scenario of work from home, you have the number of employees working from home has increased exponentially, right? 1,000 times for many companies. And your entire attack surface area and users and credentials and devices that are exposed to threats has just blown because of the current situation. And this investment literally pays off when you talk about all these unknown variables, unknown environments from which your data could be accessed, your applications could be accessed, from where you might have security threats. So with that, considering that we're focusing on protection of our workloads, we'll start off with the first sections. I've categorized the protection part into servers, databases, containers. These are three most popular security asks. And obviously, there's a quick slide on protecting your Azure PaaS resources as well. Post which, like I said, I have time for at least one or maybe two hybrid scenario demos. So when we talk about protecting servers, here I am talking about physical machines or virtual machines, and they can be both Windows and Linux. However, there are obviously certain scenarios like Microsoft Defender for endpoint that only supports Windows as of now. We are able to support both cloud as well as hybrid resources. When I say hybrid, the machines or the servers that you want to protect can be on-prem, can be on your existing co-location data center. It can be on AWS. It can be on Google Cloud, right? Or it can be on any other cloud, even though we'll get there in the next set of slides. Even though we don't have ready-made connectors for them, you can actually onboard servers, virtual machines that are running anywhere, as long as they're running the supported set of operating systems, right? That's the that's a part. Couple of things that I want to highlight here is vulnerability scanning. We are able to scan your virtual machines to see if they have a vulnerability scanning solution installed. Qualys is what is used here for vulnerability scanning, and integrated vulnerability scanning, that is assessment solution powered by Qualys. And we are able to give you recommendation if that is not installed. So you can apply some quick fix and install those solutions in your virtual machines. You can also bring your own license if you want. You can bring in Qualys or Rapid7 as one of the solutions. So again, protecting servers supports hybrid scenario. That's the reason I've kind of made those images there to show you what protects what. For hybrid scenarios, the recommended approach to onboard your virtual machines or servers is obviously Azure Arc, but you can also use agent-based mechanism to onboard non-Azure virtual machines, and that requires log analytics, workspace and agents around that and all of that. This is really a game changer, if you ask me. The fact that we are able to provide a unified security view across your environments. And we're not just focusing on Azure. It can be AWS or GCP or anything else. Similarly, we've got another capability that I want to talk about quickly, and that is just-in-time access. You do not want, one of the security recommendations is that you do not want to have your management ports open all the time and from everywhere, right? So just-in-time access provides you with the capability of turning on or enabling management ports only when it is required. So that's called JIT, or just-in-time access. You lock down the inbound traffic to your VMs, hence reducing your attack surface area or reducing the exposure. Okay, and you use a button to enable these ports only when there is a requirement. And you are able to select the ports that you want to open. You are able to define the timelines during which the connection is open. So these are some capabilities that come with just-in-time access. Next, you've got a file integrity monitoring. Again, all of these are based on security hardening and best practices that we know of. It's just that when you have a lot of resources and they're spread across cloud and hybrid, ensuring that all of them follow this becomes very difficult in terms of tracking, right? Detection and all of that. So file integrity monitoring is all about ensuring that important files do not change. A simple example can be your database configuration file. Let's say you're running MySQL and you don't want the my.cnf file to change. So you define your own rules, and whenever there is a change to that file, you are, we monitor, and obviously you are notified about it, right? So file integrity monitoring is all about ensuring that your important files, registry files, it can be Linux files, Windows files, they do not change, or at least you're notified when they change. It's not that it can, like literally block the change, but total changes that have occurred, breakdown of the changes, these are things that you can track. Then you've got adaptive network hardening. This is on the lines of helping you improve your network security posture. Okay, and what we basically focus here is on network security groups. So we look at your network security group rules. We look at your virtual machines that use them, and we provide you unhealthy resources that have recommendations. Unhealthy resource is nothing but a VM that has recommendations around hardening your network. Maybe you have opened port 22 and 3389 from anywhere, 0000/0, right? Something like that. So you can again define rules and harden your network using adaptive network hardening. Docker host hardening is again something that is very interesting, and this is based on the CIS Docker benchmark, and we are able to give you recommendations based on based on changes to your Docker host. Containers are one of the most targeted infrastructures in today. Kubernetes clusters, Docker hosts, insecure Docker APIs, too exposed Docker APIs, right? Or containers that provide you elevated access, right? These are loopholes that attackers look for when they want to compromise your systems. So Docker host hardening is a protection solution around that. Again, like I said, this is based on the CIS Docker benchmark, and it will alert you if your containers don't satisfy some of the controls that are part of the CIS Docker benchmark, and they will be visible under Security Center's recommendation page. Docker host hardening is obviously supported only for Docker as of now. There are some versions of Docker that it supports, and obviously this is to monitor unmanaged containers. Okay, if you have managed containers using Kubernetes, we'll obviously look into Azure Defender for Kubernetes, right? And Microsoft Defender for endpoint is obviously for your endpoint machines. Again, remember that it only supports Windows as of now. Similarly, around protecting databases, we support Azure SQL, SQL on Azure virtual machines, Azure SQL managed instances, Azure Synapse Analytics, which was previously called Data Warehouse, and obviously Azure Arc enabled SQL Server. So for hybrid scenarios, we'll obviously end up using this, which is the Azure Arc. Okay, so your SQL Server can be on-prem or can be on a different cloud, and if you connect it through Azure Arc, you will be able to manage it using Azure Defender. Let's quickly take a look at some of these capabilities. So this is Azure Defender, a quick overview of your Azure Defender coverage. I have created a few resources so as to show you in a much more realistic view as to how this works. These are some of the advanced protection capabilities that we were talking about. And this is your overall Azure Defender coverage, the number of servers you have, Kubernetes clusters, container registries, and so on. Right. And let's say, you want to talk about SQL databases, which is what we were, referring to here. So if you go to a SQL database, you obviously should have Azure Defender for SQL enabled. And if you do, you will find, something like this. You can see all the recommendations in the Security Center itself. Or at the server level, we have some of these capabilities. Okay, so you can see the recommendations here itself. These are some of the recommendations that we provide. And it clearly says that Azure Defender for SQL is enabled at the subscription level. Okay, so that's a bit about where you can find security related settings for your databases. This is your SQL vulnerability assessment. Okay, and again, you will get recommendations if you're not following some of the recommended approaches to, and what's the benchmark that particular control or the recommendation applies to, what's the level of severity, so, and what's the category of the finding. All of these details are provided to you, and you can click on one of them and you get more details. And I'm sorry, my Firefox crashed. So you get the idea, right? So we provide you a very step-by-step approach to making sure that your resources are protected no matter where they are running. Okay, so this is a bit about, and then you click on the database. You can run additional vulnerability assessment scans as well. All right, with the interest of time, I'll just move on to the next set of decks. Containers are very popular, and obviously you'd be running containers in one of the two approaches. Either you are running containers standalone in Docker hosts, or maybe you are managing containers using a container orchestration platform like Kubernetes, right? So whatever your container implementation approach is, we provide you protection across resource types such as Kubernetes clusters, container hosts, and container registries. Okay, container registries, obviously we support ACR for now, and we are able to do vulnerability assessment on the images that you upload to ACR or Azure Container Registry. This is again driven by Qualys. That's the, you don't have to install Qualys. It's all integrated very seamlessly in the backend. So Azure Defender for Kubernetes, for example, provides you continuous monitoring capabilities, runtime protection for your containers, workload protection, best practices using Kubernetes admission control, and obviously we support, Kubernetes running on Azure and Kubernetes that is running elsewhere, which is through Azure Arc. So Azure Arc enabled Kubernetes clusters are obviously how you protect your hybrid Kubernetes clusters or Kubernetes clusters running outside of Azure. So Azure Kubernetes Service on Azure Stack, Kubernetes in general, there is obviously a list of versions that are supported. AKS Engine, Red Hat OpenShift, these are some supported Kubernetes distributions for Azure Defender for Kubernetes. So Defender for Kubernetes, Azure Arc enabled clusters, container registries, and Docker host. That's your entire portfolio of what kind of container deployments can we protect. And finally, yes, we obviously protect Azure PaaS resources, right? And some of the services that are covered as part of this includes app service, storage accounts, key vault, and obviously your network. We also have certain services in preview like DNS and resource manager. Some of the use cases that you can think of when it comes to protecting these resources could be, let's say, for example, storage accounts, right? Suspicious access patterns. For example, someone accessed a document, right? Successfully accessed a document, maybe by providing all the credentials, but from a Tor node. The Tor is the onion ring, and maybe someone is trying to mask the location where he or she is coming in from, and they have somehow gotten access to leaked credentials, and they are able to access your data, right? Now, it is obviously notified as an alert to you, and the alert comes up in security alerts. You are free to say, I ignore this because it was me, or you can obviously think of it as a potential threat and take remediation actions. Similarly, suspicious activities like data extraction. Maybe there is a lot of data extraction going on. Okay, I'm not sure how many of you have noticed this, but it's not exactly related to storage account in its typical sense. But you might have noticed that when you delete a lot of files from your OneDrive, you have emails and notifications coming in saying there is a bulk delete that happened, right? So that's called a suspicious activity. Someone is trying to extract a lot of data, or someone is doing a lot of get requests, a lot of list requests, right? Or download requests and all of that. It's also possible that when you have content that is being stored in an object storage solution that is then eventually used by your application and all, you don't want malicious content available within your application, or somehow your application reading those malicious content or downloading those malicious content to your application servers and all of that. So if someone uploads malicious content, we also have the Azure storage, the Azure Defender for Azure storage accounts, giving you protection for potential malware files, and they do this based on hash reputation, analysis, or hosting of phishing content and things like that. So these are some examples of protecting Azure storage account and its contents like blobs. Similarly, key vault. Let's assume that you have a secret, which is a database connection string or a API token, and there is an unusual access. Someone got the URL and they're trying to open it, maybe in a different browser, maybe from a different location. Other kind of protection, for example, is for Azure App Services, threads that are based on the MITRE framework, dangling DNS detection. These are some examples of protections that you can get using Azure Defender for PaaS. Again, remember that all of this is part of Azure Defender, so you need the Azure Defender enabled for these services. So a final summary of what you can do with Azure Defender, right? So categorized into Azure and non-Azure or hybrid multi-cloud, whatever you want to call it. And you've got Azure Defender for obviously Azure servers, app services, SQL databases, SQL Server running on machines, right? storage, Kubernetes, and I guess we'll have more services come under the protection for Defender. And then on the hybrid part, you have support for AWS and GCP as connectors, and you can also add non-Azure VMs using the agent-based approach. The recommended approach is obviously to add servers using Azure Arc. It doesn't matter where your servers are, on-prem, Azure, AWS, Google Cloud, or elsewhere. You will be able to leverage Azure Arc capabilities and monitor your resources, mostly servers. Okay, when I talk about hybrid or multi-cloud, currently the scope is servers, physical servers or virtual machines, and SQL and databases. SQL, I've heard of Postgres, but I haven't had the chance to really evaluate what's possible and what's not. So I'll just stick to servers, Windows and Linux, obviously supported operating systems only. For example, Azure Arc currently supports CentOS 7 only, and Ubuntu up to 18 and not 20, and similar. So there is a list of supported operating systems, but Azure Arc is one of the recommended approaches to onboarding non-Azure workloads like servers or Kubernetes clusters or databases. Right. So that's a quick snapshot. Again, just to summarize, this is your overall Azure Defender capability as of now. Before I get on to the demonstrations, a quick slide on alerts. And in fact, I want to show you how alerts work. Just go to Security Center. And this is your security alerts. There's one alert here. And this was a blob that was accessed from a Tor exit node. You click on this, you get more details about the alert. Is it still active? What is the severity? What was the activity time? Affected resources, right? And what's the at what stage is it in the cyber kill chain? So this thing here is the cyber kill chain. We evaluate alerts and we show you where the alert stands in terms of the cyber kill chain. This also helps you understand, the security posture, and you can take full details about the alert. What are the affected Azure resources? What's the geolocation, right? Network connection. What was the source IP address? So building a solution like this will take you a lot of time and a lot of investment, in having access to a solution like this. And it's very easy to kind of, quickly understand where you stand in terms of your security posture and also protect your resources. Look at your alerts specifically, take action if required, or ignore them, whatever, and we give you suggestions on how you can prevent these attacks in the future. How will you currently mitigate the threat, right? Define automated responses to threats like this in the future, right? Or you can decide to suppress similar alerts as well. So that's a bit about alerts. Again, remember, alerts are available across your hybrid setup, of course, but alerts are notifications to potential threats. Security Center does the prioritization and will correlate alerts into something called as a security incident. And this correlation is done using a concept or technology, you may say, called as cloud smart alert correlation. And we take all these low fidelity signals and create security incidents out of them. Okay. Another example can be brute force attack. Someone is constantly trying to get access to your virtual machine. Okay. Or a SQL injection. Right. These are certain additional kinds of alerts that you might see. Too many alerts related to a certain resource could correlate into incident. The incident could be a brute force attack incident. You can look at some sample alerts by clicking on this. And this is a quick way to create some sample alerts. I just want to quickly show you, because I again get this question a lot during my security trainings. It's very difficult to create these alerts. I had to create this last night to make sure that this alert is visible here. It's not like real time. So if you want to quickly have access to a set of sample alerts to see how they look like, this is a very easy way to do that. And then you will have some more examples of similar alerts that you can click and see, just to have an idea on how these alerts appear and what kind of alerts they are and things like that, severity, and what step in the cyber kill chain are they, or do they belong to, and things like that. So with that, I have the last 15 minutes, and I think I should be able to at least do one of the demonstrations. I will show you how to add a non-Azure VM. See, working with Azure Defender with Azure resources is pretty easy. And I think you will find a good number of resources around that. Considering that we are focusing on the hybrid approach a bit more, I wanted to show you how you can use the Azure Arc method to add a non-Azure VM. Okay, I already have an Azure VM added. So here's a list of sample VMs. Okay, do try this out, and you can see what is the MITRE attack tactics, what stage of the cyber kill chain it belongs to. So if I click on this, right, so it's here in exfiltration. All right, so with that, off to the demo here, where I want to show you. So by the way, let me go to inventory first. Okay, this is my entire inventory of servers. And you can see there is a server here called Ubuntu Server 1. This is my server that is through Azure Arc. Currently, it's unmonitored. This is a machine that is running in DigitalOcean. Okay, I do have recommendations already for this. And unavailable assessments, current state of monitoring is not monitored, and all of that. So this is what I meant by adding non-Azure VMs. So we'll go ahead and kind of take a look at that. This is a bit more detailed. It appears as if it's a resource within your Azure portal. Okay, that's how seamless the integration is. Okay, to begin with, you will have to go to Azure Arc for servers and click on Add. You know what? I'll do this from inside the machine where I want to kind of, what I want to add here, because that way running the scripts will be easy. So this is a remote machine that I have. It's a Windows machine. This is a machine that runs SQL Server and Windows Server. So let's go ahead and look at the process. I am adding a single server for now, but if you have multiple servers to add, you can always use a more scripted approach for that. I say generate the script, and it will ask you to ensure a few things. Then you will define your resource details and your operating system, your subscription, resource group, which region you want to keep this in, and add some tags. So I'll say data center is, so this is a Oracle Cloud machine, by the way. So it's not running on Azure. I'm not using any simulations. I'm actually keeping these servers outside of Azure to show you that it in fact works. Right, and this Oracle Cloud is based out of the Hyderabad data center. So I'll just add that, and then download and run the script. Right, so this is the script that I need to run. Now, depending on the current state of your updates and all, it is possible that some of the partial commands may not run, and you might be asked to update and all of that. So if you're doing it and partial commands don't run, or if you have some issues, obviously you'll have to fix those before they before they run successfully. So you need to go to Microsoft.com device login. I will have a copy issue because I'm running a Mac. I have had that in the past, so I will just type it manually. I hope that's an S and a B. So you can see successfully onboarded resource to Azure, right? All right, let's look at servers. Okay, so that's your Oracle Cloud machine connected or added to Azure using Azure Arc. The next thing that you need to do, obviously, is to onboard this to Azure Security Center, right? But this is usually the approach. Using Azure Arc, you can onboard non-Azure VMs and make them part of your Azure and manage them, manage them centrally. Go to security. Okay. And it says Azure Defender for Servers is on. So obviously this will reflect in Azure Security Center, right? So that's a bit about how you add a non-Azure VM. Unfortunately, we're out of time, but I'll quickly show you how you can add AWS as well. It shouldn't take long. There are prerequisites like having AWS config and AWS Security Hub enabled. You need an account that has the right permissions and all of that. And IAM role in AWS. And once you have all of the prerequisites in place, you obviously need the hybrid compute provider and the guest management provider for your subscription. And then I can say this is AWS. This is my AWS Hotmail account. So I'll just write like this. So the subscription that not all subscriptions will support. For example, some of these complimentary subscriptions that you get as part of your training, right? Many of you have attended that. That does not work. And I'll use some credentials I already have. So here you need the AWS access key and secret key. That's not the recommended approach. The recommended approach is to assume a role. But for now, I think this is okay. So we'll use this. The resource group, I don't have one. I'll create one. Let's call it hybrid. Right? And you need some service principals in Azure Active Directory created and all of that. But I just want to show you how easy it is. All you need here is a service principal with a client ID and secret. And this you can do from your Azure Active Directory. Okay, we can leave the last 5 minutes for Q&As. I'm pretty close. But yeah, it's a lot to kind of cover. So you need to go to app registrations, right? And you need to create a registration. This one needs to be added to the subscription. Obviously, you need some secrets. Right, so this is your service principal. and that's your app. That's it. The process of integrating with Azure Arc is, seamlessly taken care in the backend for you. You don't have to separately create any AWS, any Azure Arc connection and all of that. It's as easy as this. And then you will start seeing your AWS account in Security Center, and you are also able to get all the details from the AWS Security Hub coming into Security Center now, and more. I'm just mentioning very small part of it, but if you feel this is interesting, you can always go ahead and try this out yourself. Just make sure you have a subscription like pay-as-you-go that has the necessary providers enabled. And not all subscriptions really support this connector. And obviously, you need Azure Defender, right? So with that, we took a look at this, how to add an AWS account. I'm happy that I'm able to show you both the demonstrations. We can look at the Q&As. Yeah.
Hey, thank you so much, Sangram. This was very interesting. Let's see if there's any question. Any exclusions for Defender protection?
So exclusions include the services that I mentioned. So not every service is obviously included, and exclusions also include certain operating system versions. There's a long list. This is relatively new compared to the overall threat protection solutions that Microsoft has had over the years and the way it has changed. So yes, there are exclusions. Very difficult to kind of list them because there's quite a few. I would recommend that you take a look at the documentation, but just to give you a very high-level overview, you have operating system exclusions. You have certain versions of Kubernetes, for example, that won't work. Certain versions of operating systems that won't work. Defender for hybrid, especially, which is what we're talking about, supports Windows and Linux, but then limited operating systems, but the most popular ones. Database-wise, it's only SQL, and I've heard about Postgres, but not tried it out. Kubernetes, yes. So these are, again, you can say they are limited to some sense. Not the whole set of anything will work. For example, you cannot just say, I will move SAP and somehow it will detect SAP. For now, at least, is what I mean. I hope that answers your question.
Hopefully, yes. And there's one more question. Hope you're able to see this.
From Amar. Great questions, Amar. Azure Arc, will it replace Azure Stack going forward as a hybrid cloud solution? No, it won't. Azure Stack has been renamed to Azure Stack Hub, which includes Azure Stack Edge and servers and some other solutions. Azure Arc is more like a management platform. So you have Azure Stack, you have AWS, you have other clouds, you have on-prem. You want to manage all of them using, through a unified approach. That's Azure Arc. It's free, by the way, to a lot of extent. And it's not a hybrid capability in the sense that it does not provide you compute and all of that. You still use Azure Stack for it. It's a management solution.
That's great. That's great. Sangrad, I think we are done with the question. There are no more questions. I guess the detailed explanation was very clear, because of which there was no much question from the audience today. All right, then we have to look at the next speaker. And
thank you so much, everyone.
Let me thank you once again, Sangram. Thank you so much for taking your time and presenting the content for our audience today.
Thank you.
Dinesh, over to you.
Sure, Ilyas. So coming up next, our next speaker is going to be Mr. Ravikanth, Principal Engineer and the Lead Architect at Dell EMC. He's a multi-year recipient of Microsoft MVP award in Windows PowerShell and Azure. Ravikanth also leads Bengaluru PowerShell user group and Bengaluru IT Pro user groups. He can be seen speaking regularly at many local user group events, share his vibrant knowledge, and also at conferences in India and abroad. At this moment, We have him here at GAP 2021, and he's going to present his valuable thoughts about Project Bicep, the next generation ARM templates. I encourage the audience to post your questions as comments at any time. We would consolidate it and get it answered at the end of the session or based on the convenience of the speaker. The stage is all yours, Ravikanth.
Hey, thank you guys. Can you all hear me well?
Yes, Ravikanth.
All right, let me start sharing my screen and we'll get started with this. We have a minute. You want to wait or can we start?
I think we can start, Ravikanth. Just give some intro or something.
All right. Hey, everyone. So my name is Ravikanth, like Dinesh introduced. So I'll be talking about Project Bicep today. Project Bicep is the declarative, syntax language, or the DSL rather, a domain-specific language for generating your ARM templates, right? So let's start with this. And any code that I'm using in this session and the slides also, they're available at in my GitHub repository here, github.com/rchaganti/gap2021. You can go grab them right away if you want to. All right. I was I kind of introduced already. I'll skip the first part of it, but just talk about my coordinates here. You can reach out to me at any point in time on Twitter. @Ravikanth is my handle, and I blog at ravichaganti.com/blog. Feel free to send any questions, if not in this session. Otherwise, also I'll be very happy to answer those questions. So before we start with what is Bicep and how do you use it, let's try to understand why Bicep was in first place, why it started, right? So if you have worked on the Azure Resource Management templates, and if you're already comfortable with the JSON data representation, when you started with the ARM templates, you must have been very comfortable, right? Because it's the same JSON representation that you have within ARM templates also, and it feels pretty natural as you start writing a template. But as you start building these complex solutions, that you want to deploy or provision on Azure, that includes multiple services, let's say a Kubernetes cluster, or that multi-tier web application kind of a thing that you want to deploy with a lot of, let's say, different types of virtual networks and a lot of different infrastructure as virtual machines and so on, service virtual machines and so on. Right? As the complexity of the overall deployment increases, the JSON documents or the ARM templates tend to become very verbose, right? I've seen, at least, if you go to the Azure Quick Start templates gallery on GitHub and then go look at some of the 301 templates, you'll see that they run into pages. And once you start reading through these templates, you kind of feel lost. I mean, at some point in time, there's no easy way to connect back to what exactly is happening within the template, especially when they start parameterizing and using expressions to derive some of the IDs and so on, etc. Right? So it becomes very, very complex. So what Microsoft has done is slowly, they kind of introduced what you call the template language itself within JSON representation. You now have these functions, expressions, etc. that you could create. You can even create user-defined functions now in ARM templates and then use them as expressions within your template. Now that was only kind of adding to the overall complexity of authoring ARM templates and someone to understand those ARM templates that was written. Definitely under modularity and code reuse, there has been some attempt there. You could use linked templates, parameterized linked templates for reusability. But that's not necessarily a very easy way of, kind of linking those templates and then finding out what are the dependencies and so on. That was not very easy to do within ARM templates, right? Now, the basic fundamental thing there is JSON is really represented, for data as a data structure, right? It's for data representation and data exchange. If you have two different web services talking to each other, data exchange between these two web services can happen in JSON or XML, but JSON being a lightweight and it became popular as a data exchange format, then something like what's a use case that ARM actually kind of derived out of it, right? So that the overall reason why JSON came into picture first, and then how it was transformed to become a template language within ARM, that actually created a lot of complexity. And for people who are getting started with ARM deployments and so on, it's very complex to understand, to go from point A to point B, or going from basics to the intermediate step also. It took a lot of learning curve, very huge learning curve that they had to go through. Now that's where Microsoft basically looked at different options. If you look at Terraform, for example, Terraform is definitely one of the very popular ways to deploy provision resources in Azure. They definitely don't go to the ARM templates per se. They have the capability to deploy using ARM templates also. But if you actually look at their own representation, they have something called HashiCorp configuration language, which basically gives you the DSL, the domain specific language, that you can use to create these templates. Not templates really, but Terraform modules or Terraform scripts that you can actually go deploy directly using Terraform itself. Right, that kind of simplified your Azure resource provisioning or the service provisioning to a large extent. Right, but again, it's another third-party tool which is not definitely native to Azure, and also they have challenges in creating the day zero support. Day zero support basically means that any point in time, Microsoft releases a new Azure service, the Terraform provider for that may not be ready. Right. So at day zero, you may not have Terraform support for that particular provider unless someone is actually working with Microsoft right from the day they started development of the provider and then to the release GA of the or private preview or public preview of whatever the service is. And so unless that happened, there's no day zero support within the Terraform providers. And then you have the Pulumi, which is another SDK kind of a thing. You can use that and create within your favorite language, like Python or JavaScript, or maybe I think they support Go also. Within any of these languages, you can use their SDK and deploy to Azure, which is again a more imperative way of doing things. You're actually writing programs, you're writing applications within that to perform this. It's not a very user friendly. I mean, unless you're a developer, you won't really understand how to use the SDK and create those Pulumi programs and then use that for Azure provisioning and so on. And that's where Microsoft started looking at PowerShell also as an alternative. In fact, there's a new module that PowerShell team at Microsoft released, which is called PSARM. That's also an open source module. If you actually go look at that, they're also intending to create a DSL within PowerShell that you can actually write like a PowerShell script, which eventually generates an ARM template for you, right? So, but that is pretty much, again, specific to the PowerShell crowd. Not everyone is really a PowerShell expert or PowerShell user, right? You need to know PowerShell, how to use PowerShell to be able to go use that DSL and then create your ARM templates, generate your ARM templates out of it. So one of the reasons, why Bicep came into picture was also that they wanted to make sure it is easy to understand. It is very easy to begin with. Even if you're a very, beginner user kind of a person with respect to Azure services and Azure provisioning services in Azure, etc., you should be very comfortable to get started with it. You don't have to really understand the existing programming language constructs or something. There is a pretty very small subset of things that you can do within Bicep. Bicep itself is a programming language, but it's not a general purpose programming language. So there won't be too many features within that. What is needed for ARM template generation, that will be there. So that's the goal of Microsoft also, that they wanted to just keep it simple, DSL just meant for Azure and nothing else, right? So that's how Bicep was born. So like I said, Bicep is a domain-specific language for declaratively deploying your Azure, not declaratively deploying, but rather I would say declaratively defining your Azure resources, right? It's not a general-purpose programming language. You cannot, for example, call any other interfaces within the operating system through Bicep. it offers a very easy and a concise syntax to understand, right? As you see in the examples when I start doing some of the demos, it's kind of very, very easy to understand, very easy to kind of get started with your, Bicep programming or Bicep files, writing Bicep files. Day zero support for all Azure resource types and API versions. So since the backend, that what they use is basically the REST API specification coming out from each of the services, they kind of enable day zero support for any service that gets released within Bicep. And it's just a transparent abstraction over JSON for ARM templates. For example, there are different functions that are supported, or different properties, resource properties that are supported. So since this is a very transparent abstraction over ARM templates, whatever is applicable within ARM templates is available within Bicep also. Right? We will see how that is made possible when we start, looking into some demos, etc. And each Bicep file basically transpiles into ARM template. If you have heard about TypeScript, right, or worked on TypeScript basically compiles or transpiles to a JavaScript at a later point in time. So TypeScript itself does not do anything. When it gets compiled into JavaScript, that's where the magic happens, really, right? It's the magic that basically converting this, the easier to understand, or the declarative definition of your infrastructure into something that ARM, Azure Resource Manager, basically understands into an ARM template. That's the magic that Bicep does for us, while making it very easy for us to go write these ARM templates. So this is how it really works, right? You have Bicep language that you basically start with, and then there's a command line utility called Bicep. So you use that command line utility, build a template, and then use your favorite tooling like AZCLI, or maybe it could be Azure PowerShell or something else which is capable of deploying these templates, and just use that to deploy the template that is generated using Bicep build, right? That's all there is in the workflow here, right? And it's also open source. You can actually go look at the code. You can, if you are comfortable writing C++, I think it is written in, you can go write, you can go contribute to that. You can have, issues reported directly and see the progress that Microsoft is making. And you can also see what features coming up in the future as a part of their project roadmap and so on. Right now, it is in version 3. There is a subversion, I think 3.255 or something. The good part is, up till 0.2 release, there was no production support. With 0.3 release, Microsoft is actually fully supporting this in the production. So if you are already using ARM templates and you're authoring the ARM templates, you can start with Bicep language, convert some of those templates into Bicep files, and start using them in production. Microsoft fully supports this whole feature set today at this point in time, right? In fact, you can actually decompile an ARM template, and Bicep does a best effort basis, basically convert that ARM template, the existing JSON template, into a Bicep file also. That is also possible. That's called decompiling a ARM JSON file into Bicep for further authoring or further modifications, etc. It's integrated with Azure CLI and PowerShell. I'll show you an Azure CLI example where I can actually go deploy a Bicep file directly, right? I can just specify a template file. When I go to this AZ template group create, I can specify a template file as .bicep file, and the Azure CLI internally converts that into a JSON and then starts deploying it. So you don't have to necessarily do this build step also. You can directly take a Bicep file and start deploying it also. These are the different features that you expect in any programming language, right? Or rather, something for that's meant for building ARM templates. There is reusability built into Bicep language with help of parameters, with the help of variables, expressions, and built-in functions, like what you have seen within ARM templates, etc. We have those artifacts also, those constructs also in Bicep language to reduce the complexity of your Bicep files. You can do iterative deployments. For example, if you want to deploy the same storage account resource or a virtual network resource with the similar properties, let's say n number of instances of that storage account, you can actually use iterative deployments, the for loop, etc. You can use and deploy these resources within a Bicep file. There are conditional deployments. You can use if conditions to basically go check if that based on a parameter value or based on a variable value or based on the state of another resource, do you want to really deploy this or not, etc. Those conditional deployments can be done. There are also scope deployments. You might be aware that we are not anymore limited to resource group-based deployments only. We can do subscription-based deployments, tenant-based deployments, management group-based deployments, etc. A scope deployments basically is meant for that. You can actually mix these scopes also within a single Bicep file, which generates ARM template automatically for you with all those mixed scopes, etc. And of course, the final one, which is a very useful feature, modules, right? Like we had in ARM template language or ARM templates, we have this linked templates, concept of linked templates. You can have a reusable template kept as a separate JSON and reference that template in a main JSON template file and give the parameters there so that you can actually use that multiple times in multiple different ways, etc. So those are the artifacts that are implemented as modules within Bicep. Once you understand how to use parameters and how to use outputs, etc., I think using modules is just understanding how to use that module keyword and nothing more than that, right? As we go through some of these examples, you will definitely see how easy it is and how easy Microsoft made it, especially when it comes to the authoring part of it with the help of Visual Studio Code extension, etc. It's going to be a very easy thing for even the beginner to go start write Bicep language and convert Bicep language file and then convert it to ARM template very easily, right? So let's see what we have next. That's all the slides that I have. I'm going to walk through a bunch of demos now of all the, from getting started to a lot of language features, etc. Any point in time, if you have any questions, please feel free to show it. I'll start answering right away if that is possible here. All right, let's switch screens. All right. Can you all see my screen? So the first thing that you have to do is basically like install the Bicep CLI itself, right? There are multiple ways to do that. Microsoft offers kind of a setup.exe or MSA package that you can actually download and install Bicep. This is my favorite way of doing this. I have a PowerShell script which basically has this different variables that I have set, and this is where almost every time the latest release is actually stored for my Windows 10 x64 operating system. So this PowerShell script basically downloads that, it installs it, and then it sets the path variable so that I can actually access Bicep from anywhere, right? If you, for example, if I do once I install this, if I do Bicep version, to be able to use that, right? So this is 0.3255. This is the Bicep version that I have, CLI version I have right now. I think this is the latest from a fortnightly build, I think. Now, once you have this, this is one way of installing it. The other ways of installing could be you can use, I think Choco also you can use to install Bicep, or you can use Azure CLI also. If your Azure CLI version is anything about 2.20.20, I think I have that, right? You can actually use Azure Bicep install. This will actually install the Bicep CLI for you. Or if you don't want to install it this way, you can also do something like Azure deployment group create and do a template file and give it a, let's say something like a C colon scripts or anything like that, right? Or main.bicep. The moment it sees a file, template file with .bicep extension, if Bicep is not found in the path available to Azure CLI, it will actually go download Bicep CLI and then install it. That's another way of getting Azure CLI also. Bicep CLI onto the system. Right. Now, once you have the Azure Bicep CLI installed, another good thing that you have to install for sure if you are actually using VS Code for your authoring purposes is the Bicep extension from Microsoft. Right. This extension actually gives you the language server so that it basically can give you the linting capability. I mean, as you start writing in the editor, it will actually tell you if there is a error in your syntax or something, or any auto completion that has to happen. The extension basically initializes based on what type of a resource you have start configuring, and then gets all the mandatory properties for it, and then gives you the auto completion for any of the property values that are available, etc., and so on. So let's see that demo quickly, right? And before that, this is kind of a very basic structure that we have. This is, in fact, resource is all that we need within a Bicep file. We don't need anything else. The parameters, variables, output, etc. These are all additional things that are there to make the template more reusable and more readable, etc. But otherwise, these are not mandatory elements within a Bicep file. All you really need is a resource. That's it, right? And if you actually look at the syntax also here, right? You have a param keyboard for defining parameters. You define a parameter name and then give it a data type, etc., and you assign it a default value. Similarly, the same pattern follows everywhere. If you actually look at this, the resource also, I have a resource, I have a symbolic name, what type of a resource it is, and I have a equal to here, and then define the resource instance properties here. Same thing with output. So there is a pattern in how you actually add any of these things. It's very easy to understand, very easy to implement and write, right? So like I said, this is the minimum required. A name and location are needed. Properties also are not needed if there are no mandatory properties for that particular resource that you have to supply as a part of resource deployment. All you need really is the resource keyword, its identifier, and the type, and the name and location for it. And that's all you need to basically compile it into a JSON template and then start using it. Okay. All right. So let's move on to the next demo, which is basically your first Bicep program. So I have already written something here, but to show the capability of the Visual Studio Code and the extension, Bicep extension, what I'll do is I'll just knock it off, whatever I have here, and then start writing something again. So the first thing I said, I need a resource. So it gives me auto completion already. See, I have resource. Or you can actually choose from one of these things. Resource with child defaults, without resource defaults, whatever resource Cosmos account, and etc., and so on. So in this case, I just go with a blank thing. I'll go with a resource, and then I have to give it a name. So don't get confused about this identifier that the resource name that you're giving here, or symbolic name, to the resource instance name that you provide in the properties. This name is only used as a part of your template generation. It's not the name of the resource that you're going to assign. For example, I'm going to create a storage account. I'll just name it SA. And as soon as I put that, I get a list of all the available provider types, right? I'm going to, as I type, that gets filtered. You can see that. Storage accounts. I'm going to check this, okay? And like I said, there has to be equal to operator here, and then square flower brackets. You can actually see that here. The moment I put equal sign, it gives me what is possible there after that, right? So this is one. And then I have, if you have, there's a red squiggly here. If you mouse over that, it'll actually tell you that I have a problem here. The specified resource declaration is missing the following required properties. These are the mandatory properties that I need, right? Kind, location, name, and SKU. Let's start with name. Your storage account has to be globally unique. The name has to be globally unique. Let's give something like, maybe I don't think someone would take it, or someone might have executed this. I don't know, but let's verify this, right? You needed to put that in single quotes. And the second one that is needed is location. I'm going to say West US, maybe. And then kind is basically what type of a storage account this is. I'm going to create a storage v2. See, I'm getting the auto completion for my properties also here, right? And then the SKU. SKU is a different type of parameter. It's an object actually within ARM. So the moment I put this, it gives me an object identifier there. And then within this, what is available, I can do a control space, and it will tell me that name is the required property within SKU. I'll give it name, and it will also give me what are the different types of SKUs that are available. I'll select standard LRS or something, and that's all I really need to deploy this resource. But there could be additional properties. But there's nothing mandatory here, but I'll just put another properties here, any other properties for the resource. Within this, again, if I do a control space, I get the different properties. And let me choose access tier. I'll say there are two possible things here. I think access tier, should not be a equal sign. It's a cool and hot are the possible values, property values here. Let's select that. That's all you really need here, right? Now I have this main a Bicep file creator. What I'll do is I'll do a Bicep build, then main.bicep. Where am I? Sorry, I'm not in this folder actually. It should be 02. I'll do a build. The build is complete, and I have the JSON file here. Now take a look at this JSON, right? It's actually now generating a just generated a kind of a deployment template for the storage account that I'm going to create. Okay. So this can be now deployed directly using any of your favorite deployment methods, Azure PowerShell or Azure CLI, anything. But what I'll do here is, for now, I'll just do a deployment group create. Then I say template file equals main dot. I'll give a Bicep file itself. I'll not use the template that is generated. Resource group, I have a group called Bicep. So what internally happens is it actually takes the Bicep file, compiles it into a JSON, ARM template JSON, and then pushes it there. Right, there's a question here. Only single quotes or these can be double quotes. I don't think these are double quotes actually. Even the expressions are written in single quotes in Bicep. So we can clearly see that it does not support double quotes. Right. So while that's running, let's move on from here. I'll show you once this is deployed completely. You'll get the output like what you see in any general Azure CLI deployment output. You basically see the JSON that basically has the outputs and the other resource properties that are as a part of this whole storage template, storage account deployment. Now we also talked about parameters. Parameters is a way to make your templates reusable, right? Bicep supports that, of course. Yeah, this deployment is complete. You can see I have this output from here. Right, since I have not added any output to my template, I don't have anything received here, but you can actually see the output resources. This is what is created. Right now, coming back to the parameter discussion, right? The way I can make my Bicep files or ARM templates reusable is by adding parameters, so that the parameters can be used as a sort of the input, argument or input parameters basically for a template, and then you can have your end users supply those parameter values and use the same template to deploy multiple times. Someone might want to create a standard LRS with a SKU standard LRS for a storage account. Someone else wants some other, maybe a premium storage account, and so on. Or let's say someone wants to create access tier cool, someone wants access tier hot or whatever. You can parameterize that. And then, for example, if I have to really add this, let me just add it right here, right away. access tier. Right, add this param. The way you do it is param keyword is what that is being used here, and then you specify the identifier or the name of the parameter, and then you specify the type of the parameter, which is mandatory, and then you have equal sign, of course. And if you want to give a default value, you can actually give it here. So in this case, access tier has a default value of cool. Otherwise, if I specify hot as a part of my template deployment, that will be taken obviously after that. Right. Now, the way you use these parameter names is pretty simple, right? You just call the parameter name, like here, you see here, SKU name and access tier. I just used it right away. There's nothing like a parameter function in template language, ARM template language that you have to really use here. You can directly just call the parameter name here. The only downside of, or the drawback of this method is, you cannot have variables or any of these elements with the same identifier. For example, if I have a variable access tier, I could do this in ARM templates, but not here. I can, if I say, the moment I say access tier, it will actually throw that as a warning, because the parameter and the variable both have a same identifier. So that is not possible, right? While it makes it easy, you don't have to enclose something like this, right? In earlier, ARM templates, we had to do something like this. That's no more needed. I just call the name of that specific identifier, use the name of the identifier or the variable or parameter, and that's it. The value will be replaced there, used there automatically. Now, there's also something called the interpolation syntax that we have, string interpolation. This is a way of creating expressions. We'll see in a later demo a better example of this. But if you actually see, this is for those people who are familiar with the PowerShell programming language or something, you will understand this is kind of a string interpolation. What basically happens is, when I'm actually creating this expression, the value of storage account prefix gets expanded within these when you specify like this, right? It's basically a concatenation that happens, right? So when we actually do this compilation of this particular Bicep file, what I call it simple parameters, let's build it. It's a build and simple Bicep. I compile that. The generated JSON, you'll actually see the complexity now, right? You have the parameters expanded into object here again, and then the way they are used using the parameters method function we talked about. And look at this, the way this whole the simple expression that we had there gets converted into a rather complex expression here, right? In fact, this is probably very simple compared to what we can do in ARM template language, but you can actually see the difference between how the template was written in Bicep and how it gets converted here. This is like 41 lines, and this is like 15 lines of Bicep file that we have, right? And what you have is really a 41 lines long a template that we just created. So, but one of the things that you see in the JSON template here is, if you see this is the kind of a metadata that you have, right? You could also do something like allowed values and other constraints like min length, max length, and so on. That is all possible through something called decorators in Bicep. Okay, let's look at that example here. So in this example, you'll see the decorators. I'm getting a red squiggly here. Although this is perfectly fine syntax, since the Bicep extension does not support this type of a syntax yet, but this is a proper Bicep file for sure, right? Now, if you actually look at this, I have a description decorator. Any decorator starts with a @ symbol, @ and the description is the actual decorator value. I kind of put the remaining description, whatever I want to kind of use that for the parameter into these parentheses here within single quotes. I have metadata, like anything that you cannot define as a default with a built-in decorator. You can use the metadata. For example, I want to do something like author. Author should be let's say Chaganti. If you want to do something like that, you can actually use that additional data that you want to define as metadata here. And for any Let me remove that. But let's go to this. There are other decorators like, at min length 3, at max length 24. This is basically defining that any value that is specified as a storage account name should be at least 3 characters in length and 24 characters max length, right? This is the storage account restriction that we have within ARM. And then the allowed values are defined like this. You have a allowed decorator, which is an array here. And then within that, I have hot and cool. Common mistake that I did initially was to put a comma here that is not needed within Bicep. That's not actually supported. You just new line separator is the new line character is the separator here within array elements, etc. So you don't have to put a comma there, just put a new line. And then I have another allowed here. Right, similar to that, min length and max length. You also have min value and max value, which basically defines the range of values for an integer. For example, let's say if I have another parameter like I won't be using it, but let's see if I have num storage account, number of storage accounts I want to create, right? For this, I can, let's say, define it as an integer and add it to, I can say min value and give it, let's say minimum is 2, at max value is maybe 10. Right? So this template then gets restricted to creating maximum 10 storage accounts using some iterative method or whatever it is. Right? Now, when you convert this, rest of the thing hasn't changed really. I've used the remaining template as is, right? So if I kind of build this, again, you'll see that I have another large JSON file with all these. This is what we used to write earlier, right? Within parameters, I used to define all the metadata for the parameters and then the remaining template itself. So that's how simple Bicep really makes it. Yeah, as you start adding this metadata, there may not be too many differences in terms of line count, etc. But as you start building complex Bicep files, that's when you will actually realize the real value of this Bicep DSL. It's not just about the number of lines compared to JSON, the reduction number of lines, but it's more like how easy it makes the authoring process itself becomes once you start using Bicep. That is more important when using Bicep here. Now, the next artifact that next construct I want to talk about is the variables and expressions. We have the variables and expressions within ARM template language also, which is very similar here again. The only between parameters and variables, the difference is parameters have a type. Variables do not have a type. The type is basically inferred at the time of assignment, and you cannot reassign a variable in Bicep. It has to be declared and assigned at the same time. Right? You cannot really, at a like any other programming language like PowerShell, etc. You cannot have a variable declared first and then later initialized to something else, or assign a different value or reassign a different value. That is not possible in Bicep language. It supports multiple data types. You can have integer variables, arrays. You can have objects. You can have not secure object, but strings and so on, string arrays, etc. So I have a couple of examples here. This is a string type. These two are string type variables, and they have a object type variable. Within this, I have a couple of different objects defined again, which is performance and capacity, right? If the target usage, I have a parameter called target usage, which is basically set to capacity by default. Let's say now through the ARM template, I specify that as performance. So based on the type of the usage, I want to change the access tier for that particular storage account. Now that's done through this method, right? These are type of building different types of expressions. There could be very complex expression that you can create in a very simple way. Let's see how this gets changed into ARM template language once we compile it, right? So the way I'm accessing that is I have resource prefix, which is the variable. I think it's wrong variable that I have here. This is not correct. The resource prefix has to be something else. Let's do one more variable here. variable, maybe. And then I have maybe just create another variable called access tier. And based on the performance, I have access tier setting getting set to hot, or if it's capacity, it is getting set to cool. Now the way I access it is access tier, and then this is called indexing. Basically, I have a object within that I'm actually indexing through using this value coming from the parameter target usage. Right now it's capacity. So access tier capacity dot access tier capacity dot access tier is cool. I mean, it just should be changed. Let's change it only to tier. It doesn't sound right. Right. So that's all we really have to do here, right, to make this happen. Now let's see if we compile this. Main.bicep. I have a JSON created. Now if you go look at it, my variables. So this is more or less same, right? The way it is represented in an ARM template as well as in the Bicep is the same. And now how it gets used. See, I'm calling the variables method, getting the tier object from there, and then using the parameters method or function, and then giving it the target uses parameter name. And then from the resulting object, I'm accessing the access tier, right? To understand for a beginner who's trying to actually read this could be much more complex than just reading this, right? This is basically like tier target usage is capacity set to capacity. Yes, I go to capacity dot access tier, I get the value of it. So from an understanding point of view, also the way we write it, the simplification point of view, Bicep is much more easier to understand and write. This is just another proof point that we have here. Now, once you start writing your complex, templates, reusability is one factor that we talked about already, right? By using parameters and maybe between fixed configuration, kind of a flexible configuration, you use variables instead of a lot of parameter instead of adding a lot of parameters, you can add a bunch of variables with some fixed values for the resource properties, etc. You combine that to create a kind of a dynamic template. Maybe that brings in the reusability factor into your Bicep files. Now, if you have a Bicep file where you want to create, let's say, 3 storage accounts or 4 storage accounts with the similar properties, with access tier set to hot or whatever, you just want to create 4 of them. So you don't have to necessarily create 4 instances of storage account and then start deploying the template. You can actually iterate the same resource instance for 4 times using a loop construct within Bicep, and then have that generate the template for you, or the template is also generated using a copy object if you are aware of ARM templates. And then the copy object is basically used to go deploy this for 4 times, right? Let's look at that. And the iteration can be done at multiple levels within Bicep. It can happen at the resource instance itself. For example, if you take a look at this, the syntax more or less stays the same thing, except that I enclose that in a for loop. This is the only additional syntax that I have. The square, starting from the square bracket here to the colon and this square bracket here. If I remove that, the rest of the syntax is same, right? All I have done is I prefix this for syntax here. This is basically looping over an index. So I have a range of values, 0 to SA count. SA count is set to variable value 2. Right? That basically means I have 2 elements up to 2, excluding 2, right? So that basically means this loop will iterate for 2 times, 0 and 1. The moment it reaches to 2, it will break off, right? Now I have that. The way I'm using it is for index. Index is a kind of a variable, temporary variable within this, or the loop variable that I have here. Within that, I have so applying a range to that. So this has been an array of values like 0 and 1, etc. in this case. And then I get the $index. The first iteration will be 0. So you get a 0 STG, and that suffixed with a unique string generated from resource group ID, right? So storage account has to be always unique. globally. So that's why I'm using a unique string resource group ID.id. So that basically gives me a unique string. When that attached with 0 and STG, I get what I really want. So and I have specified the location here, and rest everything same stays as is, except that I'm using the index within this to make sure I create a unique storage account name. Let's compile this. Wrong. So if I go look at my JSON, should be there. So like I said, we use the moment we specify a for loop or anything, basically an iterative deployment, it gets translated into a copy object within the ARM template. A copy object is nothing but a for loop within templates, you can say so, right? And then it has a count. And this is what the expression that we have, range 0 to SCA count, gets translated to, right? The length of that will be 2, basically 0 and 1. So the length of that will be 2. That's what becomes count here, and it will go create 2 storage accounts when you deploy this. Okay. Now you can also iterate at the, like I said, different levels, which is another level could be resource properties. Let's take an example here. In this example, what we are trying to do is we are creating a virtual network, but within the virtual network, I want to create multiple subnets. Instead of just creating one subnet, I want to create multiple subnets. So I have a variable which is basically called subnet prefix. That will be used as a part of creating these multiple subnets. And as I index over this, let's say I have 3 set here, and I have the same range, other loop index being used here. It will go from 0 to 3. That basically means I'll have 3 subnets created, and each of those subnets get the subnet index, the index value used as a kind of a suffix here, so that the name of the subnet is unique within the VNet. And then I have a address prefix getting picked from the subnet prefix array, the variable array. Right. Now, do you see any problem here? Right. Probably I cannot see what you're typing or your thoughts here, but let me talk about this. I have the subnets set to 3, but I have specified only 2 subnet prefix here, right? Bicep won't understand that you have done a mistake here. You are iterating for 3 times, but I have supplied only 2 subnet prefixes. For the 3rd iteration, this will return null, or you won't be able to index, because that at that index there's nothing within the subnet prefix array, right? So Bicep won't understand. Bicep will simply compile this. Right? You will have a problem when you have to really deploy this, right? When you deploy this template, ARM will complain about it. Right. So it's the same thing that gets changed here, and you'll see that in the properties of the subnet, I have this expression generated for creating those subnets out there. Right. So you have to be careful in terms of what you specify, because since this is not a parameter, also it's not taken from the user. It's actually within the template itself. It's hard coded to 3, and I have only 2 subnet prefixes, so that template is going to fail at the deployment time. So these are some of the things that you have to take care, and Bicep won't really understand what exactly your intention is when you actually you have written that, right? So it's not gonna complain about that mistake there. It won't even know about it. And the other thing would be within any template development is conditional deployments, right? Conditional deployments is basically, let's say, this example itself that you've seen the editor here. You might have seen some of these template deployments. When you actually go there, it'll ask you, do you want to create a new resource group? Yes, or existing, or use existing resource group. Or let's say you want to create a new storage account, or use the existing storage account. If you select existing, it will basically prompt you for the storage account name. Even if you select new, it will prompt for the storage account name. But the behind the scenes, the logic has to take care of whether to create a storage account or not, right? That's where the conditional deployments come into picture. Now, if your end user selects new storage account, you have to go create a storage account, and if there is another resource instance that depends on this storage account, you will have to take care of that automatically, right? If the customer chooses or the end user chooses existing storage account and gives you a storage account name, you don't have to really go through the flow of creating a storage account itself, right? So that's what is achieved through what we call conditional deployments in Bicep. This existed in ARM templates also, right? We could use the condition element there within the JSON and then specify the condition there as an expression. Here, it becomes much more simpler. Like a programming language, you specify this, right? Rest, all the syntax for the resource instance is absolutely same. There's no change at all there. You have if new or existing, the allowed values for that are new and existing. If the parameter is set to new, I'll go create this. If not, I'll skip this resource creation totally. Let's compile and see how it translates into JSON. This is one way you can actually start, trying to understand some of the ARM template techniques also, right? Since Bicep is kind of a front end now for you to create a specific, structure for your template, and then see how, that same template can be represented in ARM template language. If you really want to understand that connection, Bicep is a great way of, doing that. Let's do this quickly. So I have the parameters, that's fine. I have the resources here. The same thing again. There's a condition here, see? Equals parameters new or existing. If it is new, then you go create this. Otherwise, you don't create it. Simple thing, right? If you wondered how the condition element is used or the property is used within a resource definition, this is how it is used in ARM templates. Start writing from Bicep, Bicep language, and then you'll understand ARM template also very easily. It's like learning both at the same time, right? You've learned Bicep, compile the file into JSON, you go look at the definition and see what are the differences and how those expressions are built within JSON, etc. Now let's quickly go to the modules. I think we have another 9 minutes only, right? Modules are definitely a way to kind of organize your code, organize your Bicep files, or even in ARM templates also you had this concept called link templates. You could take a specific segment or a part of your template, make it a link template, give it parameters and output, and then reuse that multiple times in different templates, right? Bicep also allows that. For example, I have a module that I created here. A module is nothing but another Bicep file, okay? This is on its own, it can actually go create a resource. For example, if I compile this and provide the necessary parameters, it can actually go deploy this virtual network with whatever subnet that I have specified here. But instead of doing that, using it as a standalone thing, I've started using it as a module now. The requirements for a module, you need to have parameters. It's not necessary. You can have default values also. You have parameters and you have an output, which is probably not necessary, but it's probably needed for your the main template. If it has to act upon the data, the object properties that are coming out of this template, you need that output to be sent to your main template also. So that's why we kind of put an output here. So the way I'm using that in main module is just calling it up with a module keyword, giving it a name. Again, the pattern remains same. You have a keyword, you have an identifier for the keyword, and you have a type of that keyword. In this case, a module identifier is net, and this is where the module is stored. It's in the modules folder /modules and /vnet.bicep, right? Again, I can use iterative deployments within modules also. That's what is shown here, okay? And you specify what are the different parameters that are needed for the module to go deploy the resource that you need. And I've specified that is a collection of objects here in a variable. I'm iterating over that collection and then picking the values from there and assigning here. So these values are sent to the module directly. And once the template deployment is complete, I get the output through this and I specify the output. Again, like I said, the iterations can be used on outputs also. This is what I'm doing it, right? Again, the same syntax. If you observe everywhere, it's the same absolute syntax that you have anywhere. The same pattern it follows basically. So it becomes very easy once you start writing resource definitions in a specific format. The same can be applied elsewhere also, like outputs, modules, and etc. Okay. When I compile this, you'll see a nested deployment created for you. But this is the nested deployment template that I have. So it has a deployment here, and then I have a nested template here, which is about the VNet deployment. Once again, if you probably did not understand in the beginning how nested templates are created, kind of use Bicep again, like a front end, and then compile that into a JSON. You'll understand how exactly to write something in ARM templates for nested deployments and so on. The conditional template deployments I talked about, even that can be used as a part of your modules as well. When you're using modules, you can use the condition, same if condition again, and see whether a specific module has to be executed or not. Okay. And then the final thing that I want to show here today is the target scope, right? We could do deployments in the resource group to begin with in ARM templates and otherwise also, and then they slowly added the subscription level deployments and management group level deployments, tenant level deployments, and so on. The Bicep also supports that. All you have to do is specify this target scope element. This becomes a global scope for the entire set of resources that you specify here. But if you, for example, one of the resources you want to change the scope, for example, this resource that I'm creating a resource group, which will be in the target scope subscription. And then I come here, I'm using a module here to create a storage account. For that, I'm specifying the scope as this resource group, right? So it's a mixed scope that I'm specifying here. Some of the resources in this group are at a subscription level, like the resource group. And then the module that I want to deploy is as a storage account. I specified a different scope for that. And then this automatically creates a dependency. So you see, right now, I have not explicitly defined any dependency between these two, right? But by specifying the scope as this particular resource instance, I'm creating a dependency, implicit dependency there. So if I go, compile that, you'll see that the dependencies gets created on the deployment automatically. Since this is a nested deployment again, you'll see within the nested template, you have a dependency created here. See, it has a dependency on the resource group. So the resource group gets deployed first, and then it attempts the storage account creation. All right, so that's all I had. I think we have only 4 minutes now. Let's go back to slides and see what I have. Yeah, these are some resources and references. It's a pretty good, repository there out there. The open source Bicep repository. You have a lot of examples talking about the right from beginning hello world example to some complex examples of nested templates and so on. Go take a look at that. Start reading the code, and you'll understand very easily what's happening within that. And then start using those artifacts within your Bicep files. Right. Any other questions?
That's a great talk, Ravi. So we have a couple of questions. So Deepak has asked, can we generate these Bicep files programmatically? Like, is there any SDK to generate these Bicep files?
Nothing that I know of. But since the linter, there's a linter that is gonna. I think there is an open issue or open feature request someone created. So once that is available, I think we should be able to generate these Bicep files automatically, programmatically rather.
Okay. So another question is, can't we use the subnet prefix length? Maybe subnet. The question has raised in between while you are showing your code.
Okay.
You can answer it.
Yeah, that's another way of doing it. Yes, definitely. get the length of the subnet prefix array and then use that also as a count. That's possible, yes.
Okay. So does it mean like that the linked templates deployment is not supported by Bicep? It's only nested templates. That's like a continuation of previous question.
Yeah, the way it's generating today, the moment I put as a module, it is actually using only nested template definition. If you really want to do that way, I think so. Today again, the file has to be local. You cannot actually get the module Bicep file from a GitHub repository or elsewhere, like put it in a storage account in reference to that SaaS URL, etc. That's not possible today. It has to be always local. So I'm assuming today the support is only the nested template support. Linked template support might come at some point in time. As of now, I don't see it in 0.4 also release. If you actually go look at the project roadmap, I don't think they have the features to support linked templates.
Okay. So let me check. And Chirag has asked, is reverse possible? ARM template to Bicep file?
Possible. So Bicep can be used. Bicep, the way we build it, right? You can also do a Bicep decompile, and that will basically get you from, for example, if I can show something here, I have Bicep decompile. This command basically decompiles a Bicep file into, a JSON file into a Bicep. There's an error in this. Yeah, we can debug that later. But yeah, the point here is Bicep decompile command can be used to actually take a JSON and convert it to a Bicep file. Again, it's a best effort basis. It's not guaranteed to kind of give you a beautiful Bicep file.
Okay, that's really a great talk, Ravi. Even all the audience were posting the positive comments, and it's really very thankful. We are feeling very thankful to have you here.
Thank you.
And yeah, thanks a lot, Ravi. So
thank you, Dinesh.
We have our next speaker. It's none other than Ilyas, seasoned cloud solution architect and Microsoft most valuable professional. As in-person folks who know him personally always admire his desire and passion to share his knowledge to the tech community. Also, he has deep expertise in designing, developing, and architecting cloud solutions for public clouds, private clouds, and even hybrid clouds. And when it comes to public cloud, he has equal knowledge on Azure and AWS as well. He has stepped in and have complete exposure towards most of the Azure cloud concepts. And now he's going to present his valuable information about Microsoft Istio. I encourage the audience to post your questions as comments anytime. We would consolidate it and get it answered at the end of the session or based on the speaker's preference. Please take over the stage, Ilyas.
Thank you so much, Dinesh. That's a lengthy introduction. But yeah, so I would like to thank Ravikanth for taking his time to present a very nice topic. In fact, I wanted to spend the last minute to go through my own demo and the content, but I got sucked into what Ravi was presenting. It was very, very, very interesting. I should spend some time on that and explore more about Biceps. All right, so in this presentation, we're going to look at Istio, or deploying microservices using Istio. So let me share my presentation, and then we'll bring it from there. Share. Hope you can see my screen. All right. Okay. So, so like I said, we're going to look at Istio, This is basically going to be an introductory session about Istio and how we could deploy microservices and what are the challenges that Istio specifically addresses when it comes to developing and deploying microservices on Azure, local, or any cloud for that matter, right? In this particular session, we're going to do everything in the local machine. Of course, we could do this in cloud, but I chose to do this in the local machine. So before we get started, let's quickly look at the agenda. So this is the agenda that I've prepared. Let's quickly learn about microservices, because at the end of the day, this is all about solving the challenges of Microsoft deployment and accessing microservices. So let's take a moment and introduce what a microservices is, and then we'll look at the challenges of microservices and introduce service mesh. That's what Istio has pioneered. And we'll also look at how does it work, and then we'll go through the key features of Istio, like traffic management, security, and observability. And then we'll also go through a lot of demos. So this is mostly demo-based presentation, where we go through each of the concept, and then we will learn by demonstrating how that particular challenge is solved by Istio. Thereby we could we could get more understanding about these topics. Okay, so first and foremost, whatever that you're going to see on this topic is already committed into my GitHub repo. So this is the GitHub repo. I will also put this in the chat in a while. And then I don't have a PPT because this is demo heavy. So I thought I will put everything in the README, and then I can simply copy paste the comments. So lazy me. So this is completely README. So you can simply clone this on your environment if you'd like to follow me. You could simply follow me and execute the instructions given on the README instructions one by one. All right. So enough of topic. A quick about the environment. So I'm using VS Code, and the code is being cloned here. And I have the terminal open here, and this is the preview window of my markdown file. You could do very similar one by installing the necessary add-ons, right? All right, so that's about the environment that we are looking at. And now let's get started with understanding what microservices are, right? Because microservices are the current rage. In fact, many organizations has taken a step to migrate their monolithic applications to microservices simply because of the various advantages that Microsoft offers to modernize their existing application and so on, right? Now, if you're new to microservices, it's important that you understand what it is and what are the what is its definition. So I quickly went to Wiki and I found a lot of different definitions about microservices. Honestly, there's no one definition because this is an evolving topic. So people are defining the way they find it, they use it, they experience it. And one of the definitions that I really like, and I think it closely resembles to what really microservices are, it defines as services are small in size, right? It makes sense. People are coming from monolith. They understand the various challenges that are introduced by monolith. I mean, monolith solutions are good. It's not that bad. But then when you have a very continuous incremental feature development and deployment, and if your teams are big and if you want to use multiple different technology stack, that's when things start to crack in a monolith solution. So that's when microservices shine, right? So services are small in size. A small size of team can build incremental features or introduce new services that they can take it to market. Messaging enabled, because microservices needs to talk to each other to convey or to process messages. We cannot depend on one single system. So it is important that we introduce a message, a queue-based system to interoperate or interconnect between one or more services, and bounded by context, right? This is another key topic within the microservices world. how small or how context the microservice should be. Do I share a context between one microservice to another services, right? And then autonomously developed. So this is another interesting topic that's connected to the size. At each, it's up to the team, but most of the teams, pick to build their particular features autonomously without interrupting other features or other teams within the larger development team. Independently deployable, decentralized, and built and released with automated processes, right? So this is one of the definitions that I found, and I think this is very closely related to what microservices are, right? Now, if you're closely looking at each and every highlights about or the features about microservices, that you could fairly relate the challenges that these microservices can introduce, right? So if you look at this picture, right? So here we have several microservices. In a typical production environment or in typical application, there could be 5 or 10 or hundreds of microservices, depending upon the complexity of the application, the nature of the applications, right? Now, when you have so many services, it is hard to, first of all, visualize, and it is hard to manage the traffic, right? Because we need to understand which services is calling what other services. Is it allowed to call the other services? How is the connectivity between one microservices to another services is secured? What if one service is staying in one of the pod and other services is in another pod or a different network? How do we enable the connectivity between such a vast infrastructure or environment, right? So you could now think of a lot of challenges. And of course, the important one is also discovery, right? Because the services can come and go. They could be short-lived. Developers can continuously build features or test or fix bugs, and they could continuously push new versions of the application. So they could come and continuously go. So if that is the case, how do we identify and route the traffic? Who maintains the list of services that one application can call, right? Of course, these are something can be handled by the developers, but it is hard to handle everything at the development layer, right? Because many of what we are now talking about is mostly the infrastructure challenge, right? Be it traffic routing, be it fault handling, be it security of the interconnected services, right? So all of them are infrastructure or networking and security related problem, which is no way beneficial for the developers or even for the actual business, right? And hence, there must be some way to handle this, and that is what service mesh concept is all about. A service mesh is basically a dedicated infrastructure layer facilitating a service-to-service communication, right? Because many of the topics that we talked about is no way related to the application development or to the actual, it doesn't add any value to the actual businesses. So it doesn't make sense to put them or handle them in the development. And hence, service mesh kind of concepts or services could greatly elevate these challenges from the development team and handle at a different layer altogether. Now, there's a common question that people might ask if you are coming from Kubernetes. Kubernetes can handle some of the challenges that we're talking about, but not all, right? Of course, experienced Kubernetes people have hacks to manage some of this traffic management, blue-green deployment or canary deployment, load balancing using Nginx or other ingress gateway providers. But to understand, Kubernetes is basically infrastructure orchestration engine, or basically a container orchestration engine, or it deals at the infrastructure layer, nothing at a layer 7 or application specific layer, right? So that's where service mesh kind of concepts really shines. Now, there are several service meshes out there in the market, and Istio is one of the key player in the market, and it is very popular simply because it comes from Google, the same provider that was built by Kubernetes, right? And Istio brings in the power of multiple different components, right? So what you're looking at in the next image is the pattern, the Istio specific pattern or sidecar pattern, right? That introduces a proxy that could handle all the challenges that we talked about in the previous layer as part of a sidecar, right? Sidecar is basically a container which has the proxy. The proxy is nothing but an envoy proxy, which is also a very famous proxy that is originally built by Lyft. Right now, Istio has taken envoy proxy, and then they have enriched envoy proxy by adding a lot of different capabilities. Right now, what we are now looking at is a sidecar pattern which deploys the proxy component next to each of the microservices that we have. Right now, what the key benefit by following this approach is we are not really touching, right? So this is also highlighted as one of the key benefits by the developers, right? So no code change or close to zero code change, right, is required for deploying Istio service mesh on top of Kubernetes workload, right? So if you already have an application which is running in Kubernetes, with zero change or with minimal change, you will be able to introduce Istio right on top of that. So if you are new to the sidecar pattern, probably this image would help you understand how or what we are talking about here, right? So we got in a car or a bike, and then there is a sidecar which is connected to the main vehicle. So in this case, a bike. Now Istio follows very similar pattern or sidecar pattern, right? So it hooks a proxy with each and every workload or every application or container, which usually runs in a pod. So this is one of my service. Just say this is your web page service, and Istio additionally hooks a container which takes care of the routing, the traffic management, load balancing, all the policies that we're going to talk about in a few moments. And then it also takes care of security, ingress, egress, and everything, right? So Istio achieves everything by injecting a sidecar, and sidecar handles everything for us. Right. So I think we talked about Istio a lot. So Istio is an open source service mesh that helps us to run a distributed microservices apps anywhere. So it can run on a virtual machine. It can run on Kubernetes. It is a first-class service mesh for Kubernetes. It natively works on Kubernetes-based workloads. Right. Now, Istio addresses three major areas. One is, of course, securing our workloads, right? Because it is very important that we secure microservices and avoid any threat surface or any malicious player accessing our microservices or injecting data and so on. So it is very important that we secure our clusters. And second, connect, right? Because there are a lot of microservices. We need to really understand the list of services that we have. Take a discovery, understand who can connect what, put a policy, which user can do what on the pods and so on, or the microservices, right? So we are going to look at this in a little more deeper in the upcoming slides. And then monitoring microservices. For me, this is one of the major benefit, right? The moment I plug in Istio on top of my Kubernetes workload, immediately I can get visibility into the auditing, logging, the communication between the services to another services if there is any fault. So this is a very interesting area. At least I really find this as an interesting, because I run a workload in production, and I'm currently exploring this, how to enable Istio on top of our production clusters, right? Now, before we go to the demo, let's quickly understand the overall architecture, right? So we talked about the services and how Istio could inject our proxies, right? Proxies, these are basically envoice proxy enriched or adapted to support the features that Istio offers. So there are two major planes, right? So this is the mesh, the outer box, and this is my data plane. This means data or requests are coming in. Somebody is coming via an ingress traffic. That we will look at what an ingress is in a moment. But this is an edge that people could access our service. So a request comes here. A request directly doesn't directly go to service. It goes via proxy. Anything that needs to serve by service is only will go via proxy. A proxy is the one which will connect and get the data. And if the service needs access to other services or needs to collect data from other services, the proxy will make a connection to another proxy. And the proxy will then connect to its own service and get the data and so on, right? At times, if the services needs to get a data from, let's say, a SQL server or other workloads that is running in on-premise or other workload, we could also configure an egress. This is another edge wherein we could define policies that restricts what this service could do and so on, right? So this is the data plane, and then there is a control plane. Control plane is where the control happens, right? So basically, if you look at what is given here, there is a Istio daemon, and Istio daemon contains multiple different components. The pilot, as the name suggests, pilot is the one which controls the proxy. So any configuration that we we put into Istio, pilot takes it and then it conveys that or configures that against the proxy, the envoy proxies. Citadel is another component which takes care of the certificates. Everything that is secured within the microservices follows mutual authentication. That's another thing that we're going to look at in the demo. And finally, Galley is a configuration engine. So anything that we provide in YAML file is converted into Istio understandable configuration, and likewise for other infrastructures as well. Okay, so enough of this. Now let's quickly look into the features one by one. So the first one is the traffic management. So we've been talking about the feature management being one of the important aspects of Istio. So under the traffic management, we have several features such as request routing, right? Request routing is all about when a service receives a request, how can it redirect or route to multiple different services, right? This is a very common need of most of the application. For example, let's say this is my homepage. Homepage connects to service B, and service B has multiple versions, right? So this could be my major version, and these are my canary versions or AB versions of my services. So we could define how the service can connect to multiple different services. Or in case if I want to introduce this canary version and I want to send 95% of my traffic to this and only 5% of the traffic here, I will be able to do that as well. And here the scenario is service A calls a different set of services based on the user agent. So this is HTTP based header. If the header contains a keyword like Android, the request can go to this services, or other requests that contains iPhone maybe can be served by Canary, right? So this, you could simply imagine now what's the possibility with the header based routing, right? So that can be done as well. Now, before we go to the security and observability, so let's quickly get into the demo and start with the cluster as well. All right. So in order to follow along, or if you want to try this in your machine, make sure you have all the prerequisites. The first and foremost, you need to have a Kubernetes cluster. You could use the Docker for desktop, which comes with the Kubernetes cluster inbuilt. Or you could go to Azure Kubernetes cluster as well. It's up to you. And then Docker. So this is very important because everything that we're doing is based on containers. So this needs to be there. And Helm is optional. And Istio. So Istio is the component that we're talking about. And hence Istio also needs to be installed. So in order to simplify, I have already installed everything on my machine. And what I'm going to do is simply run this command to make sure that I have everything. Kube control is throwing the version back, and I also have the Docker here, and Helm is also present, and finally I have the Istio control as well. All right, and now let's quickly look at my Docker settings. So this is my Docker for desktop, and so here we have the settings tab. Make sure you have the Kubernetes enabled, right? So you may ignore these, but make sure both of them are green. So, all right. So once you have this running, then we are good to start. And one other thing that you need to keep in mind is Istio. And generally, Kubernetes requires a good amount of memory and connectivity, right? Because Istio is a proxy that is going to sit next to each one of your containers or each one of your microservices. So if you have, let's say, 5 services, then Istio is going to spin up additional 5 microservices next to each one of your microservices, right? So in your pod, which means if you have 5, then consider additional 5. So the 10 microservices or 10 containers are going to run. So which means it is going to eat your memory and power, right? Hence, consider trying this on a beefy machine. All right. The next setup is Istio installation. So this Istio installation is very simple. If you're using Linux, simply follow this. This would automatically download and install Istio on your machine, and then it would also add the path so that you could Istio control immediately. Likewise, if you're using Windows like me, you could go to this location to download Istio. Here you will find the setup by versions. You could also go back to the previous version, always stay at the new version. And then lastly, you could also use Charco to install Istio control. So fairly, it is a very easy step to get started with Istio. All right. So since we are talking about demo microservices, we needed a microservices application, right? And Istio, the community, the Istio community, have done a great job of building a microservices and documenting it in very detail, right? So if you are interested to getting started with this, probably you could get started with Istio in other 30 to 45 minutes, including installation, getting the application working in just 45 minutes. And now what I have done is basically a cut short version of what I found on their documentation, right? So the first step is understanding the sample application, right? So when you go to their documentation page, this is what you will find. The Microsoft application is built with multiple stack. The first homepage is built using Python. In fact, you will also find the source code on their same repository. And then there is a reviews microservices, which has multiple versions. The first version will not have a reviews as an output. The second version will give us rating with black and rating with red. And then this review service will call the rating. Rating is the one which gives this output, right? So that's how it is formed. And then there is one last service that is details. On the product page, you will find a book details, because this is all about booking information or book information. So this is a good starting place for us to, first understand how to build microservices, and second, how these microservices can be used to demonstrate Istio, right? So you could find more information about this application by going to this URL, right? All right, so the first step, once you have Istio installed, is setting up the environment, because like we talked about, we need all these environments and control planes so that we could control or introduce this proxy, sidecar proxy, into our service mesh. So the first thing is setting up Istio environment, right? And before we do that, let's quickly go run and see how our Kubernetes looks, our cluster looks, right? So let me say kube control get pod in the default namespace, right? So there's no resource found at this moment. And let's also look at our user interface, because it is always easier by navigating to the helper utilities that comes with VS Code. All right, so here I have the AKS or Kubernetes extension for VS Code installed, and that gives me a lot of capability. So maybe you might be using this already. So here we are looking at the namespaces. This is the plain or inbuilt internal containers that runs the Kubernetes, and there's nothing inside default, right? So I just wanted to show you before I install the Istio components. The first step is to install Istio, and this is going to create a namespace called Istio system, and then it is going to install all the necessary components that we saw before, such as the Istio D, which contains Pilot, Citadel, and Galley. So it is going to take a while, but it should be fairly quick, because I've tried this multiple times in this mission, and hence I have all the images already. So it was fairly quick for me. Okay, so now if we refresh this, we will see a new namespace here called Istio system. So now let's go and say clear, and let's say kube control get all, and the namespace of Istio system. We will see all the components that Istio has installed for us, right? For example, here we have egress, the one that we talked about here, right? That's a gateway, and then another ingress gateway. This is another component that we could use to configure who can come and the host, and then so on. And finally, the Istio D, which combines all these components into one component, right? So these are the key components that must be in place for us to start with the rest of the process, right? Now, there is a quick command to check if everything is in place and everything looks good. Otherwise, there'll be a red everything is successful, which means all the components in place, and I can get started with my further exploration. Right, now, for the rest of the one, what we're going to do is deploy this application in a new namespace and then start playing with the different features of Istio, right? So the first step that we could do is, let's create a new namespace for us to play with the system, because this way we can quickly clean up, modify, update, and so on. And once we play, we can simply go ahead and remove this namespace. That way we can get rid of all the application or microservices that we deployed. All right, so I have just created a namespace. Now let me go ahead and set this namespace as my default, so that I don't need to mention namespace whenever I deploy the application, right? Now let's go and check if the new namespace has come here. This is my new namespace and the global Azure, and that has been set as the default. Now, if I do any kube control apply or delete, that would happen directly on this namespace. All right. The next step that we have to do is instruct Istio about the namespace where my application is going to be deployed by attaching a label, right? So there are two ways, in fact, to do this. We could either directly deploy the sidecar using Istio control, or we could simply label the namespace where my application is going to be deployed, and Istio will automatically deploy the sidecar as and when I deploy my application. So that's exactly what I'm going to do here. I'm simply saying kubectl label the namespace global Azure with this label, right? So here we go. Let's copy and paste it. And this is going to label by namespace. Now, if you want to see the labels, we can simply say show the labels, and here we go. We have our global Azure namespace, and we also have labels attached with Istio injection is enabled. Now, if I deploy any application or any deployment on this namespace, Istio will observe the changes, and then it will automatically inject the sidecar. All right. So to observe that, let's quickly look at the deployment. Right. So we now ready to deploy an application to see this in action. Okay. So, and for that, I have copied the book info YAML. So let's quickly look at the book info YAML application. So this is the plain vanilla Kubernetes YAML construct, right? So these are simply the Kubernetes objects. There's no difference at all. There's nothing specific to Istio here, right? So here, like we discussed, there are multiple services. The first service is a details page. So we have a service object here, and this is exposed in 9080, and there is a service account. So the service account is basically the one which gives the identity for us to for the microservices, right? So this service account is the one which will be attached. And then deployment is the one which allows us to run the container. So here we have one container which connects to Docker, Istio example. So these are pre-built images that we are simply reusing. These are good. Before you get started with your actual application, at least play with this demo application. There are several demo applications. The one that we are using is the one that comes with Istio itself. These are battle tested. So you may get started with this demo application, play with it multiple times, and play with it, the scenarios that you have in your application before you actually touch your application, right? So now what we're looking at is the book info application. The first one is the details page. The second one is the ratings component. And here the rating, similarly service account, and then deployment. And in the deployment, you could see this also has one container, booking ratings v1 116.2. Likewise, we have service, another service called reviews. This is also exposed to 1980, and then service account and deployment. So if you look at the containers, here we have container book info reviews and with version, and finally reviews with multiple containers, I guess. Right, so this is deployment revision reviews v3 and v2. So there are multiple deployment for reviews v1, v2, v3, right? So spend some time going through this because this is the one which is going to get deployed. All right, so hope you have played with Kubernetes. So what I'm going to do is simply deploy that particular application into my namespace. Okay, where is it? Okay, here we go. Perfect. So this has created all the services. Again, it was very quick simply because I had the images cached and it is already played multiple times, and hence it was very quick. Now what we could do is go quickly and check if all the services is downloaded and ready to serve. Okay, now if you look at the list, I'm trying to get all the parts, the services that we deployed, and then the deployments, right? And then the replica set. Now you're seeing 0 out of 2, right? Because we just deployed 1, but then here we have 2. This is because Istio has injected the sidecar automatically, and hence it is 2. Now, once the pods and the deployment comes up, we will be able to see both the containers, both the microservices there. So let's quickly do once again, and now everything is in place, right? Now, if we go and look at what's running inside, we will be able to see multiple containers in each of the microservices. All right, so here we go. All right, so that is, so now this sample application is up and running. And now let's go ahead and execute a command to get the application up. So this particular command is basically to, okay, let me reduce this and this as well. This command basically goes and grabs the home page or the details page, right? So that's the first page that is served to the users. Now it is up, and now we can quickly open this and go to the browser and try to access the application. Now the application is not up because we don't have any ingress, or the edge is still not configured. And in the next step, that is what we are going to do. So we need to introduce a gateway, or the ingress gateway, that could serve our request, right? Now, before we execute it, let's quickly look at the ingress gateway to understand the configuration a bit. So here we go. So it is a very simple service. So again, ingress gateway, or the gateway, is Istio's own CRD, right? So if you have prior experience with Nginx, you could very well relate to what we are talking about here. So this is basically an edge, a gateway that can take our incoming request, right? So now here we are exposing port 80, and then on the protocol HTTP, and we could take any host, right? And the next one is virtual service. A virtual service is basically a service that can take, once the request is hit into the gateway, virtual service is the one which redirects the service or the request to multiple services. So here you could see it is connected to the gateway, and it can take any host. And here we are doing a match, URL matches, and based on if the page matches to each or any one of this, the destination is going to be product page, right? Now, if this, in order to get our microservice exposed, we need to install this gateway and the microservices, right? And let's do that in the next command. We'll go back and copy that command and deploy our book info gateway. Here we go. So it is installed. Now there is a command to quickly check if there is any issues. If everything is good, it would tell us no validation issues found when analyzing the namespace global Azure. This is a good sign, and there is no problem whatsoever. So we are good to access this application. So before we access, let's look at the get service, the ingress gateway. So if you look at group control get svc namespace Istio system, we will find all the gateway, and what we are interested is the ingress gateway. So if we execute the get service, it will tell us the external IP. So external IP is localhost, and I can reach to 80 to access the demo application or book info application. So same goes here, and now let's refresh, and here we go. So we have the demo application up and running. Okay, so we have 3 services or reviews version, and that is giving a different versions. Okay, now this is the default behavior. Now let's say we would like to stick with just the yellow rating and not with the black ones or the empty routings or ratings. Let's go ahead and fix that. Okay, so that's going to be our next task. All right, so in order to do that, let's introduce a destination rule. So before we introduce a destination rule, let's look at what destination rules are. So destination rules basically defines version and the host for every microservice, right? For example, here we have a product page, and anything that comes with the product page, I would like to redirect, or I would like to create a destination rule that always takes me to v1, right? And here I have a destination rule for reviews, and here I have multiple subsets, which means I would like to route it to multiple version, right? v1, v2, and v3, right? So you could define as many number of subsets as you want, depending upon our needs, right? And here I have another destination rule, which redirects to multiple different versions of rating, right? So here there are few dummy items. There are no containers for these. But this is just to get us an idea, right? So this destination rule will define, what request will go to, or what call will go to what microservices. And in order to create this, I will simply go and copy paste that particular command to deploy our destination rules. So once the destination rules are created, the next logical step is to create a virtual service for each and every microservices that we have, right? Because in the first step, what we saw here, when we created the gateway, we had one virtual service for the entire application. And in the match section, I was matching if it matches to this particular page, take me to here, and so on. Now, what I would like to do is create virtual services for each and every microservice, just like the way I created destination rules. And in order to do that, let's go back and copy that command and create a virtual service for each of the microservice. I may be running late, so I'm going to rush a bit and get this thing done so that we can cover the rest of the scenarios. All right. Now, what we have done so far is we have created virtual services and destination rules for each and every service. Now, if we go back to the product page, there might be a slight difference now. Earlier, we were seeing multiple different ratings when we're refreshing. Now, everything goes to just reviewer 1. So what this means is anything that requests to the rating, it is always going to version 1, and that's where we don't have any color rating, right? If you recall here, reviews always goes to v1, and there is no color rating, and that's what we did now we created a virtual service and a destination rule pointing to just version 1, right? Now, I would leave it here. So please go through the samples and code bases to understand more about what I just demonstrated. All right. So the next thing that we are going to look at is HTTP-based routing, right? Now, one of the features that we talked about is how we could identify a header, message in the header, or key in the header, and route to different service based on that. Now, in this particular YAML file, service reviews test v2. So here we have, I have updated the virtual service of the reviews. And here we are saying, if there is any keyword found in the HTTP header as end user, and here I'm matching with the name called JSON. If there is anything like JSON, redirect that particular request to reviews of version 2. For all other users, take them to v3, right? So now let's update this and observe what has changed. Right. So now I have updated this. Okay. So now we have got the red. And in order to inject HTTP header with the name JSON, I need to log in with JSON. And here you see it is v2. v2 is black of the rating. And now if I log out, it would be red. So hope you are able to follow along, and you're able to differentiate the different versions that the requests are getting routed, based on the virtual service and its configuration, right? So this is another great feature, and this would be very much useful when we are, exploring certain features. Or if you want to enable, let's say, a new feature only for certain countries or only for certain browsers or mobiles, or whatever it may be. So features like this would help us to greatly improve the speed in which we can roll this out in a simple manner, rather than doing everything at the application layer, right? And likewise, I also have a few more examples. For example, this one, let me go ahead and run this to bring back to the old situation, and then let me run this. This basically applies 50% traffic to the two different servers. Let's quickly open the Reviews 50 v3 version. And here, if you look at, this is applied on the Reviews virtual service. And here we have 50% of the traffic goes to Reviews version 1, and 50% goes to version 3. Now, what we could do is we can make this as to v2, because v2 has black and v3 is red. Probably we can try this combination. Again, let's go and say to control, apply EF traffic, and then virtual service Reviews 50. Okay, now this has been applied. And now if I go back and refresh, I should see, sorry, 50% going to this and 50% going to a black service and red service. Okay, so you can keep on refreshing this to get a sense of how this is working. Now, while we are exploring this, let's also look at the observability features side by side, so that we could play with this and understand the monitoring part as well, right? Because like we discussed, the observability is a key concept, as well as key benefits of Istio service mesh, right? So there are several plugins that comes with Istio. So Grafana, Jaeger, Kiali, Prometheus, honestly, this is also new to me, but I was able to play with them very quickly. And I was able to observe the huge benefits that these add-ons could bring to the table, right? So let's quickly go ahead and apply them. To control, apply. All right. Here we go. So all of them are getting created. This is fine. This should still work. All right. So now let's go ahead and run Kiali while we are observing the traffic management. All right. So in order to do that, we could say Istio control dashboard, and then say Kiali. So Kiali is a distributed trace management solution or dashboard, which could help us visualize the microservices that we are deploying. So let's start with this. There are, of course, few configuration issues that we could quickly go and fix it. But let's start with our microservices. All right. And before we could see the data, let me go and run few. Let me run some workload so that we could create some. Let me go and run the load. That is simply calling this page again and again. So here we have a curl script, which I'm basically calling it, and with a sleep, right? So that's all I'm doing, but this is going to create some load for our application. Here we go. So hope you would see the monitoring capability. So here we have the ingress, and here is where the requests are coming in, and ingress is forwarding the request to our product page, and product page, specifically the version 1, and V1 calls multiple different services. Reviews is one of the service, and then there's a details page, and V3 of reviews calling the ratings. Rating has one version, right? So immediately we could see the benefit of the observability and monitoring and auditing capability that Istio brings to the table. Now, we could also see a lot more capabilities here: response time, request distribution, namespace boxes. There are a lot more things that you could play with it. And yeah, so this is really fun, right? Applications, you could see the health of them. Istio config, there was an error. Let's go and see if there's anything that we could quickly go and fix. Okay, so here we go. There is, the configuration says there is no version of v2. So we can quickly update that right here. All right, so hope you're able to follow along and the various observability features that the Istio with Kiali offers for the operators. All right, so from here, let's quickly move on to the other features. Now, we talked about redirection, right? Now, let's go back to PPT. So we talked about the traffic shifting. So we could play with 50 V3, 50% to 80%, 90%, and then we could also put directly everything calling V3. And if we go to here, now everybody will call V3. V3 is red or orange, and that becomes the final microservice or the version that we want to deploy, right? So this is how you could play with the new features that you want to deploy to the production, and you could do a traffic shifting, and if you're happy and finalize with one version that you have, right? Fault injection is another key capability, but in the interest of time, I'm going to skip it. And we saw the observability. So we have the load generation happening. We could also quickly look at, let's say we saw Kiali, and we could also quickly look at Prometheus before we go to the security features. And let's go and get one of the query that we could check. Here we could see the metrics that is coming in. Right, so all these requests would greatly help us to visualize how the system is performing now, how many requests are coming in, a lot of parameters that we could evaluate and verify, right? All right, so that's Prometheus, and likewise, we could also play with the Grafana. Grafana is another interesting tool to see the logs. I'm rushing, but source code is right in the repo. You could play with it. Okay, so with Grafana, likewise, we could see several factors and properties spanning from health, the number of requests, and how they're performing, and so on. So this is another interesting plugin that you could play with it. All right, so that's observability. There are a lot more plugins that you may explore. And finally, security. Security is another important component of Istio. So it's going to be hard for me to cover everything, but then let me quickly cover the key capability of Istio, that is authentication and authorization. Right. So with respect to authentication, Istio supports mutual TLS authentication. Right. So what is mutual authentication? Using SSL certificates to validate both the requester or the server and the client, because each of the services within our cluster can be visualized in a server and client. So now each microservices will be issued with mutual TLS certificates, which is given by the Citadel component of Istio, and that gets injected into each and every sidecar proxy. And every time when one microservices calls another microservices, the communication happens between both the services using the mutual TLS. And there is a certificate expiration, which means if you get hold of the security, you cannot reuse the same certificate, because that is going to be renewed in a given time frame, right? So the service-to-service communication is always now MTLS. That is one. And second, feature is JWT, right? So because more and more services are now using JWT-based authentication and authorization. Now we could offload that from the application and elevate to Istio, right? So at the service level, we could evaluate or authorize the request calls. For example, here let me open the authorization policy that can be achieved to one of the service. And here, what we are saying is there's an issuer, an application, and there is a JWK's URI. So this is basically, if you go here, you will find the public key certificate information or hash information, right? Now, what we're saying by this configuration is when somebody calls with the JWT token, this particular request authentication service will take the call, or will validate the request, and then validate specifically if the JWT token matches against the encryption or encrypted value given in this JWK's value, right? So this way we could offload the JWT validation right out of the application. All right, I think I'm very close to 3, and I'm not sure if there is any question. And I'm going to stop here, and I request you to go through the repository to get the code as well as the instructions given here. And I request you to play with the sample application, as well as go to the Istio documentation page. They've done a massive job of documenting and simplifying this. Not sure if there's any question.
So, thanks, Elias. We have a question. So, what happens when Istio goes down in a microservice? Similarly, what Istio does if a microservice goes down?
See, there could be two possibilities. One, the sidecar within our microservices can go down, or the control plane could also go down, right? So for the control plane, Istio takes care of monitoring these containers, especially the control plane containers, and then when the health is not good, it goes ahead and redeploy another copy of those services. And likewise, if the health of the microservices goes down, it will redeploy another microservices. That's how it continuously monitors the health and then redeploys one more.
Okay.
All right, I think it's time. Any more question, Dinesh?
Yeah, just a quick question. So, as a sidecar for each microservice, does Istio create any latency to encrypt, decrypt during HTTP communication? What's your thoughts?
There is a slight, because usually the request is directly handled by your application, but now there is another layer. So we could expect a slight latency, but then there's a lot of community work that is going on to improve the performance of these calls.
Okay. Thank you so much, Elias. So tools like Istio plays a very important role to standardize web apps with heavy traffic. And once again, we are very thankful to have you have your knowledge shared. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
So our next speaker is Sathish Nadarajan, who is the co-founder of a community blog site called SharePoint Pals, where we can find numerous tips and tricks about SharePoint. He's a veteran in SharePoint, and his expertise in SharePoint includes strategy planning, roadmap definition, and also defining solutions. So Sathish has been awarded as Microsoft Valuable Professional for Office servers and services. And now he's going to present his valuable thoughts about what's new in Azure Cognitive Services. We encourage the audience to post your questions as comment anytime. We will consolidate it and get it answered at the end of the session or based on the speaker's convenience. Please take over the stage, Sathish.
Yeah. Hi, Dinesh. Thanks a lot for the introduction, and hope you're able to see my screen, right?
Yes, we are able to see the screen.
Okay, so thanks.
Thank you.
And the voice is clear. Am I audible?
Yes, Satish. Yes, Satish.
Okay, yeah, sure, Dinesh. Yeah, and first of all, thanks for the opportunity, the panel members. And as Dinesh said, Satish, and working as a solution architect and AstraZeneca predominantly into Microsoft technologies are taking care of Office 365, new applications and the existing applications maintenance, redesigning and all. And today we will be having a quick look on what's new in Azure Cognitive Services. So this is not something very new, right? Azure Cognitive Services for last 3-4 years, people started talking about cognitive services a lot more than now. And so now what new in this next 45 to 50 minutes, what we are going to see? It is, we will be seeing what are all the only new features introduced in, like we are not going to dig down what is cognitive services and how it evolved. Those and all, it is not required. In terms of healthcare industry, as I said, I work for AstraZeneca. It is a pharma company, and now the entire world is looking for something into healthcare becoming more important for the last couple of years, right? So in terms of healthcare industry, what are all the new things introduced by Microsoft within cognitive services? That's what I would say. Like, I just wanted to be more set up an expectation here. So what we are going to see for the next 50 minutes, it is nothing but cognitive services with respect to healthcare industry and the new stuff which has been introduced. So that's what. And here, the topics which we are going to cover here is, as I said, we will give a brief about the cognitive services, what it is, and for the benefit of everyone, even most of us might be knowing what is cognitive services. But here we will give a brief introduction what it is, and health bot. That's one of the new feature which has been introduced last month, and it is not even in the production. It is on the preview. Almost everything whatever we are going to see today, it is on the preview only. So the next one, it is the form recognizer and the spatial analysis, text analytics for health. So these are all the 4 things which we are going to see. The first and the last one, cognitive services and gated cognitive services. I'll explain what it is, and we are not going to deep dive into it. And with this particular introduction, this is what the agenda, what we are going to see. We are going to see only 4 topics: health bot, form recognizer, spatial analysis, text analytics for health. These are all the 4 things which has been introduced by till last month. Like from February onwards, these are all the things are there in preview mode. None of them are into the production ready code. Okay, so even if you ask in AstraZeneca, have you implemented this one? No, we are evaluating this one. And like, what is cognitive services? It is just an explanation which is grabbed from the Microsoft site itself. I don't think many people requires this explanation, but for the benefit of others, like, it is nothing but a set of API which has been provided by Microsoft to develop an intelligent application. That's what. Sorry, to be brief, like, I'm developing an application which requires a speech to text recognition. I want my application to receive the commands as a speech, receive the commands as a voice, and I want that to be interpreted within my application. So I don't need to write the whole logic. What Microsoft does is they are exposing few of the API, and whenever, as soon as I receive the voice, if I call that API and pass this voice as a parameter, I'll get back the text as my response. That's the simplest way of explaining the cognitive services. Similarly, if I give a particular photo, the attributes about that photo will be given back to me as a JSON format, as a response. So that's what, for that, it is having a separate API. And the other one is like, if I give any sort of language, in any sort of text, the intent of the text will be interpreted, and the intent of the text will be given back to me. So these are all the backend APIs which will help me to build some sort of intelligent applications. That's all. And here, as per the book, the definition is Azure Cognitive Services are cloud-based services with the REST API. Okay. With the REST APIs and the client library SDKs available to help you build cognitive intelligence into your applications. You can add cognitive features to your applications without having artificial intelligence or data science things. That's what one important thing. Like, I can focus more time. I will get more time for me to focus on my application rather than implementing the AI. At this point of time, if I start reading about the AI and start implementing all the algorithms by myself, then none of the customers will be providing you with enough time to deal with everything, right? So that's the reason few of the things we are inheriting. Excuse me, guys. Okay, okay. Sorry for the interruption, guys. And so the next one which we deal is categories of the cognitive services. Guys, I'm extremely sorry, guys. My daughter came into the picture, and yeah, all of a sudden, with a huge anger, she closes the door. So the categories of cognitive services. What are all the five main pillars of cognitive services? The cognitive services has been splitted into five pillars. The first one, it is vision, speech, language, and decision and search. So I don't want to dig into these things too much, because everyone at this point of time, I'm sure that might be using at least one simple service from each of these categories, right? Vision, it is nothing but it is very simple, and speech to text is speech is nothing but voice to text and text to voice. Language with Lewis interpretation and the decision making, which will help you to make the decision, and the search which will have an AI enabled search. And probably last year itself, I myself took a very detailed session about Azure Search Services alone. So here, with that introduction, so now what did we see? We saw what are all the things we are going to see today, and the second one, what is cognitive services for the benefit of everyone. And now actually we are entering into the top. So health bot. So far we have seen, like, till 4 years back, Microsoft introduced the Microsoft bot services, right? So along with that, now there is a separate bot, which the service name itself, health bot, on the portal.azure.com. If we go and create a new resource and create a health bot, we have many of the predefined templates available, so which is more specific to the healthcare organizations. It's not meant for the normal bot which you can customize. So there are around 20 plus templates available, and most of the templates which has been given by Microsoft today, it revolves around the COVID and the COVID vaccination, COVID eligibility, COVID test, vaccine eligibility, and COVID test results. And so these are all the templates which we could see on the health bot. But apart from that, one beautiful thing is we can customize the template, and we can create those templates and create a bot from the scratch with our own questions itself. So at the end of the session, I'm planning to have a demo. So at that demo, we will see how to create the health bot and how to customize it, how to run it, how to make it applicable within our application. So all these things we can see at the end of this session. But health bot service empowers healthcare organizations to build and deploy an AI-powered, compliant, conversational healthcare experience at scale. So that's the definition for this one. And this service combines built-in medical intelligence with natural language capabilities, extensibility tools, and compliance constructs, allowing healthcare organizations such as providers, payers, pharma, HMOs, telehealth to give people access to trusted and relevant healthcare services and information. So healthcare, so far, even before joining a pharma company, I was thinking healthcare is only about dealing with the hospitals and the people, but it is not like that. Healthcare is a very broader industry, such as you have lots and lots of licensed partners, regulatory bodies, and even the government. For every drug, we need to get it approved from the government. So it's not only the pharma company or the hospital which deals with the healthcare. Healthcare is much broader than that, and this kind of a specific terminology known bot will help the entire, I will not call it as pharma industry, the entire healthcare industry to focus more on their application side rather than implementing an artificial intelligence for their application. So that's the advantage of this health bot. And one interesting factor which I saw is there are few terminologies which is very specific to the healthcare industry, like, or even the pharma industry, clinical data management, clinical trials, and drug detection, and regulatory authorities. So all these terminologies, it will take some time for the people to understand. From if someone comes new into the pharma, it will take some time to understand. But with the help of this kind of bot, this bot has been already trained with what is the regulatory authority, what are all the, in which country, how the regulatory authority works. So all these things, it has been pre-built and a pre-trained model. And many of the terminologies, like even some of the terminologies which I couldn't spell, it is taking very easily, and it's already known for that. It is already it is used for those kind of terminologies. That's the speciality about this unique bot. So apart from this, if you could see what else the difference is, there's no difference. Similarly, how our existing Azure bot service works, similarly this bot will also work. This can be exposed as a separate API, and this can be called within a particular div on your website or application, wherever you want to call. You can, anyhow, it is going to be exposed as an API, which is similar to your existing bot service. And this one deliver intelligent conversational healthcare experiences at scale. And it integrates medical content from trusted sources, including information on conditions, symptoms, specialists, medications, and procedures. So this is something which will be very much useful for capturing the adverse events. Like nowadays, capturing the adverse events, it's becoming a very big mass volume of work, right? Of people who comes from the pharma background, like so. And one thing I just wanted at this point of time, one thing I just wanted to tell you is, today for this particular topics, we will be deep diving into the pharma industry rather than any other industry. That's the objective of this cognitive services new features also. That's why, because we tried these things, and with with an existing knowledge, I just wanted to share my thoughts on this one. So nowadays what happens is, let me come back to the topic again. It is, we face a difficulty in capturing the adverse events, right? Whenever we release a new vaccine or a drug, after consuming that drug, what are all the effects, or what are all the adverse events which is happening? So that's very much important for any drug, even a small medicine or crocin, whatever the normal medicine which we take from the medical shop, that requires an adverse event capturing mechanism. So those things, how difficult it will be. Like even in India, we have 1.4 billion of people who takes medicine, who takes at least medicine a monthly once, medicine or crocin or any dolo or something like that tablet. We will be taking at least monthly once, right? Think like this. All of the people all of a sudden wants to capture, or all of a sudden people wants to report their adverse event. Well, how difficult it will be to capture that one. We don't have any systems, right, so far, but we have systems. We do build the systems to capture the adverse event, but these kind of bots help us to make the system more robust, so that what we can do, we can go ourselves, the end users can go themselves or their relatives, or even that was even could be much more worse, right? If you are not able, if the particular patient who consumes the tablet, which may not be able to type anything, right? So in that case, their doctor or their relative or whoever wants to report that adverse event, they can come, and this bot will guide them what happened when it took the basic questions. Like to capture an adverse event, some of the basic questions we might be asking, right? How what tablet who took, what is the age, gender, all this sensitive informations. So by combining all the sensitive information with the drug dosage level, dosage is nothing but how many milligrams and what frequency you took the medicine, and what is the combination, exact combination which we took, did you consume any other medicine. So these are all the basic questions before recording any of that events. So for this, today in our organization we have a separate team, and we have a separate call center kind of stuff where people will receive phone calls or emails or whatever the format they will be receiving it. One people, like a set of people, are analyzing that one and transforming the data into a meaningful data and entering into the system. So this is what it is happening. So think of it, if I have a few bots which can replace, or I would not call it as, which can facilitate the end users, at least the first level of screening. So that can be done by these kind of health bots. That's what the importance of this bot. So probably this for like I might be explaining more into the pharma terminologies, but that how to implement this bot we will be definitely seeing at the end of this one. And there are a few other features, like all these bots are HIPAA compliance and all the standards ISO 27001, and it is all GDPR compliant. All data are encrypted, because one thing, for all the cognitive services, Microsoft is not storing any of our data, and even in transit they're using our data, transform the data and send it back to us. They're not storing it anyway. And with that, during the transit also, as soon as you just your text or your content goes into the API, the encryption at the transit begins, and all your data, it's very safe. That's what one thing which I learned or I studied from the Microsoft documentation. But in reality, this kind of bots will be more helpful for any sort of applications. And the next one, it is nothing but the form recognizer. Form recognizer, it's almost a very simple, like it's a simple OCR, I would call it as, because the form recognizer also I tried it out one. And before jumping into form recognizer, I just wanted to inform you that there are a couple of things. Only this bot and the form recognizer, which is available in the preview yet. The other two features, when it comes, I will tell you. Apart from that, form recognizer, it is nothing but a simple OCR which with an extended features to recognize or to with a few of the terminologies or pre-built terminologies with respect to your ID card or any sort of your driving license or passport. So all these things, if you could show it, it will extract the data from it and with a meaningful, very, very meaningful, and it will tell you that this is a driving license issued from the United States of America. So like that, it clearly mentions that is what the form recognizer is all about. But apart from this, there is nothing much on the form recognizer. We can create our own form recognizer, and people call it as a pre-built ID recognizer also. It is especially for your identity, like the implementation perspective. Probably this kind of applications can be implemented for the registration process. Registering a patient, right? Registering a patient, it requires almost we need to get an ID card, scan that ID card, and keep it a copy of that one before admitting any of the patient, right? So here, simply if you scan your Aadhaar card, your entire Aadhaar card details will be extracted and kept it, so that it'll make the process simpler. It'll internally it creates a lot of meaning, and it creates a lot of advantages. Even the queuing system, let us assume that a lengthy 100 people are standing in a queue, and the data entry operator, what he does, he will receive in each and everyone's Aadhaar card, enter all these things, and while entering there might be few spelling mistakes, he may make a mistake. So all these things, but after like the 100th person should need to wait for an hour or two to get his turn, right? So here with this introduction or with this APIs, what we can do is we can call this, we can, one sec. With this API, if we build an application, we can scan the Aadhaar card and the details of the Aadhaar card will be extracted properly without any human error, and the application will be entered. The entry will be created within a fraction of seconds, right? So by this way, every API, which we think that we may not be using it on our day-to-day life, even many of the cognitive services, we are not using it on our day-to-day life, but by implementing this, it makes a huge difference in our application, and it makes a huge difference for our end users. Being into the pharma company, I realized that the whatever the applications which we built, when the exact scientists or the doctors when they started using it, it really makes them a lot of difference. It really, many of the scientists or many of the doctors come back to our IT team and saying that, hey, with this application, it becomes, our life becomes easy. Earlier we were searching for a lot, and now it's been reduced, and our time we got more time to focus on our research rather than into the computers. So that is how these are all the things which we are leveraging on our day-to-day or on our applications. If we implement all these things, the real benefit, we may not be seeing it in a day or two, but definitely for the end users, it will make a huge difference. And this particular URL, I will, after creating our API, this is to analyze that one. Like once we create our API, and then we will see how it creates. So the next next new feature is spatial analysis. Spatial analysis, before jumping into the topic, I would convey that this is something which I haven't tried it, because it requires a lot of other devices. It is not only, it doesn't fit into my organization's laptop's camera, which doesn't support that one. But but I would, even whatever the things which I read, I just wanted to share with you guys. So spatial analysis, basically what it does, it is like let's say, let us take an example of a queuing system itself in a hospital. So on the queue, how many people are following the social distance, and any two people are very very close to each of them, and any people how many of them are wearing the mask, and how many of them were not wearing a mask. So those kind of details, which we can get it from by adding this application with a particular CCTV camera. Okay, so the CCTV, what it will monitor, it will after incorporating, like there is a bunch of steps which we can follow. At the end of the slide, there is a resources slide. On that, I gave the URL where you could find the step-by-step process to create a virtual machine, to convert it. Like that particular virtual machine they have created as a Docker, Ubuntu Docker steps, but I haven't tried it out yet. But whoever is interested, I request you to go and try it out. But the major features which follows into the spatial analysis is the human distance can be measured at a very easy or at a very accurate way. And that's one thing. And even it requires, there are the new features which requires, there is a property, there are few properties which they are marking as a JSON. Face mask detection, and face mask detection, it is a property, and if you set it as true or false, it will detect whoever is marked as whoever is wearing a mask, they are getting a green tick, and whoever is not wearing a mask, they are getting an into marker, red into marker. So that much feasibility, or that much features which is available on the spatial analysis. And here, what are all the new features here? It is people detection, people tracking, you can track the people, how many, like it is very much people tracking is one of the important, and it's a nice feature. Even I wonder how they have created this one. People tracking is nothing but, let us see that on the queue there are 100 people standing, 2 of them went out of the CCTV focus, and when they come back, the system will not count it as 1 or 2. The system will still count it as total members as 100. Sorry for that. Okay, sorry for that. So the people tracking, people are tracked based upon their appearance and few other parameters. And the face mask detection, so it covers whoever's nose and mouth are covered. They are considering that people is that person is wearing the face mask. And so the region of interest, events, all these things, I request you guys to go through yourself, because these things I haven't tried personally, and I don't think we can try it on our own unless until we set up a proper application. But this spatial analysis, it is not yet available for the public view. It is available on the cognitive gated services. It is available as a cognitive gated service. On the first slide itself, I said, I'll explain you what is cognitive gated service. So what cognitive gated service is nothing but, there are few services, even if it is in the preview, all the people will not be getting access to that preview also. So what we need to do, on the first slide, I gave a URL, right? Cognitive gated services. So we need to raise a request with Microsoft with a proper justification, who you are, what you are working with this API, what you will be doing, because these kind of APIs, it requires a lot of GDPR information, right? We can, if let us assume that if I install this application in my CCTV camera, which is available on our apartment, we are capturing people's information, right? So all these things and all this legal issues, considering all these legal issues, some of the APIs which Microsoft provided as a gated service, and on that gated service they are getting all the concerns, and once you admit for all the concerns, Microsoft will evaluate that request, and based upon that evaluation, they will provide access to your tenant for these APIs. So I raised the request, but not that I haven't received any updates from them. But even then, if they come back and if they provide the spatial analysis, I don't have a proper infra to set this up and validate that one. So that's what for the spatial analysis. And the next one is text analytics for health. Text analytics, it is similarly, it's not something new, which our text analytics already we have, and in as part of the language, right? As part of the LUIS also, we can analyze the text. But here, text analytics for health is a bit more, or it's a bit subset, so that all the health related documents, as I said, capturing the adverse events itself, it requires it involves a lot of lengthy process, and it requires a lot of documentation as well. Similarly, the drug detection phase, the clinical trial phase, all these things are there. Drug to market, like time to market for a particular drug, it's almost 10 to 12 years. That's what the nominal time to market period for a drug. So once the scientist starts the research, it will take 10 to 12 years for that research to complete and to make that particular. So think of it, during the period of 10 years, how many documentations are required? It is only, I'm talking in terms of a pharma industry. As I said, healthcare is not only the pharma. Healthcare comprises of doctors and regulatory bodies, government organizations, non-government organizations. So it is much more huge, right? The volume of documentation every year which happens within the healthcare industry, it is around 4 TB of data. That is one of the statistics which says. So 4 TB of data every year for a particular drug or for a particular organization. So it's a very, very huge volume, right? So to analyze that one, to categorize that one, it requires a huge effort and it requires a huge knowledge about the healthcare industry. So all the terminologies which will be very new if a common man comes and have a look on it, right? So even to read and understand the discharge summary, at least it requires two different discharge summaries to understand. Then only we can see what, if it is a discharge summary, what are all the things should be there and should not be there, what are the things that's very important on the discharge summary. So all these things we will see. And here, with the help of text analytics for health, what I can do is I can simply give any sort of document, and I'm expecting a response with any sort of medical document. We cannot call it as a newspaper and all. Any sort of medical document like a doctor's notes and discharge summaries, clinical documents, electronic health records. So all these things, if I give us an input for this API, that API will give back me a meaningful information about that one. And with that meaningful information, I can capture, as I said, the adverse event itself. Sometimes adverse events will be handwritten paper, and the people will write something, scan it, and send it as an email. So during that time, what we will do, we need to understand their handwriting and then entering it into our system. So it's becoming very difficult, right? With this application, what I can do is I can simply give this PDF, scanned PDF, as an input for this API, and I will get back the exact information what I need, right? If you have a look on this one, it's very this text analytics. It has been highly classified into 4 different categories. One is the named entity recognition. Named entity recognition is nothing but detects words and phrases mentioned in unstructured text that can be associated with one or more semantic types, such as diagnosis, medication name, symptom, sign, or age. So it is nothing but, if I'm giving a text, ribavirin was also evaluated against SARS-CoV-2 infection, but the antiviral property of drug is still not well established against. It is a sentence, right? On this sentence, if I give this as an input, it clearly identifies and tells me that ribavirin is a medication name, and SARS-CoV-2 infection, it is a diagnosis, and antiviral, it is a medication class, and a drug, which is nothing but the treatment name. So all these things like oral or anal. So if it sees oral or anal, it will tell me that route or mode by which the drug has been intaken. Either it can be an oral or anal or whatever it is. So those kind of information I'm able to extract it. And the next one is relation extraction. It is not only extracting the named entity, it can tell you the relation also. The relation extraction identifies the meaningful connections between concepts mentioned in the text. For example, a time of condition relation is found by associating a condition name with a time or between an abbreviation and the full description. Here on the sentence, if you could see, on Ramperl, for 8 years, awoke from sleep around 2:30 a.m. this morning of a sore throat. Here, the sentence, if I read it again, 2:30 a.m. in this morning of a sore throat. Sore throat is nothing but a symptom. When it occurred at 2:30 a.m. So when you feel the first symptom, that is the time of condition can be extracted from this particular API. And whenever I make a call, like on the response, I will have a separate entity called the time of condition, and that time of condition will be 2:30 a.m. I can get it easily. I don't need to read through the entire story. And the next one is entity linking. Entities, on the first one, we saw the named entity recognition. We are getting the entity names. Here, the relationship between the entities were also associated. Entity linking This ambiguates distinct entities by associating named entities mentioned in text to concepts found in a predefined database of concepts, including the Unified Medical Language System, UMLS. People may not be aware of this UMLS, but I will explain you at the end of this one if time permits. And medical concepts are also assigned preferred naming as an additional form of normalization. So that's what it is. And the assertion detection, it is nothing but the meaning of medical content is highly affected by the modifiers such as negative or conditional assertions, which can have critical implications if misrepresented. Text analytics for health supports three categories of assertion detection for entities in the text. So assertion is nothing but like almost every medical document which will give you a sad intent only, right? People may not be, some very rare cases like you're going to become father. So those kind of documents alone, it'll be giving a good intent, but most of the documents will be giving you a bad intent, right? So if it is not interpreted properly, then the entire context will be going wrong. And if you are deciding based upon that context, the medication may, there are few chances that the medication itself will go wrong. So how this degrees are, how these categories of assertion, it is based upon the certainty, conditional, and association. So certainty, conditional, and association, all these things are an assertion, asserting the content. So that is how it is. And one more thing is, we can train. It is not only the entity name can be family relation, diagnosis, administrative event, treatment name. It is not only like that. We can also introduce our own entity name, and we can train the system. And whenever I give a new text document, instead of this family relation, I can have the relationship. Those kind of keywords, I can change it according to my requirement also. That is also possible. And let's have a quick demo. Let me stop that one. And let me stop. Give me a minute. Let me stop sharing and start the other screen. Okay. So let's go ahead and create. The first demo which we are going to see is the bot one. Okay, I've created an, oh, this is true. There is a new thing called Azure Health Bot. You can click on it. Okay, I'm going to use the free bot. So always create your resources and all your resource groups in the region East or West US, because most of the preview things, most of the preview items which is not supported in any other region. So it is always best. I like, that's my personal view. whatever the new thing which I try, I always try it on the east or west US regions. Let's wait for a minute. Okay, got created, and this is my health bot management portal. Okay. Okay, this is what I was telling you. Select a template scenario. What we can do is, for the timing, considering the timeline, let's create a bot by using the existing template. So obviously, as I said, most of the templates are with respect to the COVID and the current scenario. So what we can do is, let's explore the vaccine eligibility. And you currently, so these are all the questions which is available on the template. Let's import this template. Okay, this is what the flow of the bot. If you could see, let me remove this. If you could see, this is the version 2, this is the start point and the disclaimer. It waits for a few minutes, and from here onwards, it's capturing the steps, and based upon the input, it decides whether we are eligible for the vaccine or not. And to run this with the basic one, yeah, I started executing it. So this is the disclaimer which we got here, and the entire disclaimer, it is nothing but the introduction about this bot, and here it is what it started. And what's your age? It's 18 to 24 most of the time. And you can see here also, it is COVID isolation. In which step am I? Am I on the COVID isolation? And here, the COVID isolation step, which is nothing but this is what the question is. Have I tested positive for under isolation or any moment? No, not yet, but expecting that one. They have any allergies to the COVID-19. So all these things we can configure ourselves, and so to edit this one, or we can drag and drop any of the actions here, and we can configure it and explore it. This is what the data connection call. I can consume any data from my application. This is how we need to introduce, like this is how we need to customize. We can customize this bot. On for few of the questions, I may need to check my database. At that time, what I can do, I can simply use this action, configure this one, to connect with my database, get the response from that database, and then based upon that response, decide which flow I need to proceed. So all these things, it is possible with respect to this this health bot. And once this health bot, you are ready with that, you can publish this, and the entire code base which is seen like this one. So this is the code base, and you can publish this one and get an API. That API can be consumed from our websites, and this bot framework or this bot panel can be shown as a separate panel on our website. So that's one thing. Give me a minute, guys. Give me 1 minute. Sorry for that. Hello. Sorry for the interruption again. Since it's a holiday, we couldn't control them. so, so maybe we're like we were discussing about how to consume this application within how to consume the service in our application, right? So this is how the health bot works. And let's move on to the next one. What we were discussing, it's on the face. So let's create a new one, form recognizer. Let me create a new form recognizer. Use always. Okay. Tab form recognizer. Okay. And pricing tag, I'm going with a 0. Okay, once till the time the form recognizer gets, this is the URL. Let me copy it, and the form recognizer got created. Okay, now let's go back to the test. Yes. As I said, this form recognizer, again, if you ask me what's the difference between the Tesseract and OCR, yes, there is no much difference. I absolutely agree with that. But in terms, it extracts much more meaningful information. That's the only difference. Apart from that, we don't have anything to say. And to test this newly created service, I'm copying the endpoint. Okay. And the keys, let me go and get the key. Okay. Form type, what I'm going to do is I'll try it with the ID. Okay. And the file, we can give any sort of files. Let's take my passport. And let us run this analysis. So almost it extracted all the information from my passport, like meaningful information. If you could see, This is the text and the value date and value till, what is my passport number, first name, last name, nationality, gender, and how it has been read. So all these things has been extracted from my passport. So similarly, we have a few other formats, which is like any sort of invoice or any receipt, any business card. So all these things we can try it out. Um, we can play on our own. So that is what this form recognizer is all about. And as I said, the spatial analysis, which I'm not able to try it on my own, and the text analytics for health. Similarly, text analytics for health is also comes under the gated cognitive service, and for that I already raised a request. I just wanted to try that out because even it will be really helpful for our day-to-day real applications. I'm very much interested on it, but till I haven't got any response from them. But one thing I just wanted you guys to make a note of it is, this is where the CS gate. So in this CS gate, I'll show you that one. Once we go into that page, it is similar to our data entry screen. Which organization, what is your first name, last name, what services are you interested in, and what exactly you are going to do with that service. So all this information, once you enter and submit, you will be receiving an email for the confirmation. After confirming the email, again Microsoft will take a couple of days to understand or to analyze your request, and then they will let you work on those APIs. Give me a minute. Okay, so that's it from our end. Dinesh, hope you guys enjoyed or we learned something new.
Yes, Satish, that was a nice talk, and you were able to connect not just tech but also the domain aspect as well. How the tech plays in the actual domain industry, healthcare. That was very deep. So we have a question. Initially, you just showed a health bot. What is the accuracy level of the public health bot as of now?
Absolutely, Dinesh. It is, as I told, this is not at the production ready. It is, it's at the preview stage only. At this point of time, the accuracy we can try, or it depends upon our implementation. Once we implement it in the production, then we know we need to do the testing, right? So then only we can come up with an accuracy. At this point of time, we don't have any concrete answer for it.
Okay. So maybe this would be the continuation of question. So can each pharma company train the health bot uniquely for their own medicines?
Absolutely. That is that's possible. Even that feature I also explored, and it is possible because this generic bot, like I'm not sure whether I can tell that or not, but in AstraZeneca we will follow a set of questions to capture the information. In Novartis they may follow a set of questions, and in Pfizer the processes might be different. So we cannot come up with a single bot which can serve for all the pharma companies, right? So that's the reason it is a health bot is a kind of class. And as soon as I create a bot from the predefined template, and I'm going to customize my instance. If I'm not allowed to customize, I'm not going to use that one, right? So it is customizable.
Understood. Yeah. So a general question, Satish. So do we have access to this material so that it would be useful for?
Yes, of course.
slide deck?
I'll be sharing with you.
Okay. Okay. So do we have any other questions? Let me check. I think we don't have any. Can we just wait for a few seconds, if in
Yep.
case we could get any questions? Yeah.
Sure, Dinesh.
In the meantime, can you let us know how can the audience could contact you, your LinkedIn, Twitter handle, like or in?
Yes, Dinesh. It is simply the Twitter handle. It's contact Satish itself. And LinkedIn, Satish Nadarajan. For example, only. Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm looking at this monitor and I'm not sure on the camera am I proper.
Okay. Okay, I think there is no questions, Satish. Thanks for your valuable insights, and thanks for your knowledge
Thanks.
sharing.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Ganesh, for the opportunity.
Yeah. So to say we have a couple of minutes to start. Anyway, let me introduce the speaker. Our next speaker is Mr. Taiob Ali, Microsoft Data Platform and 15+ years of experience working with Microsoft Data Platform across tech and specialized with MongoDB. And not only tech, he also has deep domain expertise across 3 major business sectors, which includes finance, e-commerce, and healthcare. Taiob is currently working at GMO LLC as Database Solutions Manager, focusing on cloud migration, automation, improving and streamlining operations workflow. And now he's going to present his valuable thoughts about Azure SQL database, how the business continuity during disaster. We encourage the audience to post your questions as comment at any time. We would consolidate it and get it answered at the end of the session. I hope all of you would enjoy the session. Please take over the stage, Taiob.
Okay, thank you, Dinesh. Let me share my screen and make sure you folks can see it. Share screen. And can you hear me good? Is the audio clear?
Yes, the audio and video is clear.
Okay, should you wait for the hour or we can? It's up to you. You tell me.
Yeah, I think it's just 20 seconds. We are good to start, Taiob.
Okay, sure. Okay, so thanks everyone for joining, and good evening or good morning, depending on where you are joining from. I also want to thank the organizers for arranging such a big conference with the 2 days, multiple tracks, and also giving me the opportunity. And I also want to thank the attendees, because nowadays there is so many virtual conferences. People are stressed with the pandemic, so it's not easy to after a full day of work coming and listening to me for an hour. Hopefully your time is useful, and as the the host mentioned, please post your question in the chat, and I also will share my screen, my contacts, my all the materials. So in case if we do not get to answer a question, or if you have other questions after the talk, you can always get in touch with me. That's always welcome. So no worries there. Okay, so I'm not going to read my bio. Dinesh mentioned a few things. I'm also in the interest of time, I'll move on. So I only want you to take note of my contacts on the left side of this slide, as you can see, and I monitor all those. So Twitter, email, my blog post, and anything. So all these will work. If you need to get in touch with me, use any of this method. So before I start this talk, I want to talk about a little bit why should you listen to this talk, right? Because you have other options. So this is a true scenario from 2019. In the UK South region, there was an outage, and some of the services were actually down for 16 hours, 11 minutes. So if you're running your business, or if you're a database professional, data platform engineer, and you have Azure SQL database that's supporting your company's business, the question you want to ask yourself, can I afford this kind of downtime, right? If my databases are down, if my customers cannot connect to the app for 16 hours, can I afford that, right? Or can our business afford that? If the answer is no, then you're definitely listening to the right talk. So we'll talk about some of the options that today you can deploy if you're using Azure SQL database. And I'm exclusively talking about Azure SQL database. I'm not going to touch on hyperscale. I'm not going to talk about SQL Server on Azure VM. I know those are options, but in the interest of time, I'll totally focus on a PaaS service on Azure SQL database. And if you need help with those other flavors of SQL Server, please get in touch with me, and I should be able to help you out. So there are two terms, RTO and RPO. Most people are familiar with. If you are not, before you deploy your solution, I definitely want you to understand what these two terms means. One is a recovery time objective and recovery point objective. These two basically, in a layman's term, it's saying, in case of a disaster, how much data I can afford to lose, and how quickly I can be back into business, right? So how much time I need to recover from a disaster. And these are the two terms. It's not enough just for you to understand, right? So definitely, if you're a tech lead, if you're a designer, if you're an architect, please talk to your business counterpart, right? Make sure you are in agreement with them. Talk to them and ask them, what do they need? And it's not just also enough just talking to them, right? You also want to document this to make sure that you are on the same page, right? You are not in a disagreement when there is a real disaster. So you definitely want to make sure you're in agreement. So these two terms have been there for ages, even before I started working in this industry. RTO, RPO is always there. But there is a new term now called ERT. And this is something I want to draw your attention, which is a estimated recovery time. And this is nothing else other than it's the max ERT equals the RTO. So why we're talking about a different ERT, right? Before we only knew about RTO, recovery time objective, and that was good enough. So why now I need to, bring this third new term called ERT? The reason we need to get to the ERT, or we need to know, once you look at all the solutions that I'm going to show you, the different, each one has a different recovery time. So depending on what option you choose, right? I'll show you 4 different ones. And if you want to reduce this ERT, say, you definitely need to put some more effort, and it will come with some cost, right? So that's why it's important to talk to your business. They say, okay, for example, if I'm just relying on my backup, my RTO for a total, if a zone goes down, if I have to bring up my Azure SQL database in a different zone, my RTO is 12 hours. That's what Microsoft guarantees you, that you should be able to restore in a different zone from your backup, but it might take 12 hours. So you go and ask your business owner, okay, are you okay with, being down for 12 hours? He said, no. Okay, you cannot. Okay, so I show you other options, but that's going to cost you more money. So that's why you want to know what's the maximum estimated recovery time. So in this case, you might not need 12 hours, right? You might be able to restore it within the next 4 hours. But that's not what Microsoft guaranteed. Microsoft guaranteed it's 12 hours. So you should make it clear, and you should be in agreement. So this is just a visual. If some of you are new to this industry, some of you are getting into Azure, or in general, you're looking at high availability and disaster recovery. I just put this slide just easy to grasp what I'm talking about, right? What is RPO, RTO? Now there can be a difference of opinion about that orange line, right? And the reason I put this there right now, you might argue with me that should this be here, right? And I can argue in both ways, right? It should be here or it shouldn't be here. Why? Because sometime, right? We always assume it's just in our head that if a disaster happen, we have all these alerts and we have this monitoring solutions. We'll know right away. But that might not be the case. To give you an example, say you had a deployment at night, or it's kind of evening in India. So say you had a deployment in the morning and someone updated some data or someone deleted some data, and the application was not reading that particular table, right, or the data set, and you didn't know. Suddenly, after 4 hours, somebody was querying that, they're getting error message or they're getting different data, and they get notified. Now you trace it back, and you find that, oh, this happened during the deployment. Now, that's the orange line, right? The disaster happened 4 hours ago, but you are only notified after 4 hours. So, and then you start working to recover, right? So, that's why I put that note that sometimes it's not obvious. So this is one part I highly urge you that, you talk to your business partner. So before we really dive into this slide, I'm not going to go into details, but I want you to be aware that Azure SQL database comes in very many different flavor, right? So you have your purchase model is a DTU and vCore. I'm not going to details, but DTU stands for database transaction unit. I'll show you a picture and I'll talk about briefly, just if some of you are new, you know what I'm talking about. Then you come to your service tier, means your basic, standard, premium, general purpose, hyperscale. Then it comes to compute tier. You can be serverless, you can be provisioned. Now within the provisioned, you have many different options, right? You have different hardware. So why you need to be aware before you deploy your Azure SQL database, because the solutions that I'm going to talk about or I'm going to show you, not everything is available in every tier. Not everything is available for every hardware type. So you want to be careful. Give you an example. M series, as you can see, I actually do not have M series. That's okay. I need to fix this slide. So that's the new one that got added. That's a memory optimized, compute that you can get, but that one doesn't support zone redundancy. If you need 35 days of point-in-time recovery, and you deploy your Azure SQL database in basic tier, you do not get that option. So basic tier only supports up to 7 days of point-in-time recovery. So you want to be aware that what's your, again, go back to your RPO, RTO, what kind of solution you're going to deploy. Then you look at, okay, what are the SQs that offer that solution that I'm looking for, and you only deploy those. Do not deploy one that, again, doesn't support that whatever HADR solution that you agreed with your business counterpart. So I talked about DTU versus vCore. I'll just briefly touch on this. I will also put an URL at the bottom of this slide. If you want to read more, please go there and read more. But DTU model is, as I said, it's abstract of your compute, storage, IO, and everything, right? So you really you cannot choose separately your compute, your IO, and storage. These are all bundled together. Whereas in vCore model, you can select your compute, your storage separately. Microsoft do recommend that you go with the vCore model. DTU was the first when Azure SQL database launched, was deployed, and vCore came later on. So currently, Microsoft's recommendation is to go with vCore model. Does that mean that you cannot stay with DTU model? Absolutely, you can. If you choose that, there is no restriction. But again, you want to look at what is available and what is not. So that's kind of the background. Now we're going to dive into the main talk of high availability during disaster, right? So these are 4 of the solutions that I can think of as of today. Now, some of you, if you are working with this for a while, you're probably wondering why I put the temporal table, right, in this slide. This is really not a HADR solution, but if you know what's the temporal table, it enables you to restore raw versions from any point in time. But again, it has some limitations with different tier. So if you are deploying this sometime, I'm not saying this is a total high availability or disaster recovery solution, but if you have an issue with your data, you might be able to recover some of it, right? What was the state of your row in a previous point in time? Gives you, and I'm not going to even talk about it. This is the same solution that you have on premises. There is no difference. But this can save you some time. So that's the only reason I put it here. Next, we're going to talk about all other 5 solutions, and I'm going to demo some of this. So let's move on. So before we go there, this is a slide that you want to use. What I've been talking about is talking to a business partner, right? Why, right? So this clearly shows that if you just rely on the backup, your RTO, RPO is 12 hours and 1 hour. The question you want to ask them again, are you happy with it? No. Okay, then I have other options. You have auto failover groups, and you have active geo-replication. And those gives you better RPO and RTO. But again, those will come with a cost, right? If you're going with active geo-replication, you have to have another secondary stand-up. Same with auto failover groups. So you're paying for now double compute and storage. But if you need that RPO, RTO, yes, you have to spend that money, right? There's no choice. So let's talk about automated backup. So with Azure SQL database, that's something you really do not have to worry about. You once set this up and you forget about it, right? It's not like on premises that you set up your full differential and transactional backup. You monitor those, you make sure those are being taken care. You have enough space in your drive or whatever you are doing. You do not have to do all this. You just tell what kind of retention you want, and Microsoft will take care of the whole thing. Again, before I show you some of the options, one thing I want you to be aware that I put a bullet point here that you lose control of precise RPO. Why did I say that, right? Think about your on-premises SQL Server. You can exactly schedule everything. Say if you want to take your transaction log backup every 5 minutes, 15 seconds, you have that option, right? But going to Azure PaaS solution, you really lose control of that. And what I mean by that, you cannot schedule this, right? You do not have that option. You just say what do you want, and Microsoft will do it. But there is some flexibility in there, as you can see in my. I said, let me move to the next slide. Then I think it's going to make more sense. So for full backup, as soon as you deploy Azure SQL database, within 30 minutes, it starts taking a full backup. And depending on your size, it will finish sometime. Then you go to differential backup and transactional log backup, right? For differential, it's between 12 and 24 hours. For your transaction log, it's between 5 and 10 minutes. And this is one of the main reasons that I said that you lose the precise control of this, right? Because it's between 12 and 24, and transaction log is 5 and 10 minutes. So you want to be aware of that. You have point-in-time backup retention. As I mentioned before, it's by default you get 7 days, and you can slide it up to 35 days. If you're in a basic service tier, you do not get that. The max you get is 7 days, so be aware of that. And then you also have long-term retention, right? So like I work for a financial industry, for investment management firm. For me, 35 days is not good enough. So I need to keep some of the backups for a longer period. So you have that option here. You can keep it for up to 10 years. And they're all backups by default are geo-redundant. Means your backup automatically get copied to a different region. Now, for regulatory reason, for compliance reason, if your company, you do not want your backups to get replicated to a different region, you can stop that. You can say, I do not want this. I only want locally redundant backup. But then it also has a downside. If this zone goes down and you didn't have active geo-replication or failover group set up, and you are only relying on the zone, only relying on the backup for your HADR solution, and you turned off your geo-replication or your geo-redundant backup, now if your primary zone goes down, you wouldn't be able to restore your database in a second region. So just keep that in mind before you make that choice, right? That's why Microsoft, by default, all backups are geo-redundant. If you have any question, please put it in the chat, and then the moderator can stop me. I do not mind getting stopped in the middle. I rather ask your question instead of just going through my slides and my talk. And we'll probably be in the slide for another 15 minutes, and then we'll switch to demo. But if I'm going too fast, not clear, please do stop me. So for the long-term retention backup, you have a couple of choices. You have your weekly backup, you have your monthly backup, and you have your yearly backup. So yearly backup is really not defined, right? So what's a yearly backup? So you really define your yearly backup by saying what number of weekly backup. So I can say, keep my 5th week's backup from every year for up to 10 years, right? You can do something like that. And you can say, weekly, and we'll see this in the demo. What can you do with those backups that we've been talking about? So you can have a point-in-time restore to your existing Azure SQL Server or existing database. When you say existing database, you really cannot write it over. So you have to restore with a different name, and then you can delete your original one, or rename that one and rename the one that you just restored. If you delete a database by mistake, you can always do a point-in-time restore. One caution here: if you delete your server, you also lose your point-in-time backups. You still have your long-term retention backups, but you lose the point-in-time ones. You can do a geo restore, which I just talked about, restore a database in another geographic region, and you can use your long-term backup for restore to a different database if you need to, for up to 10 years, if you choose to retain for up to 10 years. There's some caution: you cannot override existing database, and if you delete your server, you lose your point-in-time backups. Just keep that in mind. Microsoft does some of this stuff, behind the scene for the backup integrity. So they do test restore. I did not find a documentation how frequently they do it, how they pick the backups. I haven't seen this, but it's clearly mentioned. Also, they do DBCC check DB. And does that mean I'm saying that you don't run this? I'm not advocating this. I'm just saying Microsoft does it for you. All the backups are also done with a checksum. So I just want to make sure, I spill this out. I get this question often: can I restore a Azure SQL database on-premises SQL Server? Natively, the answer is no. You cannot just take the backup and restore. But there are different ways, there are different tools you can do that. I'm not going to go into details because that's out of scope of this talk. I just listed some of the tools that you can explore, and if you need more details, please let me know. Now, as soon as you deploy a Azure SQL database, it does come with a built-in HADR without you doing anything. So what do I mean by that? If you're in a basic, standard, and general purpose tier, again, that's why it's important to know your tiers, right? That I've been talking about, because a lot of things from here that I'll show you, things will differ tier to tier. That's why you want to make sure that you know what tier you are deploying. So if you look at this picture, you have your primary replica. It's a VM. It has attached storage, which is a SSD, and it has your TempDB. And on the right, with the failover arrow, you see it shows a couple of other compute nodes, right? And each one has the TempDB in the SSD. So, and of course, the storage is attached, but there is no TempDB right now because you are running on your primary replica. Your data and log files will be shared in a locally redundant storage, and your backups are still in a standard storage, and they're geo-replicated by default. And if your application is connecting to a Azure SQL database, there's two different ways to connect. One is you can always go to the gateway and then get where is your SQL Server located, and you can come and connect. Or you can get that once and you can save it and you can directly connect to your SQL Server every time. You do not have to go through the gateway. There are two different ways you can set this up, and there are some pros and cons. Now, if there is an issue that Microsoft detect with your primary replica, what is going to happen? It is going to spin up a brand new SQL Server instance on a node that has compute availability. And of course, as soon as it moves there, it restarts the SQL Server, your TempDB get created, and the storage of the data and log file will get attached to it. So it's pretty much, if you are familiar with failover cluster instance, it's the shared storage, different compute. It's pretty much same concept. Now, this one in a basic standard general purpose tier takes a little bit longer compared to premium and business critical, and I'll show you a live demo of this. You can test this by yourself. Microsoft let you fail over I think once in every 15 minutes just for testing purpose. And you do not have to do any connection, you do not have to know that what host it failed over, because next time after you connect, the gateway will take care of it. So your connection string remains as is, you automatically fail over. Now, if you go to premium and business critical tier, you see the picture changed. Now, with each of my compute, my data and log file is attached. It's not shared with all the 4 nodes, right? Now, one thing here is one of the secondaries in the premium and business critical tier, one of the secondaries always in sync, right? So as soon as you make a command to your primary replica, it had to make sure that that transaction got committed at least in one replica before you get the commit. So one of your replica out of 4 is always in sync with the primary. So in case if the service fabric detect a problem, it will fail over to that node that's already in sync. And as you can see in this case, it doesn't have to connect to the common storage. It's already attached. And your storage stays same, and then you'll be back into the business. This is pretty quick. It's less than 10 seconds in my test. And again, you do not have to do anything on your application side, right? Microsoft takes care of this automatically. So far what I talked about, these are all within a data center. Now, Microsoft, some of the zones are pretty big, right? Like Istio S2, I know is pretty big. Istio S2 has multiple data center. So if you are not setting up some of the other options that's zone redundant, what can you do if a whole data center goes down, right? That's a possibility. How can you make your Azure SQL database redundant for a single data center going down? So there is another concept called zone redundancy. And before I go further, I want to spell this out, that by default, this is turned off. And you will realize as we go why this is turned off. So each region, this is within a zone, have its independent power, cooling, and network, right? So this gives you, if like, as I said, let me go to this picture. Again, I'll differentiate between general purpose and business critical. And people will call this different thing. If you see, they will say zone redundant, they will say AZ1, 2, 3. So a zone has been divided into 3 different, a region has been divided into 3 different zones. And within those 3 different zones, now you have different sets of compute and attached SSD for 10 dB for general purpose. But again, they all point to the same data and log file that I showed you before. For general purpose, this is still in public preview. It's disabled by default. If you want to turn this on, this is going to cost you extra money for general purpose. Whereas in premium and business critical, you do not have to pay extra money. One thing you note here that I have a bullet point here, it's only available with Gen 5 compute. So again, what I was telling you before, you should know what solution you want to deploy before you choose your SQ for your Azure SQL database. So if you do not have Gen 5 hardware, you cannot turn this on even if you want to. Now, why this is disabled by default? As soon as you turn this on, let me go to the next one, right? In the premium and business critical tier, if you turn this on, it will be a synchronous replication to keep all your nodes in sync. Because now what you are saying that if there is a problem within a region, in different zones, you fail me over. And in order to do that, they have to make sure that all the nodes within a region are in sync. So you will see probably a higher latency from your app side. So you just want to be aware before you turn this on. You probably want to test it and see if your application can tolerate that kind of latency before you turn it on. The concept you saw before, what I was showing you, is the same. You are not sharing your storage, right? You are not sharing your data and log file. Each compute has its own data and log file, and they are always kept in sync. And your backup is still in a standard storage with geo redundancy. So why should you turn this on, right? What are you getting out of it? So look at the service level agreement. So if you have single zone, it's 99.99, and for multiple zone, it's 99.995. So you get a better SLA with that. I could not find a official SLA if you turn it on for basic standard general purpose, I believe, because it's still in preview. So as soon as it goes GA, I'm sure Microsoft will publish that. And I put a URL and I put a kind of a sign to read this, because this document, if you click this URL, will take you to a page that actually gives you more details about the SLA for all different kind of solutions that you deploy. So you want to read those, get those numbers, and again agree with your business owners. So we'll talk about active geo-replication. This is now we are talking about region redundancy. So if the whole East US2 goes down, my business, I'll be failing over to a different region, so probably Central US. This is available in all tier other than hyperscale. And the way they do this, so if you look at this picture, if you notice that I have my primary and I have my secondary, they're constantly getting replicated, and this is a asynchronous replication. So just so you know, and you can send your traffic to the secondaries. In your connection string, you have to say that you only want to read, and it will automatically send those traffic to your secondary. And you can have up to 4 secondaries. You can have secondary in the same region for your read traffic, right? So these two are closer, so your your latency will be less. So you can have like 2 nodes in the same region, one for read write, one for read, and you can have 2 other in 2 different regions for HA and DR solution. You can do multiple things. You can design this. This one you have to do manual failover, and you have to make sure that you change your connection string when you fail over manually. There is no automatic failover with this, and this is per database. So you cannot have a set of database fail over as a group as we can do today on premises with the always on availability group. There is a different solution which we're going to go next. Now, if you have a particular call that you are making to your database or a transaction that you cannot afford to lose, right? You absolutely want to make sure that this transaction get replicated to the secondaries before I get acknowledgement back. You can do that. I'm not going to go into details, but look at that store procedure. You can take advantage of this within your code. This will guarantee that your transaction will be replicated to secondaries before you get your acknowledgement back. So this was active geo-replication was released first, then came auto failover group. Now, why Microsoft needed the auto failover group, right? If you are using always on availability group on premises, you might have multiple databases that's supporting one particular application. And if you want to fail over, you want to be transactionally consistent when you fail over for your application purpose, right? And also, there are a couple of other things that Microsoft needed. One I talked about, like with active geo-replication, you have to change your connection string every time you fail over, and you probably do not want to do that. With auto failover groups, you do not have to do that. So let me go to the slide. With auto failover group, now you will see a couple of differences between the picture that I showed you before. If you see on the left side, before we had one database, now we are seeing multiple databases. But on the right side now, I do not have multiple secondaries. So again, you want to be aware of these things. So with failover groups, you can only have one secondary in a different region. You cannot have it in the same region. And you can have multiple database groups. So when you fail over, all the databases are going to fail over to the secondary. In the previous picture, we did not see something called listener. Now here we have listeners. What does that mean? If I use these listener endpoints in my connection string, once I fail over, I do not have to do anything. I do not have to make any change. It will be taken care of automatically. My traffics will be routed. The read-write will route to the where the read-write is, and my read-only will route automatically. So that's the benefit, right? But again, I lose that couple of things. So I'll show you a comparison slide later on that you can use going forward. So these are the two endpoints I'm talking about, and I'll show you this, connecting to this, and I'll show you the server names when you go to the demo. So if you take this, as soon as you create failover groups, you can retrieve this, put this in your connection string. You're all set. You don't have to change this. Now, how does the auto failover works, right? So there's a setting called grace period with data loss hours. The minimum setting for this is an hour. You really want to understand a little bit more deep what this setting does. So the documentation is there, but I would say it's not 100% clear. I recently spent a bunch of time talking to some of the program managers at Azure SQL team, especially Dimitri. I want to thank him because he gave me a bunch of feedback. So I didn't want to just keep that to myself. So I wrote a blog post. If you click this URL, it will take you there. I actually wrote a detailed blog post about what does this mean. How this 1 hour, the minimum setting is 1 hour to 24 hours. You can set this up. How does that affect your failover? So you really want to understand that, before you put this. And you can decide not to have auto failover. You can say, no, I'm going to fail over by myself. I'll decide when to fail over. This is a chart that you really want to familiarize yourself before you decide if you want to go with auto failover groups or you want to just stay with the geo application. As you can see here, your failover option, how many databases you can fail over, your connection string. One of these is not supported with the managed instance. If I need a secondary in my primary region for my read traffic, you do not get that with auto failover group. So yeah, again, familiar yourself. This is a piece of code that I put here. If you want to monitor the lag between your primary and secondary, This one also has some confusion with the documentation, and I'm currently actually in touch with the Azure SQL team to clarify this, to update some of the documentation, and I'll probably put in a blog post. It's not updated yet, especially one of the column, the last replication, the third column you see here in my select statement, absolutely wrong documentation. So just keep that in mind, because if you look at the data set and if you read the documentation, you will get confused, actually, not might. So these are some of the stuff that I'm going to show you in the demo. These are some of the resources that we talked about. And if you want to read more details, please go ahead. I'll share the code and the slide with the organizers, but if some of you want it earlier, you can scan this. It will take you to my GitHub repo. I'm going to refresh the GitHub repo today because I made some adjustment. This morning, I also noticed there was a issue with one of my slides. I'm going to fix that. So just give it a few hours. Maybe tomorrow morning India time will be a perfect one to download those. This is again my contact. So I'm going to switch my screen for a minute. So just bear with me for the demo. This will be a good place if you really want to, put some questions, comments, if anyone has any. I'm not sure if I can put anything in the chat. I probably cannot. Okay. So I'm switching to the demo. Okay. So I'm using a Azure Data Studio. This is a new multi-platform tool, and I'm using a notebook. If you do not know what's a notebook, I will highly urge you to look it up. I love this. I could have done this in any PowerShell other tools that come with Windows by default, and there are other ones you can use. But I choose this one because I can have my comments, my references, my URLs, everything in one place. And I can also run my code, and I can save the result set, and I can save it and send it to someone, so they can also look at the result of my code. Because I'm switching to demo, so you'll probably be noticing that I'm looking at the other screen. So before all of you or I went live, I actually ran all of this code in the interest of time, and my demo will start here. But I don't want you to feel like that I'm skipping some stuff that you have no idea what I did. So I'm just going to show you what those code did. Those code basically created this resources. So 3 Azure SQL Server, and the Azure SQL Server is a logical container for Azure SQL database. It's not something that we are used to on premises. It only has a master just to keep track of few things. And it created 2 of the database. So at this point, as you see, I haven't set up any Active Geo replication. I haven't set up failover groups or anything, right? Because I want to also show you the built-in HADR solution that I talked about. So that's all I created so far from that notebook. And we're going to start here. So let's go back to portal one more time. If I go to this server, and if I go to the backup, and I apologize because I'm doing this live demos, there will be some pauses, which is the last thing that you want to do during a remote session. If we are in person, we could talk about something else. But I thought of this, but I think showing you in some demos probably will make more sense. So there will be some silent period. Will be good places to ask questions, or if you have any. So this is my database. If I look at this, by default, I only got point in time 7 days, and there is no long-term retention, right? So anything I show you in portal, I also, I have a PowerShell script to do that, right? So we are looking at long-term retention. As you can see, these are all zeros here. It means I do not have any long-term retention. Now I'm going to set up some long-term retention. What I'm saying here, keep my weekly backups for 12 weeks, keep my 16th weekly backup for 5 years, and I do not need any monthly retention. And this is just for demo purpose. I don't have a reason, why did I set this up this way, just to show you. So I'm setting this up with this PowerShell code. And if we go to the portal, now switch, we should see a different retention than you can already see here. It's 12 weeks and this, right? When we saw last time, we saw these are empty, right? And I also talked about that I can slide this to 35 days, right? So if you choose this and you say configure policies, I can come here and I can slide this up and down whatever I want, right? By default, it comes with 7 days. Again, keep in mind, if you're in a basic tier, you cannot change this, right? So let's cancel this and go back to this. Now, if you want to look it up without going to the portal, now as you can see, my long-term retentions are set up, right? If you want to remove this, I'm not going to run this. I'm just trying to save my time. If you want to remove that long-term retention, you can definitely do that by running this piece of code. Now let's see some action on the built-in HADR, right? As I said, this database that I created, let me go back and show you. If we go to the computer and storage, this is a general purpose, as you can see here, right? It's a general purpose. And I haven't set up anything else. What I'm going to do, there's a tool called Ostress. If you are not familiar with, I put a URL here. Go and read about that. Data professionals use this always to, test hardware, generate workload for many reasons. If you are doing a new release, if you want to, compare pre and post, you can run this. So what I'm doing here, I'm connecting to that database that I showed you, and I'm just doing a select statement, right? Just mimicking what you say our app server is making a select call. As you can see, this select is going on, right? We are collecting, it's doing a count, nothing fancy. Now I'm going to initiate a failover. And it actually happened a lot quicker, but I get the acknowledgement a little bit back. I'm also getting the time, how many seconds it takes. If you do not collect all this info, you will see that it will be a lot quicker. So a question is, what is the default failover mechanism powered by Azure when I create deploy only Azure Security? This is what exactly it does, but you do not initiate failover. I'm just showing you this. Microsoft will take care of automatic, because the service fabric always keeping an eye on your resources. As soon as it detects that your primary or the node that you are in have an issue, Microsoft will initiate what I'm doing right now, and they will move you to a different server. But I'm showing you that what kind of experience you will have from your application side. So I'll show that. So Dinesh post another question. Is there any calculator to compare and know pricing with different values for PDR weekly retention? So, okay, it's a good question. So I showed you that the point in time retention can be from 7 to 35 days. And the question is, how do I know that how much money I'm paying? Absolutely. So if you go to the pricing and look up for I can send you a URL, whoever asked the question. There is, it's all documented. So you can monitor how much space you are taking for your backup, and based on that, you will get charged, right? So by default, whatever is your data size, you get the same size of storage for free. And because the backups are highly compressed, right? So you can have multiple copies, with the full diff and transaction logic. As soon as you go above that limit, you start paying for the storage, and it's it's the same that you pay for any other storage. Yes, there is, and there are some counters that you can monitor. You can also write some of this into the log analytics workspace, and you can get notified. And you can write some query to calculate how much you'll be paying. Yes, that's available. And if this does not answer your question, if you send me a ping, I'll definitely can. I'm not sure off my head if that URL is in my resource, but there is one for sure. I was even looking at it yesterday when I was reviewing this this talk. So now this is doing this select, right? So the question is the failover mechanism. What your app is going to experience if there is a failover, or if so as you can see now, we are getting a timeout, right? So your app, now people are complaining to you, right? Hey, we cannot connect. And you shouldn't be, if you do not have active your application or failover group, you really cannot do anything, right? Because you didn't set up anything, and that's what you agreed with the business, right? And we should see that within a couple of seconds, our app will automatically reconnect and will start doing those selected statements. And I'm also trying to capture here, how many seconds. So in my test, I am over 600 mile, from most of the data center, probably in East US too, right? In Virginia. So it took about 47 seconds because, I'm so far, and I'm home connecting with my laptop, right? If you are in a, bigger setup with bigger pipes, I'm sure, you will see most likely it's less than 30 seconds, right? Hopefully that answered the, question that someone asked about, default failover mechanism, right? Now, I'm going to do the same for business critical. And this time we are pointing. So let me go back and show you. So I just pointed to this one, right? Now I'm going to point to this. And as you can see here, I deployed this in a business critical. So same thing, I'm starting a workload, same as before. It's just going to do selects. You will see that I'm doing that. And this time you will see, because it's a business critical tier, it's going to be a lot faster. Especially if I'm doing this, from my workplace in my data center, with a bigger machine, and we have express route, it's less than 10 seconds. Because I'm doing it from home, as I said, still, it's 17 seconds. So within 17 seconds, even if I have an app that's sitting, app server sitting in my home, I'll be up and running. So hopefully it made some sense. So this is all built in, right? I haven't done anything. So now let's move to active geo application. So what you're going to do, let me show you in Portal. I have these two servers, primary and secondary. In the primary, I have one database. If I go to my secondary, there's no database. I'm going to set up a geo application for that database from primary to the secondary. And if I don't get to the end, don't worry, all these are available in GitHub. I'm going to refresh the repo. They're all variable driven. You have to just make very minimum changes, connect to your account, and you can run all this. I'll definitely last few minutes for question and answer. So let's go to Portal and see what's going on here. If you go to the Geo Application tab, you can see that at the central US, at the secondary, the database already got created, and now it's in the seeding, right? So it's doing the initial sync. Once it's done, then anything flows. It's same as, as you set up always on availability group on premises. Okay, still working on it. As soon as it's done, then we should be able to move. And as I said, you do not have any automatic failover, right? So it's done. As you can see, it got caught up, % complete, 100%. Let's close this. We don't need that window. Now, for a failover, this is the command. So I'm initiating a failover now. If we go to the portal, this should change, right? Now, the Istio S2 is our read-write, and Central US is our readable, right? So as soon as the failover is done, we should be able to see that the roles will change. It's not yet. As you can see now, okay, it's done, right? So now you see the Central US is our online, and the Istio S2 took the role of the readable. You did not get the acknowledgement back yet, but as you can see in the portal that it's done. And then we'll fail back for the next demo. As you can see here, things are done at a database level, right? But as soon as we move to failover group, it will be done at a server level. So this is done. So let's put I'm just failing back to where I was. So the failover groups are at a database level, at a server level. Why? Because I can have multiple databases in a failover group, right? And I can fail them over at the same time. So for that to work, we're going to create a failover group in a server. And you can, you can create a failover group first, empty, and then you can keep adding your database. You can add database and take it out of the failover group as needed. A question from business point of view: how do you convince your stakeholder for the budget incurred for the additional infra setup if the query over cost factors, right? A question from business owner: how do you convince, right? So that's a good question that you asked. How do I convince my business owners? Ideally, I'll be honest with you. I'll be very blunt with you. This is not a role that we need to play. Right? I do not need to convince anyone. I think our job as a data professional is to put the facts out, right? Tell them exactly, give them the URLs, read the documentation, show them, hey, this is what it is. So, right? And I'm sure if you have an incident manager, or people call it different role, right? You want to take advantage of, you want to ride on that role, right? Where I work, we have an incident manager, that person keep track of all the HADR setups. If someone say, hey, I don't need this, what I do, I actually add her. I said, hey, can you document this, that this app doesn't need this, right? Please document this in your disaster manual. So when we have a disaster recovery, if they ask, hey, why can't you fail over? Oh no, you told us that you do not need that, right? And it's documented. So you come later. You are a tier 3 app, right? So you want to be a little bit, I don't know if I should say, like diplomatic, probably the right word, not being political. This is not an exact science. I know we always think about 0 and 1 because we work with data. You probably need a little bit more, a little bit of soft skill, right? So, and if they're not convinced, right, just get it in writing, right? So they don't point finger to you when they really need that badly, right? So I know I probably didn't answer your question directly, but that's how I manage this. I'll be honest with you. So, okay, so I'm just going to create a failover group, and keep posting your questions. I'll stop if there's question, but if there is no question, I'll continue and use my time to show you the failover group. But questions will take precedence because we are in the last 5 minutes, and I definitely want to respect that. So please, let me know if you have a question. So now I'm going at a server level. And if I go to failover group, I created this failover group, as you can see, and there is no database right now, right? It's just a shell. And now I'm adding a database into the failover group. And we should see that now it says 0 of 1. It will change from 1 to 1, and we should be able to see what database is there, right? As you can, just a visual that I'm using a Istio S2 and my secondaries in Central US. And now look at these endpoints, right, that I was talking to you. You got those, right? And I'm not going to show both. Someone asked, would I be able to access the PowerShell commands you're running? Yes. Yes, you will be able to get the PowerShell. And that's in my Git repo. So, okay, so someone said, maybe I should show that. So I'm not sure if that was the question that someone wants to. So that's my Git repo. If you go to GitHub, just SQL Worldwide, or if you scan that, if you go to presentation, so wait till tomorrow morning, India time. This is where all the stuff. I'm going to refresh this repo today for sure. Hopefully, Omkar asked that question. So now, if I take this URL, right, notice that this is my read-only listener, and see this is a secondary server, right? So if we go to the portal, new query, connection, if we connect to this, and if we do a server name, see that it's secondary. So your app doesn't need to, make any changes as long as you do this, right? So it will take you to the right place. So now the database is added, right? So if we go here, we can see that we have one database, right? And you can initiate a failover. I'm not going to do that for the sake of time. And if you want to get the details of a failover group, you can run this command. And one last thing I want to show you, I talked about read scale out, right? That you automatically get, if you're in a business critical tier, you automatically get multiple nodes, and you can use one of those for read only, right? How do you do that? I'm going to use SSMS because I had a hard time to demo this in the using Azure Data Studio because I think it caches the connection and I have a hard time. So if you can see this, I'm just doing a normal select, and I'm connecting to this server. I named it, read scale out, and it has a database. If we go to the portal, that database I created is in a business critical, right? Now, if I run this, it's I'm a read write. But if I'm doing the same query here, it says that, sorry, I need to change this because master is always in a read write. It says that I'm read only. So what happened here? I haven't done anything else other than, sorry, I went to the wrong one. No, that's not possible. Okay, so I don't know what happened. It's probably cached. So, you put your application read intent right here, and you should see that. So I'm going to stop here. Any question, please let me know because it's time for the next. I think this is the last session, but anyway, I want to respect everyone's time. So I'm going to hand this over to the host, to Dinesh.
Yeah, thanks a lot for a wonderful session, Taiob. So disaster handling is a next level talent, in my personal point, that not only involves technical knowledge, but also the presence of mind. You have covered from the basics what actually disaster is, important metrics like PTR, and finally covered end-to-end demo in Azure SQL as well. And we are very happy that you are going to share the code snippet as well. So thanks a lot, Taiob. Thanks for having your knowledge shared here.
Oh, no problem. It's an honor that you guys gave me a chance to present, and thank you for organizing all this. I know it's a lot of hard work. So
thank you, Taiob. So we are at the end of the day. We are really thankful to our amazing speakers for taking that time in a working day and sharing their knowledge. And most importantly, we cannot deny to thank our audience who again spend their valuable time on a Friday. I hope the audience were able to get valuable insights or a variety of topics from open source, domain perspective, I mean the healthcare domain perspective, and disaster recovery, apart from the trending tech topics. The day is finished, of course, but it doesn't really stop here. We have exciting speakers and exciting topics tomorrow as well. See you all tomorrow. Bye-bye.